Cardio tanpa kalori, kau hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus zero. Hey.
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Naruto が帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。第7班、ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang stadium juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Sharingan の本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Hello guys, kami daripada Todak. Saya Zaim Sempoy. Saya Zaid. Dan kita orang akan rating makanan dekat bazar ataupun makanan di bulan Ramadan ataupun raya lah. Okay, first aku ada serunding. Serunding aku tak minat. So aku bagi F. Tak suka. Dekat tangan aku ada sate lah. Ini kira favourite lah.
Favourite apa?
Favourite aku.
Betul.
Sebab kalau tak ada S lah.
Oish.
Dodol. Tak menarik lah. Bawah.
Kau kena John? John dulu jaga roti. Ni kat aku ada roti John.
Roti John.
Ni makanan bazar ni. Aku rasa aku letak D lah. Sebab ada, tak ada sudah.
Aku sirap bandung cincau ni.
Sirap bandung cincau.
Bandung cincau. Aku letak S juga. Sebab aku rasa ramai orang cari juga air manis time bulan Ramadan. So atas S.
Dekat tangan aku pula ayam percik. Kenapa kau semua dapat yang berbakar, Man?
Memang healthy. Aku kurang lah dengan ayam percik ni. Jadi aku letak dekat.
Kau kurang?
Ya, aku tak suka sangat.
Okay, next. Ini normal, semua orang
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Laungkanlah, sama-sama laungkan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Jaga, jaga, kita jaga.
Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
oh yeah. Laungkanlah, sama-sama laungkan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara,
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
27 April 2025, 28 Syawal 1446. Kita dah masuk hari yang ketiga untuk minggu yang kedua. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-15 dan hari ini anda bersama saya Sid selaku pengacara anda untuk sepanjang hari ini. Alright. Thank you so much siapa yang dah datang ke Stadium Juara. Ini merupakan hari yang ketiga. Kita ada penyokong-penyokong daripada pasukan Homeboys dan juga DXO. Dan ini merupakan perlawanan pertama kita di antara kedua-dua buah pasukan. Ini merupakan perlawanan ketiga untuk Homeboys. Ini merupakan perlawanan kedua untuk pasukan DXO. Di mana kedua-duanya datang pada hari ini selepas berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan kalau kita bercakap tentang kemenangan, pastinya pasukan Homeboys telah pun berjaya mendapatkan 2 straight 2-0 sepanjang regular season ini. Baru 2 minggu tapi ini satu pencapaian yang cukup menakjubkan untuk DXO selaku pendatang baru atau newcomer pada MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-15. Pencapaian mereka selepas menewaskan Ocean Blacks tempoh hari pastinya akan cuba untuk diteruskan bertemu dengan memenangi MPL Malaysia pada musim yang ke-12. Alright. Sebelum kita memulakan perlawanan hari ini, saya sekali lagi nak mengucapkan thank you so much kepada pasukan ataupun penyokong-penyokong pasukan Homeboys dan juga DXO kerana sudi untuk memberikan sokongan tanpa henti-henti kepada pasukan yang anda gemari, pasukan yang anda telah pun sokong untuk sepanjang MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-15. Tapi saya kat sini, saya tidak keseorangan di mana saya akan menemu ramah pemain-pemain rookie. Dan kalau kita bercakap dengan pemain-pemain rookie, kita akan bersama dengan pemain daripada pasukan DXO, iaitu kita ada Siska, kita ada Kimin dan juga of course we have Storm on the stage. Oh, dua je. Hai, kita nak interview siapa ni? Kita interview T3 lah, ada T3 kat atas. Okey, depan sikit. Jangan main malu. Okey, okey, Siska EXP lane. Okey, first of all, apa khabar? Sihat? Alah, mic dah on belum? Sekejap, kita check. Kita kena on kat bawah. Test one. Okay, mic dah on. Alright. Sekarang ni kita bersama dengan Siska. Okay, alright. Sihat Alhamdulillah?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright, perlawanan pertama bertemu dengan pasukan Homeboys. Alright. Berhadapan dengan Val. Kita dapat lihat dua perlawanan sebelum ini menunjukkan prestasi yang sangat-sangat memukau di bahagian EXP lane. Adakah ini akan jadi satu perlawanan yang tough untuk Siska sendiri?
Bagi saya, Val tu memang strong lah sebab pengalaman dia lagi tinggi kan. Tapi, kat Piala E-Sport kita orang dah bantai dia 2 kali lah.
Oh, so boleh flex lah dekat situ. Okay, bercakap tentang dah bantai. Korang kali ni datang dengan line up baru compare dengan masa korang berada dekat MAL. Jadi boleh tak describe teammate Siska macam mana? Sepanjang MPL ni, baru 2 minggu tapi macam apa yang boleh describe?
Describe Kimin lah.
Describe Kimin, boleh lah describe Kimin.
Kimin sebabnya MPL ni dia garang sikit lah tengok dia.
Jadi dia ada perbezaan lah dekat ML dengan MPL, berbeza tak Kimin ni?
ML dia okey, dia baik. So sekarang garang sikit.
Oh, dia dah masuk MPL, dah masuk MPL.
Aku nak Kimin baik je lah.
Kimin baik. Okey, boleh tak pass mic dekat Kimin? Alright, Kimin, jungler dekat MPL Malaysia. Kita dapat lihat banyak ada jungler-jungler yang hebat. Dan Kimin datang kat sini MPL selaku rookie jungler untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-15. boleh tak bagi ada tak idol ke daripada Malaysia, Indonesia ataupun daripada Filipina yang mungkin jadi salah satu reference kepada Kimin sendiri?
Untuk idol saya ialah King Kong daripada Onyx Filipin, sebab dia baru lepas champion M6 kan. So saya siapa-siapa yang champion saya idolakan je.
Oh, senang. Dulu masa Selangor Eja menang MSC, idolakan Skies lah.
Sky.
Alright, okay. Kita bercakap tentang lepas ni berhadapan dengan pasukan Homeboys. Sebelum ni korang dah berhadapan dengan pasukan Ocean Black berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan 2-1. Macam mana preparation untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan yang kita boleh katakan pasukan jago di sebab Homeboys? Untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-15 ni kita boleh dapatkan diorang punya performance sangat-sangat menarik. Jadi macam mana persediaan untuk DXO sendiri?
Untuk persediaan kita orang, before ni kita orang dah pernah lawan dia orang dekat tournament MPL Malaysia juga, and dekat qualifier ISF. So bagi kita orang tak ada masalah pun nak face Homeboys sekarang, sebab kita orang pun dah well prepared juga untuk fight dia orang. So kita orang akan bagi saingan yang mantap untuk menang atas dia orang lah.
Alright, itu satu mentality yang baik. Kita kembali pada Siska lah. Siska dah macam dah tak sabar nak berjawab. Okey. Untuk pendatang baru dekat MPL Malaysia, biasanya kita dapat lihat mana-mana pasukan yang baru datang ke MPL ataupun baru masuk ke MPL, biasanya mereka punya target untuk sentiasa ataupun kekal dekat dalam MPL. Bagaimana target pasukan DXO sendiri dan juga bagaimana target personal Siska?
Target personal saya mungkin sama juga, just lepas play off bagi saya ataupun kekal slot.
Okey.
Tapi kalau ada rezeki memang target EWC lah kan.
Target EWC, insyaAllah. Okey, tadi saya dah tanya Kimin. Mungkin Siska, idol.
Oi, idol saya.
Okey, kita ambil dua lah. Satu dekat Malaysia yang main kat MPL, satu lagi yang main kat luar MPL.
Okay. Idol saya yang kat Malaysia ni Keram lah. Sebab hari apa, Jumaat hari tu saya kena pegang dia.
Okey, kita lupakan benda tu. Itu dekat dalam Malaysia kan.
Yeah.
Kalau dekat luar, mungkin dekat MPL Indo ataupun MPL PH.
Kalau luar kat PH lah, Sanford lah. Itu memang idola lah. Memang idola.
Okey, alright. Berikan tepukan kepada Kimi dan juga Siska supaya mereka berjaya untuk lakukan tugasnya dengan baik. Kita akan jumpa lagi kat dalam in-game nanti. Alright. Jadi itu sikit sebanyak apa yang kita berborak dengan Kimi dan Siska. Selepas ini mereka akan berhadapan dengan pasukan Homeboys. Untuk anda di luar sana ataupun yang berada dekat dalam stadium juara, jangan lupa untuk scan QR code yang tertera dekat bawah ini. Kerana mungkin anda akan dapat sesuatu yang berharga daripada MPL MY. Jadi Homeboys dan juga DXO, adakah anda semua sudah bersedia? Alright, thank you so much. Saya rasa kedua-dua pasukan sudah pun bersiap sedia. Jadi saya akan terus pass kepada caster kita English dan juga bahasa Malaysia. Jadi tanpa memasa, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Rose, indeed. Oh, I mean, Super Sith Lord. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's another Sunday and where the masses gather at Stadium Jara here in Mont Kiara. It's me, Husky, alongside Sadafa to bring you guys three amazing best of three to close out this weekend. And we have quite a treat for you all. Some amazing matchups. For example, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports against Monster Vicious. But before all of that, we have to start with DXO up against La Familia Homeboys.
Indeed. MPL Malaysia Season 15 is certainly underway here, and I hope that you guys have been enjoying the journey thus far, but there's still plenty more to look forward to, including today. And in our first match already, we have something kind of interesting, because those of you who were more observant during the waiting screen would have noticed that Jun is coming back in, but Shaf is still in the roster. What does this mean?
And well, the strategy has changed apparently. Jun will be starting as a gold laner for this series, which I wouldn't have expected this, right? Yeah. I thought it's going to be a rotation between him and Shaf, but we did have some behind the scenes intel where in scrim results, Jun actually was fielded as a gold laner as well. They were rotating between him and Masako, and he has been putting up some pretty good numbers in those scrims. So perhaps today is where we see that hopefully translate into some sort of win against Homeboys, who have been on a tear. And even then, these teams, they met even before MPL MY. They met at PLA Esports Malaysia, they met at ISF qualifiers, and well, DXO, they did get a couple of dubs over Homeboys.
Yeah, DXO, we really got to give them props. Similarly to Ocean Black, they are an MAL team who is making their debut in MPL for the first time this season. But they've definitely been able to rack up some accolades for themselves already, even making it as far as participating in the IESF qualifiers, the top 4 of Biala Esports. However, they haven't been able to find the most success just yet here in MPL.
Yeah. But hopefully today the tides will change, because when you look at the current standings, only 2 teams have gone undefeated. One is Homeboys, the other one is Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. We have Team Vamos coming in 3rd after a victory yesterday, followed by Team Ray, who is right now starting to get into that orange zone, right? They played 4 series, they've lost 3 of them, but they maxed out all of their potential games. Then MV in 5th, looking to change that against SRG OG later on. All the way down to last, we got Ocean Black still at the bottom alongside JP Niners, who are still looking for the first win. DXO tied with Aero in that 7th to 8th spot. So for DXO, today can be a change of fate for them if they kind of win this series. Today's schedule, to remind all of you guys what is happening, we got DXO starting it off against Homeboys, followed by Selangor Red Giants OG Esports against Monster Vicious, the grudge rematch of Season 14, followed by Todak and Ocean Black to close out the day.
I think at this stage of the season, it's pretty clear to us that lines are being drawn in the sand, and some teams are already sticking out as stronger participants, while others are still really trying to look for that footing. But today, we're going to have several matches between these 2 different categories, with Homeboys and Todak definitely standing out as what seems to be the favorites in their respective matches, with the middle match of the day being the real highlight here between SRG and Monster Vicious.
Yeah, one of the most anticipated one given their history, but we have plenty of time to talk about it when we get to that point. Right now, I think the spotlight is definitely shined on DXO and Homeboys, more particularly DXOs, who took down Homeboys in Piala Esports Malaysia, who gave us a very convincing victory. And now coming into MPL, it was DXO who is struggling, right? They barely beat Ocean Black 2-1, but then when they faced up against SRG, it was a rude awakening of that power gap between the best team in the league and the team that is trying to get to the top. And right now, they got to face up against Homeboys, who went through a season of rebuilding and right now are looking really good.
Yeah, both of these teams have definitely been through some evolution in their recent days. I think DX has already grown stronger from their time in MAL, but in the same way, Homeboys, I feel, have grown a lot stronger from their time in Biala Esports. Their game against JP yesterday, a very good demonstration of that, but another good demonstration of what you can achieve in the land of Dawn is through the brand new Infinix phone, right?
Yeah, wait, oh, hold on. Hello? Hello? What?
You can't be taking a call right now, sir.
Phone? Me? Yes? This one?
Oh, wait.
This one?
What's that?
Oh, wait. Oh, so I've just been told this one now belongs to me. The Infinix 50 Pro Plus with 5G Plus.
What about this one?
This one? I gotta ask. Oh, wow. They hung up. We'll get it checked for you, but yes, the Infinix phone, our official phone sponsor for MPL MY. And if you want to win one, you can just scan the QR code and join the Infinix Malaysia TikTok, because we got plenty of things to give out to people out there. Just thank all of you guys. And it has been quite an amazing one, whereas I have one at home as well. And so far, it's been working pretty well. It is my go-to Mobile Legends Bang Bang phone.
That does sound pretty good, and I think it's the go-to phones for many of our players here as well. So make sure you guys go check them out, and thank you very much for their support here in MPL. But now, back to what's going on here, DXO versus Homeboys. I think this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. And let's talk about a very interesting duel that's going to be happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, former teammates, now enemies in the same lane. They were both with RSG Malaysia at one point, Izanami as the mid laner, Storm as the roamer, but now they both will face off in the mid lane. Obviously, statistics-wise, Izanami has way higher KDA and everything else on average, but Storm, he has been putting up quite some numbers himself, even saying that he does miss playing in the mid lane and is able to take whatever he learned in the roam role back to that mid lane as a breath of fresh air, now up against one of our prince of majors in that category.
It's nice to see both players just taunting each other remotely, you know, a little bit of friendly back and forth banter. Because like you mentioned, Husky, these two have been teammates before in the past. So they definitely have some familiarity. They've had some experience playing together, but they've also had experience playing against each other. Storm himself already stated he wants to get a little bit of that revenge against Izanami. So this mid lane going to be an important factor to watch out for, especially after we saw Izanami really hit his stride again yesterday. This new lineup, this new synergy with the homeboys really working out for him.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Izanami also went through one of the lower points in the last season, right? Not able to get much going with the previous homeboys, but I'm happy to see not just him, but Amao having a good support system around them right now on the way to potentially get that third win. And not only that, help Izanami achieve his milestone. He's currently gunning to be the 4th player in MPL MY history to hit 1,700 total assists, joining Zorn, Yums, and Momo in that leaderboard. And of course, overall, this entire series is all about the new gen versus the new legacy, right? New generation of homeboys and a new legacy led by Storm and Rasi in DxO.
Honestly, I think this is a very good description of what is basically happening in this entire season of MPL Malaysia as a whole. We have so many players from the new generation rising up to join the ranks of the veterans. So many rookies, actually. The most rookies we've had in a single season for a long time here in MPL MY versus new legacies being created, where all teams have really been reshuffling their lineups, bringing new rosters and new faces that may be familiar, may not be familiar, all together to see what kind of chemistry they can create in the Land of Dawn. And it's just a question of which side will come out on top.
Yeah, I think this season we have so many young rookie players, primarily in the jungle role, right? And role 4-4, we have Jun, we have Shaf, we have Keemin, and just to name a few. And even when we look at the veterans who are very young, Sakai's is still in the jungle, you know, Amao, I'm pretty sure his youth is still there. So I think we have a pretty good player base that can go on for decades to come. Well, seasons to come in this sense. Decades in terms of seasons.
That
whatever,
would be
right?
impressive.
That would be impressive. Hey, look at Sasa. He's still kicking in DFYG, just in a different region and as a coach. But speaking of the new generation, of course, we have to talk about DxO. And today, it's all about reshuffling a bit of that role, showing us some new flavor. DxO on your screen right now. And no, it's not Jun in the jungle. Like we mentioned, he's in that gold lane, but joined by Storm, Rasi, Keemin, Siska. Well, actually not Jun. I'm talking about DxO. What am I talking about? Sky's at Rasi, Storm, Keemin, and Siska.
Yes, it's understandable to be a little confused because these are both MAL teams, but they definitely have different experiences overall in the general landscape of MLBB. I think the DxO has been doing a pretty good job for themselves. You can definitely see that there is synergy being built up here, and you can tell that the experience of Rasi in that roam position is providing a lot to their general gameplay. You can tell it's a lot more directed. They definitely have game plans going in. It's all about that execution though, and whether or not they can break out of the same mold that Ocean Black might find themselves in and be more creative in the way they approach MLBB.
And I think you can credit a lot of that, not just to Rasi and Storm, but also to Coach Theo for giving them a direction to go towards. When we saw them play against SRG, Rasi and Storm was holding the team together, making sure they don't fall too far behind. And let's see if they can do this one more time against the La Familia of homeboys. We've got Mel QT, Ivan, Izanami, Amao, and Vel.
Now this is going to be quite the uphill battle for DxO, because despite all the things we've said about their building synergy and the direction they're taking and all the influences that these veteran players are bringing to their lineup, Homeboys is looking like a well-oiled machine. Their games against JP9ers yesterday were a one-sided slaughter. And every single player on this lineup looks to be hitting a new level in their evolution. They all seem to be able to operate independently, and when you put that all together, it is scary.
Yeah, it is definitely a force to be reckoned with, a force of nature. Maybe this new legacy of Homeboys is going to lead them back to a second trophy in MPL MY, and that will be quite an experience to witness. But I think the players are ready, the teams are prepared to take on center stage, and there's only one thing left to do. Let's welcome both teams onto the stage as they get prepared for this Royal Rumble.
After falling in their last match, they return determined to rise and reclaim victory. Please welcome DXO!
Riding in on 2 straight victories, the rise of Homeboys is just beginning as they gear up to challenge the best of the best. Give it up! La Familia is the Homeboys! Introducing the coach and analyst of the 2 teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. On the side of DXO, we got Coach Theo and Backdoor, and on the side of Homeboys, and we got Airpang. Let's move on to the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. Let's rock and roll. DXO against Homeboys.
The rumble between a new generation of players and a new legacy of veterans is about to commence upon the MPL Malaysia Season 15 stage. This is going to be our first match of week 2, day 3, and it looks like Homeboys will have the advantage of first pick. So far, this team has demonstrated they're capable of drafting very intelligently on both sides, so a lot is up to Coach Teo right now to see if he can outplay his opponent.
I completely agree with that. I think Coach Teo has shown very solid concepts that his team have been able to execute to a certain degree. Obviously, when we look back at the match against SRG OG on Friday, there were certain questions of the ideation behind his decisions in the draft, but the overall selection, the overall direction that he's been leading the team and having Storm and Rasi to supervise the rookies has been on the right track. But we gotta also look at the mid-roam duo, right? We talk about Storm and Rasi a lot, but for Homeboys, we got Ivan and Izanami. And I remember Izanami and also Mel, they did mention that with Val and Ivan coming in, it gave them new direction, new purpose to look forward to, and it gave them guidance to become better players and better teammates.
Honestly, I can see it. It feels clear as day the impact that Val and Ivan are bringing to the team comp here. Storm and Rasi have definitely been pillars. They are rocks for DXO to rely on. But when you look at the average stats overall, Ivan and Izanami are just straight up winning out. And we've always known that Izanami has been a very, very solid, very consistent player ever since his debut in Season 7. And he's always been searching for the right roamer and the right team composition to play off of. And this is looking like one of the best he's ever had.
I agree. There were so many times we look back at the history books and we say, we wish Izanami wasn't shafted. We wish he gets to do more. We wish the team was there to support him instead of just him being the pillar. And right now, I think they found that good balance. Even doubling the assist, the average assist of what DXO has up to this point. And both of them have only played 2 series, which in of itself is insane. And not to mention, Izanami played 4 games, and out of the 4 games, he has 3 MVP titles.
That is pretty big right there, but nothing less than to be expected from a player of his caliber. This is going to be a battle of wit and execution here. Coaches and players both about to be tested. Based on our comments as well, this isn't even the first time that Coach Teo and Erpang have faced off on stage, though not in MPL Malaysia. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of local flavors will influence their decision making as we jump into the draft.
And yesterday, I think in the backstage, the coaching staff of Homeboys did hinted at utility junglers, right? Utility fighter junglers, giving them 2 O's. And I do wonder if Coach Erpang is going to give them Lucas, Fredrin again. We've seen Fredrin being picked up already. That one didn't work exactly the best, but Coach Erpang has found a way to utilize that hero. The ban so far still pretty standard according to the playbook. Luo Yi, Matilda, Zhu Xin, and Fanny.
So far, pretty standard. Bringing up the Fredrin as well. So far, the only team that's really made it work well is the Homeboys here. And they did pair it up with Matilda in their game yesterday. So with that hero taken off the table, I feel like the chance of seeing Fred will probably lower a little bit. But we've also gotten to witness Florin Fredrin combos in MPL ID. So the possibility is still there.
Yeah, we even saw what Leomar getting picked up in MPL Philippines, Twisted Minds against AP Brand. It was MP the King that played that hero. Chip was also picked up quite a lot, and I do wonder if we would ever get to see Chip again, because it was a staple of certain teams in Malaysia. You know, SRG OG, Todak loves that hero. I'm pretty sure Homeboys right now would love to utilize it if they can. We did see a couple of Chip bans on the start of week 2. Wild Coach Dio is going to ban that one out.
Yep, they go for the Chip ban here. Coach Erpang deciding to ban out the Phobius here already makes you think that Homeboys want to lean into the Harif angle. But Kalea is wide open and was a very common blue side first pick during our games yesterday.
Yeah. Plenty of options. The Kalea should be the first pick. We see Coach Erpang pick it up. Kalea for Homeboys. Now, Suyo, Harif, the two power picks are open, and despite getting some number tweaks, they're still pretty dang good. And I've actually was able to talk to some of my colleagues from Singapore, and they were saying that Harif, if you don't take it, you are essentially giving up that late game. But we've seen teams really work around it, right? Granger is a decent option. The Sicilian is also up there in the table. Hilda, Granger will be the opening for DxO.
Yeah, they've definitely nerfed Harif recently so that he's less bulky in the late game, and his Synchro Vision is a little less painful in the early laning phase, but he is still a very oppressive gold lane pick. Looks like DX decided not to go for it themselves, though. They will grab the Granger, whose usage rate has been plummeting so far, not just in this week after the patch, but even in week 1. MPL MY teams just seem to be leaning away from this hero in particular.
And this could also open up the possibility of Irithel for the side of Homeboys, right? You see that Granger Irithel is that matchup that usually you would consider. Alpha and Valentina would be the next two picks for Homeboys. And again, Coach Erpang sticking to the fighter type of jungler. We've been wondering, when is this Alpha going to show up? It has a 50% win rate, sure, but in terms of being considered as an option, not as much. And obviously, Izanami with his signature Valentina, we got the Hayabusa on the side of DxO. This jungle matchup is already shaping up to be pretty darn spicy.
We got Kakashi over there on the side of DxO. They're gonna start focusing down the gold laners, getting rid of the Moskov straight away. Wouldn't be surprised if they decide to ban Iritel or Harif following up this. But this Alpha pick was an interesting one, because in their matchup against JP9ers yesterday, Coach Hobbs specifically banned this hero in the first phase. Both games targeting Amal quite heavily. Amal proved he could play plenty of other heroes besides it, but when it's left open, looks like he wants to go back to that comfort pick.
Yeah, no Matilda, no problem. And I do also wonder if our teams have kind of adapted to, hey, considering Kalea as a flex pick, right? We've seen a couple of teams in MPL ID and PH put Kalea in that XP when needed. So that Iritel is going to be left open. Badang would be the last ban from the side of DxO. In Homeboys, they will consider the Cho. I was thinking of something like that as well, either the Cho or Jawhead. But it does open up the pick-off heroes for DxO if they do wish to go for it now.
When you pick up a Kalea, you ideally want that hero to be the one dictating the pace of the game, opening up the map, being safe to stand in bushes, and having heroes like Jawhead and Cho make that more difficult to play around. So we'll see if the EXO decides to go for it. They can still flex Hilda into Rome, and looks like they're gonna be keeping that flex option open since they lock in the Gatot.
Now it's time to see what Mel QT will get for himself. Iritel again still up on the table. If they want to go for the Harif, sure, there is that option too. But good mix of magic and physical damage that this draft already provides, and a ton of sustain with this Kalea. We also will get to see if this Kalea is going to go into that roam role for Ivan. Aside from that, I think the Hylos would also be an option that they can consider as well. It's a lot of bulkiness and a lot of sustain in these team fights.
think if they want to go into the aggressive angle, Val can definitely go back to the good old CC. Pickup would be good into either Gatot or Hilda in this position. And it looks like they'll go for the Beatrix fallback here. Just a pretty safe gold lane option, ignoring Harif entirely. And the CC comfort for Val.
And I think we kind of are seeing the ideation for Homeboys with this draft, right? Kalea catch and the Beatrix full combo is all about picking up targets. You wither down the enemy before the fight starts. And not only that, DxO going back for the Novaria pick once more. This was something that was picked up against SRG, and there were questions about it. What does this Novaria provide when you start falling behind? The idea is that Astral Echo, big hitbox for the Granger and the Gatot, but the condition is you cannot fall too far behind.
That is indeed true. Novaria did get buffed, but this is a hero that is still somewhat item dependent and relies very heavily on those burst skill shots. So when the cooldowns are not available, she doesn't actually offer a lot of magic presence.
And the biggest problem is a lot of your damage comes from landing your shots. Every single time the Star Shatter miss, I know Storm has some high accuracy rating, but we've seen that start kind of petering off when the team falls behind. So this is going to be another test whether this Coach Steel Novaria for Storm is going to pan out the way that they want. They have some very fast-pacing junglers up against Homeboys in this game one. Let's hop into the land of Dawn. We got Homeboys on blue side, DxO on red.
Let us know in the comments which of these two teams you think is going to come out on top in our very first match of Week 2, Day 3. Will it be the new legacy of Homeboys' brand new roster, or will it be DxO, the challengers, eager to recreate their success from the Piala Esports Malaysia?
It's a good time to give a quick shout out to one of the community members, Woozy, out there. Some great analysis in the MPL MY group after some of the big matches, and he did talk about if you want to run something like a Hayabusa jungle, where is the front line, who is going to soak the damage, and I think in this case, DxO, they have that fundamentals laid out, they have that formation in place. Now is to get Keemin ahead as soon as possible, and I think this mid lane could be the point of contention, right? Priority is most likely going to go over to DxO.
So far, Rasi going to be able to get that two-man taunt, but taking a lot of pokes back himself there. Ivan will be able to heal back up. Ooh, Star Shatter just barely misses. I don't think it would have killed, but it would have been close.
And on top of that is also Novaria. Both her abilities, at least her damage-dealing abilities, have max HP damage. Whether it's the Astral Sphere or the Star Shatter, so bulky targets not really going to feel the most comfortable. I think what, 4% at level 1 for Star Shatter, that itself is pretty nasty, and 2.8% for the Astral Sphere.
It's a painful skill shot, that's for sure. We've already seen the impact of the recent buff to it, but already junglers putting a lot of pressure up in the top lane. It's a 2v3. The taunt gonna connect with Amal, and Rapsi secures first blood for DxO.
Yeah, Siska reeled them in, putting himself as a juicy bait and giving Keemin the engage in. Obviously, Rasi about to kill by jungle.
Yep, Vel in a lot of trouble. Vengeance gonna be popped. Ivan coming in. The healing coming a bit too late though. Vel gonna be picked off. DxO starting strong.
Incredibly good start. Rasi picking up both kills. Did use his Revitalize, but it gives DxO a lot of that HP, so now they can start aggroing the turtle. Izanami trying to force Storm out of the lane, but Storm has already hit 4. Same as Izanami, engage up top push.
Amal connects the Spear of Alpha on Siska, doesn't go for turtle contest just yet, waiting for Keemin, who reveals himself. Astral Echo though, gonna scout out all of the Homeboys, who now gain control over the turtle pit. DxO, not a lot of cooldowns available. They're gonna choose to give it up.
Yeah, good discipline from Homeboys, and even Midside, I believe that is a snipe from MelQT.
It looks
Should
like
be the Renner, yeah.
There's a gold lane gank into the mid lane, instantly giving them prio. Amal transitions instantly to taking the purple. AOG comes in, the two-man taunt, but the Tsunami Slam pulls Keemin away, so Amal can steal the purple. Here comes Zed. Looks like they're gonna just sacrifice Kalea here. Ivan's gonna flicker over, try to waste a bit more time, but it's a roamer for the purple buff.
Yeah, Keemin still got his purple buff because Amal didn't have Retribution. Used it on the turtle. Mid lane ping. This guy will try to chip Izanami away from the lane. Execution somehow with the ult.
I am loving the aggression from DxO right here, taking advantage of this Hilda and the vision that Novaria is providing to get as much snowball as possible, so Homeboys cannot have that strong footing.
The catching Homeboys off guard for sure. Usually Hilda wouldn't have had that range to make that long jump, but that increased hitbox from the Astral Echo, giving Storm such a good lead. 3.5 minutes in, he has that talisman already. And DxO playing this composition to a T, right? They need to go fast. They need to make sure that they don't fall behind to make use of this Novaria pick, and then they're doing a fantastic job. Now, for Homeboy's side, it's back to protocols, get Amal farmed up. There's no need to rush this. They always have that Kalea into Beatrix pickoff combo. They just need to make sure that they get control of these POIs on the map, these bushes that Rasi is sitting in, so that DxO cannot just run away with the space.
Yeah, a good deal of Homeboys do need their item power spikes to come online before they really have burst to play around. So they're still okay as long as they don't fall too behind in a farm. DxO wants to continue accelerating this if possible, and looks like Zed did steal that gold crab too.
Even more goal for DxO, 1.5k goal advantage, and for them it's a big deal. Sometimes when you look at a Novaria draft, just fight.
Big fight in the purple buff, and Ivan gonna be the first one picked off. MLBB gonna be chased down by SkyZ, but realizing Beatrix does do a lot of damage. AOG to try and cut off, but MLBB walks the other direction, and that is space for Amal to take the turtle.
Kimin will now try to go for the invade, take the golem, hopefully the orange buff. Homeboys did try to trade it back, they got the turtle, but another ping, so Malkuti got to fall back.
Astral Echo comes in, Kimin looking to maybe commit, but doesn't have his ult, so he'll decide not to for now.
Wow, what a breath of fresh air for DxO. They've definitely kind of cleaned up some of that early to mid-game engage, right? Again, we've seen Siska multiple times on this Hilda, and a lot of times into this CC, even when we saw him play against Cram, he sort of gets sandbagged by the Cram, but that was a Hilda into Padang matchup. In this case, he understood that before Val gets the War Axe, he is going to have priority, and this is why he's moving out of the lane as fast as possible to get DxO a hit.
And precisely because of that, they've been able to get this advantage. As now Siska coming from the flank, Astral Echo already scouting out Homeboys. They're going to be playing it safe for now, choosing not to engage with DxO.
I was wondering what boots this Stone go for. He did went for the Magic Pen. So not maximum cooldown. Wonder if he is going to opt for Glowing One or Lightning Truncheon, right? There are that max cooldown build that makes Novaria a good utility mid-side.
Unbreakable, gonna get the taunt on Ivan. Dev Sonata doing some good poke damage at this stage. And DxO, we can definitely see the gold lead starting to build up. Though a lot of it on Rasi and Storm right now, so the cores are still matching up.
And such a smart move from Kimin. He used that Shadow Kill to clear out that waves, to make sure that Val gets trapped on the top side, so Siska can continuously run around. Izanami cannot show himself. Every time he shows up, Siska is going to lay that axe onto him. This mid-side control completely lost by Homeboys to DxO.
DxO doing a great job of controlling the early game so far, but the goal for them in the next few minutes is to make sure they're able to continue keeping that farm up into the mid-game. Once Homeboys get their second or third items, they're gonna really start hurting, actually.
This turtle is going to be important for DxO. They will try.
Rasi gets the taunt. Vel already poked down quite far. Vengeance comes in. Ivan gonna miss the title strike. Meanwhile, the rest of Homeboys comes in, while DxO keeping a good distance in the backline. Guys, they're doing a lot of poke damage. Rasi will eventually fall, but they trade Ivan for it. 1-for-1 right now. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out. Amal secures the turtle. Kimin in danger. Quad Shadow gets out just in time. 1-for-1 trade. Homeboys gets the objective.
I felt like Homeboys could have gotten more, but the fact that they got the third turtle means that DxO now will start to feel the heat a little bit. That goal lead hasn't really been increased for the past few minutes. It's still stuck at around 1,000. In fact, it has decreased because of the third turtle for Homeboys. Amal should be able to escape from here. They will try to chase him down, but with Izanami covering, Amal, Siska will not be able to catch up.
Dangerous thing though is that SkyZ is actually starting to build up some good damage on this Granger. He's already finished his Sky Piercer as well. I don't think he's got that many stacks just yet, but this is a tricky hero to get on top of. Ivan finds the Hayabusa Tsunami Slam right into the yo-yos of Vel, and they pick him off.
Kimin getting a bit too comfortable on the top side, showing himself against Val to clear the wave, but losing track of where Ivan was. And that is, again, going to cut down that goal deficit between Homeboys and DxO. Top tier 1 goes down to Homeboys, and they have found the equalizer.
That's big, actually, being able to unlock Vel, while Amal making sure DxO isn't able to trade a tier 1 down bottom either. The small net worth advantage that DX had been holding on to this entire game has now been reduced to nothing. It's an even farm.
And this means headache for Storm. This is the worst position you would think of being in as a Novaria. He does have that wave clear, right? Defend this mid-tier 1 the best he can, getting vision for his team. But if you're DxO, you need to find a way to follow up with the Astral Echo, and right now they don't feel comfortable doing so.
And we have to remember, Izanami can always be stealing that Astral Echo as well. Most likely his ultimate of choice, since AOG puts him in a bit of an awkward situation. That vision game can be very useful for his team as well.
Also helps Ivan grab his target with a Tsunami Slam.
Yep.
So double-edged sword.
This is gonna do a lot of damage to Izanami. Star Shatter just barely misses there. Good dodge to make sure he's not picked off here. Another Astral Echo comes out. Amal gonna block the shot. They need Izanami alive for the next Lord.
I like the direction that this guy is going with Casilda to ignore the Thunder Bell, right? Antikyra straight into a Silence Rope. All he needs to do is to run at the right targets, and in this case, run at MLQT as much as possible. But that is under the condition that MLQT hasn't gotten all his items yet. At one point, once the Sea Halberd or Malefic Roar comes out, Siska is going to start to melt. First Lord controlled by Homeboys.
But the concealed play comes out from the flank. They're looking for Vel. He's able to jump away, though. That's a lot of resources spent by DxO. They don't have enough to continue. Astral Echo comes out. AOG gonna land on top of Amal. MLQT secures the Lord. Meanwhile, the Alpha Spear gonna push them back. Vel gonna sacrifice himself to buy space for Homeboy. But here comes the Ogi Shadow kill. Demon picks up Ivan. Amal trades for Siska, but it's a double kill for SkyZ. It's an Nami! Whoa! Forward! And the killing spree from MLQT. It's a 1-2 combo from the Homeboys core.
Sometimes it's Ivan and Vel, but other times it's Izanami and MLQT. The Wesker swap from this Beatrix, a flicker into the face of Storm and Skyzer, and just blast them with the Shrapnels. Homeboys really saving that fight because DxO, they had it all figured out. Siska was straight up running in their face. Homeboys could not really get the right targets. But DxO, they moved on too far forward. They forgot about MLQT's presence in the fight. He dropped his full combo, left the fight, and came back to clean up the scraps.
That was beautifully done. And like you mentioned, Husky, DxO had control of that fight. I thought it was a mistake for Izanami to try and go back in, but he knew something we didn't. Ivan now once again jumping in, pulling the Hilda out. AOG comes in, Winter Crown denies it from Izanami. Star Shatter doing a lot of damage. SkyZ finishing off Izanami finally, but MLQT is now the problem. Beatrix mega kill.
Rasi saving Siska with the conceal. He literally walked away. One HP came in.
A lot of damage. Winter Crown comes out. Wind of Nature. Beautiful denial from the Homeboys. Vel now left alone 1v4. He's in trouble. He doesn't have his skill. Vengeance comes out. Renner snipe. Skyzen nearly dies, but he's able to snipe back the CC in return. And now MLQT overextends. It's a shutdown from DxO.
You can see the grin on MLQT's face. He knew that once that Renner shot didn't get the kill, it was over. Siska was on his tail. So DxO finds the equalizer, and it all started with Rasi saving Siska. Kimin, solo kill down bottom by Amal.
You walked into the wrong neighborhood, kid. Amal finding Kimin in a good position there, but not the best timing because the Lord is still 50 seconds away, so he will be able to respawn in time to join his team for it.
Oh, the fact that this first game is coming down to the wire. A bit of reminiscence to the PEM DxO. Now we start to understand how they were able to take the series off of Homeboys in that tournament. The purple buff secured by Amal. This bit of Alpha to push it away out of Stolen's reach. And now we hit that late game phase, or at least close to that late game phase. Lightning, Truncheon out for Storm in even more wave clear, but on top of that, the burst damage. Ivan committing a flicker but couldn't grab Storm.
And now he's actually in an awkward spot. Siska gonna chase him down with the Astral Echo. AOG cuts him off, and the fish is dead. Skewered by DxO. Spear of Alpha comes in on Rasi, but the right one is alive. And MLQT has to pop the Wind of Nature. He's being jumped on. He has to push away as well, but look at the front line. Valentina doing so much damage with SkyZ with the triple kill already. Siska chasing down MLQT. A final dash gets him out of danger, but so much damage has been done, and the Astral Echo stops Vel once again. DxO has regained control.
They have not just regained control, but now they have full authority of the state of the game. Once more, Siska runs in front of MLQT and makes sure that this Beatrix, hey, you only get to make a hero play once. For the rest of the game, I will not allow you to get any damage in. The moment Ivan goes down, Melkuti unleashes his full combo, and they don't get a kill. Siska runs straight at the Beatrix and locks him out of the fight. DxO gets the second lord of the game, and it's time for them to do some serious damage to Homeboy's base.
We are seeing a much closer game than I think any of us could have imagined here. Everyone on the edge of their seat as DxO right now on the cusp of denying game one from Homeboys after an incredible performance yesterday.
Incredible stuff. I think on top of that is also DxO, they might be able to just deny the ongoing perfect streak for Homeboys, right? I came into this thinking that we might go 2-0, but hey, right now I've changed my mind. I want that full 3 game. Lord from top side, bottom tier 2 is going to go down eventually to the super minions.
They certainly deserve to go a full series based on the way they're playing right now. Astro Echo comes in once again. AOG connects right in front of the base though. So Razi is too far out. He gets picked off straight away. And Homeboy takes no casualties. The Lord will go down. Ivan jumps forward looking for the pull. Doesn't commit the Tsunami Slam. He sees the immortality on Siska.
One thing that DxO needs to always keep in mind is that you have this Kalea on the side of Homeboys. No matter how far you are, if the Kalea isolates you from your team and you have a decked out Melqt, you are going to evaporate. But on the other side, Amal lost what, 70% of his health from one shot off the Star Shatter. So if anything for DxO, I think they know what the playbook is. Astro Echo, Star Shatter, Depth Sonata, we poke out Homeboys, we make sure that they never get the jump on us.
With late game, Granger Cecilion was a combo because of its poke potential, and now we have Granger Novaria providing even longer range melting of HP, which means that Homeboys cannot afford to delay their engages too much lest they lose too much HP before the fight even begins.
We'll go to the phase of the game right now where that goal you get matters lesser and lesser. Rasi just picked up his immortality, so both front lines of DxO have that second life. But more importantly, you did point out at the start of the game, Sadafa, that if you are a Kalea, you want bush control, but I think that window has sort of passed. DxO, they're controlling every single one of these blind spots.
It's very difficult for Ivan in this position here, especially with Storm around checking bushes and opening up the map. This entire game has not been able to find the effective catches that he was making in his previous performances, and because of that, we are looking at a pretty even game now. Still, only a 1k lead for DX, and we are 16 minutes in.
And not only that, they have to also start contending with side lanes, right? For DxO, you have Novaria and Hayabusa that can safely deal with side waves, and unless Homeboys can get a concealed play from Ivan to find that kill, to find a pick-up, it's not going to be easy. And now Homeboys have control of the Lord. DxO will look to contest.
They're looking for it. Astral Echo comes out. Conceal as well. Going to be cancelled straight away. Rasi does get one taunt, but it's not quite enough. Siska now jumping in.
Ivan.
Team in. Ivan taking up the back, splitting the fight in half. Lord dropping low. UG comes in, knocks up Amal. He still gets the Lord though. And it's Rage doing a lot of damage. Revitalize comes out. Siska going to be abandoned in. Keemian looking for a pickup and Winter Crown.
Ivan
from Izanami. And Ivan's in the back line. Cuts off the escape route right into the hands of Melqt. And that is a milestone. 1,700 assists for our local Prince of Mages.
This defense for DxO is not going to be easy, but they do have Novaria Granger, so the damage is there. Izanami will walk away by stealing the Astro Echo. The Lord just spawned, and DxO, I think they definitely are still in the game, but there was minor mistakes in that Lord fight. Keeman, he committed way too early. He shadow killed when the Lord was at what, half HP? So by the end of that, his ultimate, he doesn't have the resources to keep out the pressure in that contest. And not to mention DxO, this Granger, skies at 726 stacks of the passive and 71 stacks of the Sky Piercer.
Lord gonna crash in. Mid inhibitor is now officially gone. The path to the base is open, and Homeboys are looking to take as many structures as possible. They've still got minion ways to work with. DxO is taking a while to clear up this Lord. Astral Echo stolen by Izanami, gonna be able to scout at the backline. The flicker! Tsunami on Granger! AOG defensively! They'll actually be able to cut him off though! That means Ivan actually gets picked up, and Rasi will trade his own life in exchange. Immortality gone. Rasi is down. It's now a 4v4. Homeboys targeting the top inhibitor. Izanami almost drops the Keeman, but he's able to survive. He's able to dash out. Astral Echo Echo comes in once again. Bell pops the vengeance, looking for the Hayabusa, but SkyZ with the double kill. The sniper of DXO in the backline, stopping Homeboys in their track. Kimin, Uchi shadow kill, unlucky. Jumps to the minions. MLQT will be able to walk out.
The only saving grace for Homeboys right now is that they got all inhibitors. Emo gonna get chopped in half. 4 dead for Homeboys and DXO. They're gonna try to run down mid, but MLQT will clear out that last cannon. Oh my goodness, this Novaria out of this world, and Storm just got his Divine Glaive.
The sniping coming in from DXO is too much. Homeboys spending just too much time trying to take out Rassi, and now they have to forge a base defense. Even the Astral Echo doing so much damage at this stage. Storm, as well as SkyZ, doing an amazing job of just denying Homeboys any space.
Yeah, the idea, once more, good from Homeboys. They pinged out the bottom inhibitor, but then Ivan diverted. He grabs SkyZ. Winds of Nature saved him from that full combo. The fact that SkyZ survived that in of itself is a big win for DXO. Once more, Homeboys will always have the advantage because they got all inhibitors of DXO, but DXO have plenty of ways to deal with the sideways again. They have plenty of damage to manage that. Now it's about Homeboys dancing this Lord and taking advantage of the fact that DXO have to always manage those macros.
Homeboys does have control on the Lord Pit right now, but Astral Echo instantly scouts them out. And Vengeance comes in for Rassi to open up the bushes. Ivan even going to be scouted in the Tri-Brush, so they're not going to be able to find the ambush angle.
SkyZ is protected by both Siska and Rassi too, but again, this dance can only go on so long for DXO. We saw Kimin clear out the bottom wave to extend that lane a little bit, but top wave will start stacking up. We see MLQT chaining to the Golden Staff just for more of that attack.
And he needs as much damage as possible. Ooh, Vel already taking poke damage. Astral Echo only lands on him though. Izanami in a bad spot. Vel's gonna be picked off instantly by Kimin. And even the backline taking so much damage. Izanami just segregated. Homeboys have made a positioning misplay. And the AOG forces them back to their base.
What was that idea from Homeboys? I don't really get it. Vel went in there alone and Izanami. Well, who was he trying to solo kill? SkyZ? That was never going to happen. Big error from the Homeboys. This Lord going over to DXO, and guess what? We are past 18 minutes, so big bad brother Lord is going to be on DXO's side. We might be witnessing one of the earliest and greatest comebacks that we have seen at the start of the season, Sadafa.
We may be witnessing the beginning of a brand new rivalry here. You're right, Husky. This is unexpected for sure. But DXO are playing like machines. They know what makes Homeboys tick, and they're making sure that they keep that rust building.
It is incredible that DXO was able to hold on so long. Obviously, both sides have made errors along the way, but the ones that Homeboys made were the ones that's costing them the game. We've seen multiple times when Homeboys, they made a bit of a lapse in judgment. It was during Lord moments. It was allowing DXO to wrestle back control of the game. And now this Lord might as well just nullify whatever advantage Homeboys got by taking down the entire base on that red side.
The only consolation is that Homeboys do still have all 3 of their inhibitors standing. If they play it correctly, they can definitely still hold one Lord push. But DXO, this is a great chance for them to end if they're able to continue fighting the way they have been up till now.
They're holding that top, the Lord as well, letting the Lord auto push. Stormy will get his ultimate back in around 10 to 15 seconds, even getting the Winter Crown just in case he gets caught. Conceal play from DXO.
The Lord is now crashing in. AOG to cut them off. They actually get the knock up on one. Vel is gone. Legendary streak for DXO. And Homeboy trying to back off. Immortality spent on Siska, but he is still alive. Ivan trying to buy as much space as possible, but he's a lot pressured. Oh! Storm with the snipe. Ogi Shadow Kill even picks off Homeboys in their own base. They're trying to defend as much as possible, but the Lord is still alive. And DXO take game number 1.
And Storm with the finger guns, he knew that he has accomplished it. This comeback from DXO from the brink of defeat, losing the entire base, but making smart decisions and utilizing the Novaria just as intended, not as a fight starter in the beginning, but as a deterrent. And they have always been able to find out where Homeboys were at. And you can see the control of Homeboys started slipping when these individual plays from Homeboys became desperation, allowing DxO to wrestle back control and take the game.
Unexpected is the word to describe how this game has gone. Homeboys coming off of huge momentum after a clean sweep against the JP Niners, denied of their Game 1 victory by a brand new MAL entrant. DxO have made a statement that they are true competitors here in MPL.
Yeah, they are here to play for sure. I wouldn't have expected them to for one of the biggest wins is against Homeboys, right? The Ocean Black one, sure, we're seeing the rivalry of MAL, but Homeboys taking their first loss in this fashion against DxO, that one is going to be in the record books for a while. And shout out to LaFell, who is actually currently watching. We looked at the Novaria and Granger, right? And LaFell brought up a pretty good point, which is Granger's range got nerfed, but guess who gives you range? Novaria, right? Increases the hitbox, so it kind of takes away the disadvantage that Granger is currently facing. And, well, almost a near-perfect game for SkyZ.
It certainly makes up the difference for the recent nerf to Granger, and even adds an extra bit of burst as well after Novaria got that recent, like 20-30% damage boost to Star Shatter. They were just whittling down the Homeboys from places they couldn't even see, and unfortunately, not enough burst on the Homeboy side to take out Rasi in time. Because of this, our MVP for Game 1 goes over to SkyZ. He's controlling the skies all right, and he's sniping Homeboys right out of the air.
Yeah, giving them the good old Death Sonata, 13, 11, and 4 in this game. Almost flawless. In fact, the only time he went down was, I believe, one time at the Lord Pit where he got caught. But overall, he has a great back-end staff helping him. We saw the Kalea, and we say that this Kalea is a very sought-after pick right now by all regions, but I think Coach Steel has figured it out. That Gatot pick, we see that in motion. Every time Kalea grabs someone, Rasi comes in with the AOG, superhero landing to save whoever gets caught. So, hey, you get that Tsunami Slam on my teammate. I also have my version of a Tsunami Slam.
It was definitely well done, where DxO was basically just waiting for Homeboys to make that move, because they can play the fight as slow as they need to. Rasi and Siska can both tank a lot of damage, and they both had immortalities towards that late game, making it even more difficult for Homeboys to break through their frontline defense. And at that point, SkyZ and Storm were just destroying them from miles away.
They can't even reach the backlines of DxO. And this entire game, the one thing that they didn't have a solution for was also Siska on this Hilda. Right, the time that they were able to take him down, they needed Amal, Val, and MelQT with the focus fire. But other times, if this Hilda was left alone, oh boy, Homeboys does not get to play the game at all. Not to mention that their backline is always threatened with Kimin just hovering around with his shadows, and Storm with these long-range snipes every 4 seconds. The longer the fight goes on, the worse it gets for Homeboys.
Yeah, that's exactly what DxO was banking on as well. But you really gotta give props to the way that these players were playing. Right from minute 1, they planned to deny Homeboys any sort of early game momentum, and it worked out really, really well, having Siska constantly rotate around and getting vision with Storm. Ordinarily, Gatot Rome has a little bit of trouble opening our map against something like a Kalea, but Ivan was just denied from making any plays.
Yeah, not only that, they recognized that slight weakness for Rasi, and that's why they sent Siska to help him out. Not only that, Kimin constantly handling the wave that Siska is in allows Siska to just run around the map and making life for Homeboys incredibly hard. And overall, it's just very good planning from DxO. They really have learned quite a lot, I say, from their match against SRG OG 2 days ago. But this game, the fact that it dragged out to 22, almost 23 minutes in of itself is very impressive.
Yeah, I do think that Homeboys in the end may have fallen back to comfort a little bit too much here. Prioritizing the alpha so early already gives you a hero that needs to snowball a little bit. And you pair it up with something like a Valentina and a Beatrix, who are solid picks in and of themselves, but not really the right counters you are looking for. And they were just depending on them having more solid execution to carry them to the end.
Yeah, it's a very execution-based, execution-heavy composition, right? You want to dominate the lane, go fast, go hard, and reach a point where DxO will just simply get crushed by the amount of damage output that you have with the amount of pickoffs that you provide. But Homeboys, they missed that window a couple of times. Even with the Lord on their end, DxO always makes it even. You look at the first two Lord fights, right? DxO, they have no control of the Lord, but they come in and get even trades and kills at the very end. And it's all going to be, you know, mentioned. Right here, we got Storm with the most damage there, of course, as a Novaria, but at the same time, that Roma DNA is still in him as the best wingman.
Novaria, man, really gaining stocks after the recent update. Has always been a good utility mage, but a little bit of extra damage was all she needed to bring her back into the spotlight. And then, of course, being able to set up for SkyZ, allowing him to get very, very solid GPM throughout the game. I think he only died once throughout the entire time. And we have Ziska taking the flanks, tanking the damage alongside Rasi, consistently splitting the fights in half so that DxO can take care of Homeboys one by one.
Again, yeah, Homeboys, just they didn't have the backline reach that they need. This entire draft very front-loaded, very frontal in terms of their way of engagement. So for DxO, they definitely have half their foot through the door in taking out Homeboys, repeating what they did at the Piala Esports Malaysia. And you look at the gold grab, the only time we have a big goal advantage for one of these teams is towards the very end after that Lord fight. Until that point, before that point, it was dead even.
Yeah, it was back and forth, all right. DxO did a great job of harassing and pressuring Homeboys early, but Homeboys themselves were doing a good job of keeping themselves in the game, taking it slow and steady and finding advantages where they could. Unfortunately, once DX got their power spike, once they were able to play around that late game, long-range sniping, it was very difficult for Homeboys to try and dive them because Rasi is always waiting with that AOG.
Yeah, absolutely. Even look at the first Lord that DxO got around the 13.5 minutes. That's where they start to tip the scales in terms of macro a little bit, right? And that was also the moment where we saw MelQT try to stay behind and help his teammate and ended up going down. These are the moments that I think Homeboys would look back at and probably think to themselves, we shouldn't have done that because it's giving DxO a bit too much and we didn't need to do so. Oh, DxO, kudos on them. Game 1, we've seen them play from ahead against Ocean Black. We've seen them play from behind against SRGOG. And right now, we get to see them play both from ahead and behind against Homeboys. And they definitely have both sides of the coin figured out.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that at a certain point in the game, Homeboys were going back into a style where they were just trying to make things happen. A little bit of desperation started cropping up where they were experimenting with different angles and flanks. But I do feel like in certain fights, they did overcompensate, putting themselves in really awkward positions split up from one another. I do still think their individual mechanics were on display here. There was some really good balancing of Winter Crowns and Immortalities, but DxO had the easier comp to execute once you got into the late stages.
Yeah, way easier. And you can just take these long-range fights without having to even interact with Homeboys. This was the moment that allowed Homeboys to take the entire base of DxO, but it really didn't matter much considering that DxO weathered the storm and Storm got full item and was two-shotting everyone. That maxed out percentage damage makes Ivan look like he's made of paper.
It's a lot of execution and difficulty for Homeboys to try and take that late stage of the game because in a direct front-to-back 5v5, DxO 100% comes out on top. But if you split yourselves up too much to go for the backline dive too, then SkyZ can finish off Vel before the rest of the team is able to catch up. So there's a lot of balancing that needs to happen. and Homeboys were not able to do so.
Yeah, lot of, I think, at one point they've kind of missed the window and they start realizing that DxO just has the better composition going into the late game, but I wouldn't beat myself up too hard. I think Homeboys put up a very good fight. They had control in that early to mid game. They made sure that DxO never ran away with the lead, and in fact, they were in control until that last, like, 4 or 5 minutes. Going to game 2, I wonder if DxO will still choose to take that red side, because Coach Teo, he's very comfortable playing on that red side.
Yeah, he did pretty good with the draft there, but we will see what they decide to go for here, because I do think that both sides are pretty accomplished in the way they decide to operate their drafts. Honestly, I just think we had a beautiful game 1.
Yeah, we had a beautiful game 1, just like Fairy, with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang watch and jewelry. Obviously, you can follow them at Fairy World on TikTok, but at the same time, I've heard that the leather is no ordinary leather. In fact, it is dragon leather, made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. That's why it's the official Mobile Legends esports watch, and it comes in 3 colors: green, black, and blue.
Man, that's too fancy for me. I don't even know what dragon leather is, but it sounds awesome. And it looks awesome from what we've seen from some of the other casters. They have their own. So if you guys want your own, you know, you guys can go check that out. It's a great accessory and centerpiece to your brand new look. And thank you very much to Fairy for supporting MPL. Now, let's talk about what needs to happen for game number 2.
Yeah, we gotta talk about Homeboys coming into game 2 for sure, right? It's time to shift that limelight a little bit. Homeboys, we touted them as the stronger team coming into this on paper, but DxO has still got it, right? They got that comeback in game 1. I think when we talk about Homeboys, the draft needs to be adjusted a little bit, right? We saw a lot of heavy focus on early to mid. Now, maybe it's time to put some contingency plan into what happens if the game goes late.
Yeah, I think, again, the draft was a little bit too comfortable for Homeboys. There was no real direction to it. They just went for a universal draft with heroes that they know they can play, that they know can work together. But then DxO pulled out a different strategy, right? And I think DxO is actually quite good at doing this. We even saw them do this in their first match against Ocean Black on week 1, where they completely pivoted their strategy in game 3, going for like early game invade to get that snowball. So we can see that there is adjustments possible here. So more respect from the Homeboys is needed.
Yeah, 100%. We've already seen some signs of that, right? They even banned the Khalid, which was one of Rossi's signature picks, and that's how he ended up on the Gatot pick in the first place. But I also feel like when we talk about Homeboys and Izanami, one of the reoccurring themes across these seasons is Izanami, he usually prefers to play in the utility role, very comfortable on heroes like Valentina, for example. And how is Homeboys going to adjust around that? Because so far, teams have been doing that, right? They are fine with playing around this utility type of mages, and obviously Izanami has been putting out great performances. But when it becomes a limiter, or does it ever become a limiter?
I think it is a limiter, because Valentina, back during like the heyday of Izanami's debut and the seasons leading up from it, was just a universal pick, right? And I don't think it's quite at the same fallback anymore, but let's talk about his opponent in the mid lane, right? We talked to Stone about how it feels to be back playing mid again, and he says, I really miss playing mid. Feels like a breath of fresh air, and luckily I managed to adapt everything I learned as a roamer into the current mid playstyle. And we of course had to ask him, right, any messages for your ex-teammate Izanami? And he says, good luck. Haven't gotten over you beating us at PLA Esports Malaysia, so I'm coming for my revenge.
He's halfway there. If you can beat Homeboys here, it would be an even bigger statement. Like, hey, you beat us at PM, but guess what? We beat you in MPL, and that record is going to stay in the history books forever. Very different approach in that mid lane, even in terms of hero pool. Izanami going, again, utility-based, Valentina as a staple, but we've seen Stolen really show us a couple of different archetypes of mid laners, right? We've seen the Novaria, to the Yi, to the Selena, and well, funny enough, the fact that he plays Selena is a big boon right now, because Selena is in the meta. Maybe Valir next? Maybe?
We have actually seen a Valir, I believe, in
Super
MPL
Prince.
PH. Yep. So I would not mind seeing it, but I think it is still more of a niche counter that you pick against specific compositions. It can definitely work though. So I'm excited to see what will happen here. But as we jump into the draft for game number 2, DX Soul currently holding the reins and eager to close things out in a clean sweep.
And they will have blue side. So first pick advantage for Coach Steel. Get a Fanny Matilda first a band out as well. Of course, Erpang on the other side still going to stick with the Luoyi ban. We did see even in game number 1 that Dusin was also put up on the ban list. Yeah, Erpang is going to do it once more.
So far, we have already been seeing this Fanny being banned out on blue side by DX as well. So it does create some questions about Kevin's ability to play the hero, or if they're just playing the long game right here. But Chip will be banned out on blue side as well.
Yeah, and of course, the Prince of Mage Izanami just achieved a 1,700th total assist milestone since making his debut in MPL MY Season 7. And he's also the 4th to achieve this since MPL MY Season 6. The next in line is actually Stormy from SRG OG Esports. He needs 4 more assists, which I believe he can achieve later on against MV to be the 5th one to join that Hall of Fame. Of course, alongside these two, we got Zorn, we got Yums, and we got Momo.
Yep. Got top 4 in terms of assists so far. It looks like Coach Erpang is going to be keeping the draft pretty open here, getting rid of the Hilda to deny more early game shenanigans. Now, will we see that Kalea first pick?
Yep.
It looks like yes.
They're going to get the Kalea for themselves. And let's see if Homeboys have picked up on how to do this Kalea, right? We've seen Kalea wants push control, so pick up kind of heroes, make life slightly more complicated, choke, jawhead. But we've also seen a response with the Gatot in game 1 by Coach Teo that denies whatever displacement abilities that you have by having that re-engage. Coach Erpang, they have the Granger open, Suyo also open for them. We see that they so far prefer fighters, but I do wonder if Ama would want to go back on the assassin role, which he is also very proficient at.
I think going back to the assassin role is perfectly fine here, especially since they've already banned out the Hilda themselves. Oh, going in a different direction though. The Fredrin and the Harif. And Matilda is banned.
Do wonder what will be the direction for Coach Teo. I'm looking at the Kalea, and obviously the prerequisite of playing a Kalea is also having someone that can supplement damage once you hit level 4, that can blow up your targets in an instant, right? Sort of like having a Franco or a Kaja on your side, you need a big burst damage. Beatrix was one of the prime examples we've seen, but in that mid lane, we also have the Farsa, which we haven't really seen too much of.
Yeah, Farsa Kalea is a pretty solid combination. We saw it a couple times yesterday, so I would not mind seeing that either. They're looking for counter picks. Phobius is also open for the Harif, though I feel like we'll be a little less effective against the Fredrin overall. Oh, I hear the Novaria. Looks like they'll go for the same combo that won them game number 1.
If it's not broken, why fix it? And so far, it's still early in the draft. Coach Erpang has time to remedy this. The first 2 picks not really have the longest reach, and up against DxO, this Novaria Granger, it's the same as game 1. They stiff arm you. You want to get in their face, they make sure you trade half your health bar for that.
This could be a Masha angle actually for Vel. Great hero for diving into the backline, and they already supplement tankiness with Fredrin in the jungle. Shout out to the peeps in chat who pointed that out. That is a Vel comfort pick. He was a raid boss on the hero against JP9ers yesterday. But they also need something to combo with the Fredrin. Will we see the Florin come out?
There is an option. There you go. He caught it. 10 cookies for whoever called the Masha pick in chat.
Very nice right there. Thank you to Sharing Channel. That is definitely a Masha angle for the homeboys. But without a healing support, Fredrin actually is quite squishy, right? And even yesterday, Matilda was constantly pulling Amal out of danger. So without that, it can be difficult to play this hero.
We might be gearing towards a very Ube-centric draft from homeboys. But not only that, even if you are a raid boss with the Masha, she doesn't really have the biggest health, right? And trying to find space on the map is going to be a challenge that Val needs to overcome. So all these pokes can take away whatever extra health bar that he has. And Coach Teo read the Florin pick, banning it out, making sure that you want that sustain in these fights, we're not going to give you that.
The only real healing support you can combo with this now is like the Angela, but even then, a hero hasn't had a lot of effectiveness recently, unless we suddenly see Estes get pulled out, which I would not be a big fan of. I think that right now, for the side of DX, they're just basically looking for a little bit more frontline to play around. I think the Gatot or the Hylos would still be pretty safe for them to defend the backline while Kalea's making catches. Let's see what they go for.
2 seasons ago, this would have been an Angela angle for sure for Homeboys, right? They would put Izanami on Angela, and then we go back to the whole discussion of why is Izanami even on Angela. I don't think that would be the case, thank God. So X-Borg banned out by Homeboys. You gotta get rid of some of the tank shredder junglers. So they are trying to make sure that, if anything, DxO plays the assassin, and they try to run them down early with this Fredrin Masha. But there is the Alpha still up. I wonder if Keemin will consider that, or you can still stick with the Hayabusa, which I think is completely fine.
I don't really think this is the right draft for an Alpha anymore. Homeboys are playing a straight-up dive composition at this point in time. Oh, very smart of Theo, getting rid of the Sicilian just to make sure they don't have the same sort of backline strategy that DxO is trying to play for. But let's see if it does pan out.
Yeah, so now Homeboys, they have some backline reach, but they also need another roamer to supplement that frontline bulkiness of this Fredrin. And to have the damage, you need to, well, looking at the mid to late game at this point, right? Harith needs items, Masha obviously needs her items too. So this mid lane from Izanami needs to kind of make up for that void early on. So they take the Farsa for themselves.
The Farsa denial. Okay. So Farsa will be able to match up pretty well in the mid lane in terms of wave clear to the Novaria, and actually does move around the map pretty quickly as well. But what that means is Homeboys is going to be looking for a frontline setter at this point. I don't think they can really afford to go for a healing support anymore. So something like the Cho or the Jawhead is probably what they're aiming for.
Yeah, maybe the Jawhead, or maybe the Cho. I'm thinking more of the Cho at this point. Let's see, DxO, they go for the Suyo, trying to get Team 7 on the board. Hylos as the last pick. And just like you said early on, they need someone to be in front to soak up the damage, and I think that responsibility once more lays with Siska.
Yeah, Hylos is a pretty good choice here. Allows you to engage and disengage. Actually a pretty good hero at dealing with dive compositions. The fact that he's in the EXP lane position as well means that he can actually match Val rather than standing in front, so that they always know which flank the Masha might come from.
Yeah, just sandbag this Masha as much as possible. If she wants to give you the Thunder Clap, just make sure that Siska is the one eating it up, because everyone else is going to get too tapped. Maybe not the Kalea, but everyone else. The Homeboys now needs to look for another frontline or pick off. I think the Cho is going to be the choice. Yep. So give it to Ivan.
The classic combo, Cho, Farsa, very effective, very good at working with that early game, but this means Homeboys does not have any tools of saving Fredrin if he goes too deep, and Fredrin is designed to go pretty deep here, so I think Amal might be prepared to sacrifice himself quite often this game.
If anything, I think more than half the team is going to be ready to give their life up for the Homeboys, right? Masha, Fredrin, and to a certain degree, the Cho crowd filling up the stadiums. Homeboy side really hoping that they can equalize this and bring us to a game number 3 with DxO going for the same formula but in a more aggressive manner in this game number 2. Let's see if they can give us that revenge for PEM and get a sweep over Homeboys. We're going to hop into the lineup Dawn. Right now, DxO finding themselves on the blue side and Homeboys on red looking to equalize.
The grudge match finding itself in an unexpected position with DxO currently leading the charge. 1 game up against our MPL veterans, eager to set a new legacy. Let's see if they can even things out and bring this to a game number 3.
If you are the Suyo, you're definitely going to have slightly faster clear compared to the Fredrin. He did commit. They didn't even have to commit Retribution early on, so Keemin already having a bit of a head start. We see Ivan will look for intel in the jungle alongside Izanami. They will see the Suyo right now, but DxO covering the bases once more. Good rotation from Rasi and Storm forcing Izanami away.
Ooh, getting sniped from afar there. Such is the fate of a bird. Izanami going to need to mind his positioning because Storm has proven to be a threat on this hero. This is a comfort pick for him. Even previously, when he was playing in the roam position, Novaria would sometimes pop out.
And one of the minor plus sides for having a Novaria mid lane is that you do not need your roamer to help you clear the wave, right? You clear it with a full combo. But for Izanami, he needs Ivan plus his concussive blast. So DxO will technically get to move slightly earlier. We're seeing the XP side is basically a dead lane with Siska sandbagging Vel in this early phase. If they can get Amel into the lane, maybe they can force Siska revitalize. But Rasi once more arriving at the right place at the right time.
As of this stage, I highly doubt even 1v2 Vel and Amel are going to be able to force a battle spell out of Siska. Hylos, still one of the tankiest heroes in the entire game, should be able to hold on to this lane no problem.
Now even getting a freeze too makes life even harder for Vel with Rasi standing around. Via Amel, I'm not sure if you want to stick around that area, honestly. They want to free out Vel from the lane, but it's so tough.
Amel gonna go in, energy eruption. Rasi just heals all the way back up, lands a tidal strike. Vel still has 2 HP bars. This is basically a sandbag fight. Izanami a little late to the party here as well.
They did accomplish what they came here for, though, freeing up Vel from that lane. Purple buff for Keemin. Ivan will look to get away. Turtle has now spawned. Siska has that glorious pathway. And wow, Keemin is a level hit.
Yeah, Siska just needs to stand there, and the Astral Echo Star Shatter is going to be blocked by Ivan as we see the glorious pathway come out. Better Airstrike doing some good damage, but the Tsunami Slam pulls Amel forward. First blood already to DX Soul. Vel comes in, Thunderclap aiming for Keemin. Gets the second one off, but Keemin just dashes out. Secures the turtle, going to be able to run away. Ivan finally chases him down, but what will it cost? That's going to be the turtle for DX Soul and 1-4-2 in their favor.
All things considered, they still got Keemin, but at the end of the day, it's a win for DxO. They got the objective, and they were able to get a kill for themselves, although it's not on the most optimal target, right? Siska and Rasi were the one getting the kill. Storm
trying to move around, but he doesn't have a lot of movement speed without his skill too, so Izanami gets the pick off.
Wow, Izanami didn't even have to commit his flicker for that, and forcing out Storm's flicker, so great solo kill mid-side to equalize whatever the state after the turtle fight was. But we saw a bit of the prelude of this dive comp. Amel, Vel, Ivan really just full sending into the backline to get a kill in the turtle fight. They did take Keemin down, and at the end of the day, it's still a Suyo who will clear faster. So Amel, he is going to be playing catch-up constantly.
Like, I can see the idea from Homeboys of having just 3 frontliners run into DX Soul to force them out of position, but how long can that last? And the more kills they feed into DX as well, the more difficult it will be as we get into the late game, and scaling really ramps up for SkyZ and Stone.
Yeah, feed into the machine, and even SkyZ is winning his lane against MLQT. So they don't need any sort of intervention if you're DxO bot side, right? MLQT will have to always be aware, playing behind Vel.
Trouble, Blade Surge connects, Glorious Pathway as well. Not really cutting off the Masha though. Vel down to his last HP bar, actually commits the Thunderclap, keeps it in the tower, but I think he should have just ran. That was a mistake.
I think so too. It probably would have been, I would be a lot more hopeful if he turned on to Keemin, but he turned on to Siska instead. And Siska just ate everything up. So this lane is completely shut down by DxO.
That's a weird misplay there. I also feel like he might have been going for Keemin. Speaking of, he'll be able to dash away just fine. Rasi zoning out Amel. Feathered Airstrike comes in. Tsunami Slam once again on the Fredrin right into the Blade Surge. And they're gonna just zone him off the team. Ivan is there though, gets the save, gets the kick onto the horse. Thunderclap comes in. Rasi's still alive though. And Vel chases him down, flickers forward, gets the Thunderclap, but they'll trade for Ivan in the backline. And now Vel stuck under the tower. It's a 1-for-2, but Keemin, why are you there, my friend? That's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, and a shutdown for MLQT, giving him the Starlium sight. That it's quite a goal swing for Homeboys. MLQT needed some sort of injection with how the state of his lane has went against SkyZ, and now I think he's gotten that injection. Homeboys once more sacrificing Vel, full sending into Rasi, but at this rate, if you're Vel, you get these 1v1 trades, you get the goal in, eventually you are going to be the raid boss that DxO fears. So Homeboys are willing to take that risk, and they're making some profit out of it.
But compared to game 1, I think they can afford to be... Oh, Ivan looking for the... Beautiful flicker from SkyZ. Ivan can only stand and watch. He knows he's been outplayed.
That is fine. They still got the bottom tier 1. Now you free up MelQT. Finally, he is freed from his shackles of this Granger matchup. Even cutting down the goal deficit to just 1,000. Just like game number 1, Homeboy is keeping it even.
And so far, things aren't actually too bad for Homeboys, but they ideally don't want to be behind. Remember, this is Novaria Granger. The X-Soul in a... Ooh, Kevin. That was a good attempt from MelQT. Almost sniped the turtle, but the X-Soul will still secure it.
The first line of priority are out as well. Dom Ice for Rasi came in with the War X2 at 6.5 minutes. The timing couldn't have been better. Izanami loses his flicker thanks to Kevin mid-side.
Tsunami Slam pulls out Amal, but he's still under the tower. He's actually fine. Izanami somehow snipes Keyman in the mid lane. I think he got ganked on his rotation up top. Ivan now standing in between the tier 1 and 2, stopping the X-Soul from making anything else happen.
Yeah, so getting a bit sloppy with these movements. Keyman got the flicker out of Izanami and still ended up going down to Vel's rotation. Not the best case scenario, but DxO, they're gonna have a bit of a problem sieging structures, right? Only Harif has the capacity to walk out and burst turrets. So if the Novara is around, you can't push the lane, which is why Homeboys, they look for the top tier 1.
One thing though is that Homeboys are pretty good at playing just straight up death ball with this 3-man frontline core. That means they can just stand in between towers, zoning out DxSoul, especially in the early game, to get as many structures as possible. Looks like that's their target right now. Just open up the map as much as possible to reduce the amount of space that SkyZ can farm.
MelQT just got the Feather of Heaven. Really is speeding up the farm, getting ahead of SkyZ too. So DxO will have to start sending Siska to open up the map a little bit. He no longer has the luxury to sandbag a lane and get goal. His objective now is to find out where Ivan and Vel are at. That means Vel also gets freed up because both the side lanes have lost their tier 1.
Oh, the flicker jump from Rasi pulls out one. That is Izanami. Going to be delivered right to the doorstep of DxSoul.
Very well done. Did commit the flicker, but again, you take out Izanami. They still clear out the wave mid-side, so DxO are now trying to look for any avenues to find more. Ivan
trying to find a kick, but a good tidal strike stops him in his tracks, and ouch! Sniping, starting to build up. Storm just finished that Lightning Truncheon.
Kimi is going to take the top tier 1. Astro Echo to reveal Homeboy's mid-side, the side lanes. Once more controlled by DxO, just like game 1.
Amal though, right now, trying to control the Lord Pit. MelQT takes half his HP just from one Star Shatter snipe. Homeboy is not in control here. Siska just zoning them out. Amal trying to take the front line, concealed from the flank. Amal secures the Lord. Siska trapped in the back line as well, is chasing Storm down, and Rasi stuck between three. The Zaman Force will finish him off. Astral Echo scouts out Bell, allows the escape. Team is going to be able to dash away, but Bell comes in with the Thunderclap, picks off the Novaria, chases down SkyZ. Will finally go down, but his job is done.
Absolute hero. Vel essentially just locked out the 2 damage dealers of DxO from that fight. Flickers on the Storm, runs at SkyZ, and both of them could not contribute to that post-Lord fight, which I felt like DxO would have won with the amount of damage that they have, but Vel gave them what Siska treated Homeboys to in game 1, just by disabling that backline, by being around. And now this Lord will crash in from top side. Let's see how much damage they can do.
DxO needs to change their approach. They need someone to stand back and protect their backline from Vel, because otherwise they just have no damage to play around. Homeboys, their strategy is starting to pay off now. They're going to be able to take down their first tier 2 up top.
No Garden Helmet needed for Amal, right? He did have the Radiant and the Antique Cuirass. As long as Vel gets to the backline, Homeboys will always have the advantage. Conceal.
Rasi actually finds Ivan. Tsunami Slam finds a choke. Predator comes in. Flicker. Ivan is out. DxO not able to get the punish spell.
Wait, no.
You're very far, sir. Somehow able to dash back with the Zaman Force. No punish there, despite Homeboys' overextension.
And Homeboys blew up the side lane holy defense. Mel didn't even have to use the Purify to get out of that situation. So all things considered, Homeboys definitely getting the economical damage and having that goal lead for the first time this game. albeit not much. But DxO, they always have that pick-up potential. We saw the amount of damage that they were able to deal onto Ivan. If Ivan didn't have the flicker, he would have been picked off for sure. But it's about opening up the map. Rasi and Siska needs to find out where Vel is. You don't want to face check a bush and get 2-tapped by this Masha.
You definitely do not. That means a lot of pressure now onto Siska specifically, since even Rasi is gonna start having trouble easily walking into bushes to scout out without being ready to full commit. Homeboys have managed to narrow the goal lead, but it is actually still even, and SkyZ has not died just yet, so this Granger can still be a form of late game defense.
Malcuti just got his Holy Crystal too. Both gold laners having a flawless game so far, both 2-0. DxO are gonna fall back to just playing the side lanes, right? Send Kim into one side and have Stow and Granger deal with the other. The only difference this game is that to play the side lanes, again, you gotta find out where Masha is, and they're so far doing a pretty good job at surveillance.
Yeah, they gotta play surveillance. That's the only way they keep themselves in the game here, because a big mistake at this point gives Homeboys a direct path into the base, and then playing base defense just becomes too difficult.
Homeboys will start working on the Lord too. Ivan just got his Athena. DxO will see this, but Stone will not be there to join them. He's too far away. This might be a 4v5, and the backline is in danger. Look at where Vel is.
Vel obviously looking for flank. His goal, always looking for SkyZ or Storm. Storm playing very far back here, just to be sure. Siska gonna start doing some poke damage. Amal down to how
they see him.
Desert comes out. Vel gonna be scouted out. He cannot thunderclap. He has the flicker to escape actually, but Homeboys will commit. They get the Lord. Now DxO trying to chase him down. Siska taking a lot of poke damage as Kimin taking Ivan down. Tsunami Slam pulls Amal back. He will be sacrificed. Sky Piercer gets the execute. SkyZ with the killing spree.
Vel playing distraction, allowing his team to get the Lord, but they have to trade Amal in return and lose that mid-tier one in the process. But the fact that they got the Lord means they get to extend the game once more. DxO, we have to play defense again.
But it was a good adjustment from DxO there, specifically delaying to track the Masha, willing to sacrifice the Lord to do so. And with that, they were able to finally get a beneficial trade at this stage. Siska still being the front line. Ivan looking for the kick, but DxO not allowing it to happen. The Lord will eventually be picked off. They do eventually find one, but it's Rasi. He's going to be able to survive for a good amount of time. Will eventually go down, but the rest of DxO have already cleared the objective.
Couldn't get the Tsunami Slam, even with the bulk of his HP. So Ivan freeing up his teammates a little bit to start walking forward.
Homeboys, they'll get the first inhib of the game, but that's about all they can look for, and that's basically the best case scenario for DxO right now without their Kalea.
Yeah, it's good enough. They keep the other two inhibitors alive, once more forcing Homeboys to back off. All things considered, if Homeboys, they didn't really get much of a lead out of that, except for one inhibitor, but we did see big key items come out. Malcuti, Divine Glaive, we're gonna see Helmet for Vel, Garden Helmet for Amal, I think Winter Crown for Izanami. So DxO, they're gonna find it even tougher to deal with Homeboys right now.
Definitely, as the game continues to ramp up, while it is true that SkyZ and Storm will start doing more and more poke damage, Homeboys doesn't have to take the fights as slowly this time. They can just throw bodies at them, and that means it's completely up to DX to determine how well they're able to protect the different angles.
They've been doing a super good job so far, despite not having the best map control. But all it takes is one flicker from Vel onto SkyZ or Storm and the fight ends. That's why you see them really holding this bottom side, because that's the side without the inhibitor. Even turning on the lights in the top side jungle. I believe they caught a glimpse of Vel leaving. They will send Stone to clear out the wave. Wait for the next Lord, 30 seconds.
It's precisely for this stage of the game that Homeboys were targeting structures so much early on, but they have scouted out Vel. Tsunami Slam still gonna be saved. Last HP bar. Feather Destroy comes in. Glorious Pathway as well to cut things off. Siska trying to slow the Homeboys down. Ivan going to miss the flicker kick, so he has to get away. No kills on either side, but a lot of resources from the Homeboys.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Rasi flickered to use the Empower attack to stagger Ivan. Whatever the case is, Ivan keeps his flicker, but Rasi saves his team. And they could have killed Vel if the health bar refresh didn't cancel out the Tsunami Slam from Rasi, who now does not have a flicker and needs to contest the Lord.
We are looking at yet another close match here, ladies and gentlemen. Siska gonna get
the Lord!
off.
Oh no!
The Lord doing so much damage actually to the homeboys, but Vel now looking for the flank. Ivan already picked up, and now forward. Vel looking for Skyset, but he's not able to finish him off. Kevin stops him, but he'll throw his body for it. It's a 3-4-2. The two cores will survive, but with no front line, homeboys can freely take the Lord.
That could have gone a whole lot worse for DX Soul. The only saving grace was that the Lord was a DX Soul fan. He knocked out 3 members of Homeboys, allowing DX Soul to escape instant death. Because I was about to pick someone off. Izanami gets out. Lord for Homeboys.
That was actually very, very close. If Skyset had another Death Sonata, he might have actually been able to snipe the Lord away. And Homeboys will secure it. And now DX Soul, they're going to have to play full defense.
What a game we are having. We're looking at Storm, working towards Divine Glaive, Rasi, Twilight Armor online. So bye-bye to Burst. Amao now getting its own Winter Crown. Homeboys looking to replicate that Game 1 state by taking out all inhibitors.
The Lord gonna crashing in. Homeboys, their goal here is to end the game. If not, take every inhibitor remaining. The XOL doing a good job of keeping the Lord in place for now, but they're gonna run out of minions soon. MLQD looking for the angle. Energy Ripstone comes out. Siska dropping low defender. That's right.
What?
The horse just explodes in an instant. The XOL working on the Lord. They will actually manage to take it out since Homeboys don't have the waves actually synced up. But they should be able to get every single inhibitor here and maybe transition that into the end game. The XOL now in a 4v5 defense, but Homeboys are slightly lower on HP than before. Astral Echo comes out. Vel still eyeing the flank, but Heeman is blocking him in the absence of this guy. Ivan with the kick. Heeman is separated. Winter Crown protects Izanami as Rusty throws his own body. He'll shut down Izanami though. SkyZ still doing a great job of sniping from backline. SkyZ with the Sky Piercer defends the base from the Homeboys.
The two sharpshooters of DXO host the game together once more, albeit barely. The amount of snipes that Homeboys were taking in that base in an attempt to end the game was unreal. SkyZ and Storm peltering them with damage after damage, and the Sky Piercer kicking in finally to stop this siege. But Homeboys once more have taken down the entire base of DXO, and because of that, DXO will have to somehow try to attempt a comeback just like they did in Game 1.
It's still possible, but it's going to be from quite the back foot here. They are left with no towers on the map, which means 0 map control. And the less map control they have to play with, the more dangerous Vel becomes. They have to push out a base so slowly and in the right formation just to make sure that SkyZ doesn't lose this streak he's been holding the entire game.
Halfway through maxing out the Sky Piercer stacks too. Especially against Ivan and Amao. What a useful tool to have to just cut right through that bonus health that they possess. But like you said, Turtle up in 20 seconds. And unfortunately for DXO, it's going to be a rough uphill battle.
Homeboys looking for any sort of pickup they can find. Astral Echo will come out, but that means DX Soul once again have been pushed back to their base. And this is exactly 5 seconds before the next Lord spawns. If Homeboys can get this one, their victory is basically guaranteed.
DXO won't have the Astral Echo, and look at Vel hovering around the top side of the map. Every target he sees now is going to be juicy. He has the flicker. He can even go into Storm if he wants to, but he does get spotted out.
Rasi finds Ivan, but a good Shinpo timing, making sure he doesn't get caught with the Tsunami Slam. This is going to be a tight dance for the Lord.
Very, very tight, and the top wave is not managed properly. Storm has to deal with mid wave too, and Vel is just running around. Homeboys can do this forever, and Vel is in such a advantageous spot.
Homeboy's gonna engage straight away. Glorious Pathway comes out. Tsunami Slam finds one, but Feather Airstrike already bursting Siska. No more high-lows again for DX Soul.
And not just the Feather Airstrike, you also have 2 true damage dealers in the form of Amao and MelQT. The Praiser's Wrath can actually destroy the health bar of these Hiders because it does not care how much resistance you have. And Homeboys they're gonna hold this Lord hostage, and DxO are the ones that need to make a move.
I think DxO just has to back it off at this stage. Rasi now in danger of getting picked here. Astral Echo comes out, SkyZ poking from the back. Wave the Dragon on Rasi. MelQT with the unstoppable streak as Izanami just zones out SkyZ to make sure he cannot do any more damage. So that means he himself will have to back it off. Lord starting to go down, 50% HP. Keeman is still alive, but they have to send Stone back to defend the base. So Homeboys are keeping a tight grasp over this game-winning Lord.
And Melkuti even drops the Zaman Force. They should get this.
Astral Echo comes out once again. Keeman jumps in. SkyZ with the monster kill, but they've lost
Oh
their
my
jungler.
goodness.
MLQT doing so much damage. Izanami with the flicker forward. That's a shutdown. The first kill onto the Granger right before he finished his immortality. And I think that is going to be it. It's a 2v4 defense, and these two heroes just don't have the damage necessary. They'll even commit to picking up Siska first, but the crystal is now wide open. Siska holding for as long as possible for Rasi to come back home. It's too late though. Game 2 goes to the Homeboys.
Conclusion, Harif still good. They didn't nerf him enough. Take away 30% bonus of his shield, doesn't matter. He still 3-taps you in the late game, but Homeboy is able to pull through with the comfort draft, with the way that they have been playing so far. Fighter, tank side, utility junglers, and the Fredrin, but this time having insurance plan, having a full dive composition that just does not care about DxO's front to back.
Oh man, I am exhausted. And the series is not over. So I can only imagine the fatigue that the players must be feeling after those 2 games back to back. The rivalry is true, neither side willing to give an inch, and it all comes down to game 3.
All comes down to game 3, the rivalry, the grudge match extended to a full series, just like the Doctor ordered, just like fate ordained. But what another game that DxO and Homeboys impressed us with. DxO stuck to their guns, stuck to what worked in game 1, and almost made another miraculous comeback. But this time Homeboys have better solutions to shut it down. Bulkier frontliners that can soak up a lot more damage from these long-range snipes.
And we can really start to see how having the proper team composition really makes a difference here, where once you got into the late stages, despite his best efforts, Siska would not be able to hold the front line long enough, and Kalea is just not very naturally tanky, which means that Storm and SkyZ are constantly at risk, not just from Vel, but from Izanami, from MelQT, whenever they're able to jump forward and start diving into the back line. It's back to the drawing board, but man, it was a good effort.
Yeah, very, very good effort from DxO. Well, this time we get to visit Homeboy's camp again, and I do wonder who the MVP is, because I personally think Izanami had a fantastic game as the Farsa, right? Game 1, he lacked the damage, but game 2, all he had was damage.
That's why you gotta put Izanami on these types of heroes, man. It's still the most effective way to utilize the skill of this particular player. But let's see if they do agree who is going to be the MVP for the Homeboys. And looks like this time it is MelQT on the Harrier.
That's very understandable. He had a very rough early game against SkyZ, but game number 2 on this physical Harif, he was able to... It's actually the Harif, right? Don't get confused. This is his game 1 stat. Game 2, it was on the Harif, and I gotta say, when you reach that late game, there's nothing better than being a Harif. They were not able to touch him as long as he is healthy, as long as he gets a couple of chrono dashes off. He is just destroying health bars.
They did recently introduce in the patch a nerf to make it so that Harif is a little less durable in the late game, but the problem is still that damage, man. The damage to mobility of this hero is still so difficult to deal with, especially when you gotta break through 3 frontliners first. We were wondering if Amal would get consistently sacrificed throughout this game, but all things considered, he did not die that much, having extra bodies to share the damage with him, as well as this Masha constantly lurking out of view. Gave him the space he needed.
And Homeboys understood the assignment with Vel willing to throw his body for one trades, understanding that as much as he goes down, he's eventually going to scale up. There's only an upward power curve for this hero, and that's why you see him flicker forward, going for Rasi, going for Kimin. He does not care. And he reaches a point where he's an actual threat, where he is the one that's locking out DxO from these fights, where he's the one that, when he shows up on the map, DxO starts respecting the space.
Yeah, definitely though, in the early stages, there were mechanical misplays happening on both sides. A little bit more evident on the homeboys. I still remember Vel choosing to thunderclap the horse under the tower. I'm pretty sure that was a misaim, but that gave DxO a lot more space than they really should have had in the early stages. And if not for that, I think homeboys could have closed things out a lot easier.
Yeah, but what homeboys did to adjust to the rough early game was they started taking structures, right, to free up space for MelQT and also Vel, and forcing DxO to really start checking these bushes and making sure that the blind spots are covered. And that's how MelQT was able to come back into the game. That's how Vel was able to start demanding respect from DxO. And not to mention a couple of solo kills that we saw. Izanami getting a solo kill onto not just Stolen, but also Kimin mid-side, keeping that mid-tier 1 up. Really helped homeboys kind of survive through that rough patch.
Yeah, I think Kevin definitely got a bit ahead of himself at certain points in the game, stopping and not really thinking about his rotation path when trying to go to the opposite side of the map, or trying to dive too deep when his team isn't really built for that in the first place. Those are things that could have definitely helped if it didn't happen for DxO. But you gotta give praise over to the homeboys. Their game plan was solid. Aim for structures early so that they can open the map as much as possible and prevent DxO from playing their classic front to back.
Yeah, it's not the easiest game for Suyo, that's for sure. No easy targets to pick off and a ton of crowd control. Even when you look at the game stats, right? Like Siska once more, he's the sandbag. He's the one that's standing in front soaking up the damage, but I think at one point when the game went late, he understood that, okay, I need to tank up the average damage, but completely forgot about Amal's Appraisal's Wrath, which slammed him for, what, 2.5k in his own base, that essentially wiped him out and allowed homeboys to take out the entire all three inhibitors.
Yeah, and well, MelQT's damage is just insane in the first place. 127,000 throughout that game. They're even outperforming Stone, who is more consistently poking throughout the game. So yeah, this hero probably still pretty strong here. I think all the teams who are choosing to bypass him in the draft for some reason need to reconsider some things.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I feel like it only happens here because everywhere I go, Harif is a must pick. Even if it's not a must pick or must ban, it is very high up in the list. The fact that our teams not only sometimes not pick Harif, but we lose on Harif picks. I had this discussion with Aries from MPL SG, and he was like, how is your region losing with Harif? And I have no idea. Like, you gotta ask the players.
Our region loses with the strangest thing.
Yeah, we lose with the best, like the best in slot heroes for some reason. MVP Hall of Fame, we got Rich Guy and Carry being MelQT on the Harif, and of course this guy is the sandbag, and Stolen once more with the highest assists.
An even split between the two teams here, though MelQT taking 2 titles for himself. We don't see you there, my friend. Doing a very good job of just keeping himself safe in the back line, but in the first place, homeboys are the aggressors here. They are the ones threatening DxO, so it's a lot easier for him to just find space on the map to farm. I feel like we still gotta give some props to Amal though. He has always preferred going for these tankier heroes ever since the tank jungle meta. And we were wondering, will this Fredrin work without a healing support? And you can see why Fredrin is usually played with a healing support, because he was literally taking half his HP from the Lord Dance alone. But his job here is just to be a big body.
Yeah, and having Ivan and Vel to help him out makes the job so much easier. But as much as he didn't have the best tools, you can't deny that Fredrin is still one of the best Lord holders, right? He holds the Lord hostage with that big, that muscular body of his.
Those abs.
And this one would have been disastrous because Ivan was looking for an engagement. The Lord was like, no. DxO needs to win this. And homeboy still pulled through thanks to Vel.
Good positioning there, and Vel, of course, being a threat. Then Izanami chasing people down. I think DxO did try to do their best, but there were 100% errors on both teams for this game that didn't make it the cleanest around. and a lot closer than it needed to be at certain points. Things that I hope that these teams will fix going into the final game.
This one was kind of the deciding moment, right? Losing Heemin so early on, and Homeboys cleaning up the pieces. Of course, the item swap from Skies is slightly half a second late, but I doubt it would have made much of a difference. Homeboys giving us a game number 3 in this bout, and really turning the spotlight onto them. I think most of the region was talking about, hey, MB against SRG OG. DxO and Homeboys were like, no, we gotta get through this revenge, this grudge match first, because it is just as exciting.
They're definitely giving the people watching live here their money's worth right now.
Yeah.
This is such an incredible way to start off the day, and still so unexpected. I still can't believe what we're seeing now after it has happened. The fact that we are getting a full series, the fact that every game has been so close and dragged out so long. We can only just sit, wait, and watch and see what happens.
Setting the bar incredibly high. We got 2 minutes and 45 seconds until game number 3. We talked about adjustments for Homeboys in game 2, and they have made that adjustment despite still sticking to a comfortable archetype. But coming to game 3, I personally think there isn't much draft issue, but now it's more to how do you manage the state of the game. And I think DxO needs to really start looking at the transition between mid to late, because that's where Homeboys start taking the lead back.
Yeah, Homeboys are pretty good at adjusting for specific moments in the game, and I really love it when teams are able to pull out specific pocket picks like the Masha, which is perfect in this situation because you just threaten the double backline core of the Granger and the Novaria, so you gotta be able to find different approaches going into the next one.
Absolutely. And when you're dealing with heroes like Masha, like Saber, Natalia, Selena and solo kill, you treat them like dandruffs, right? Yeah, they're in the crevices of your skull, they're in between your hair follicles, you need someone get it out. Well, don't worry, we have the solution for you right here. Head and Shoulders, our official shampoo partner, up to 100% dandruff-free plus itch protection. You apply it over time, you're gonna get that Masha out of your head, you're gonna get the Selena, Abyssal Trap, those bugs and arrows out. It's dermatologically tested, and it goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. So if you're bad at checking bushes, hey, let Head and Shoulders check your scalp for you.
Yeah, the problem for DxO that last game was just the fact that they didn't have Head and Shoulders. They weren't able to clean out their jungle, they weren't able to clean out their head enough, and you never know when a Masha is just hiding somewhere, ready to take you by surprise. So go check them out and thank them for the support to MPL.
Yeah, I'm actually a real life example. There was a period of time where I really struggled with dandruff, and Head and Shoulders actually cleared that up. I think I was like in high school or something. So Head and Shoulders every day, all day. Check your scalp.
A proven case. All right, I see. That's the best way of telling people that it does work, and hopefully these players take the chance to try it out themselves, especially going into the next game, so that they can deal with any nuisances that might be running at them. But let's see, like, what do you think is going to happen for the draft here, Husky?
Oh boy, I feel like Homeboys are probably going to stick with what we've already seen, right? That Fredrin Alpha S kind of draft, but I do like the fact that they're opening up Izanami, having the Valentina into a Farsa. I'm more intrigued in what's going to happen on DxO side, right? For both games, they have stuck with the Novaria Granger pick. But if we take one of the elements out of the picture, what is Storm going to provide? Are we still going to see Novaria or Selena? I think that's something that Coach Steele will have to answer in this game number 3 as we head into the draft for the game that will decide whether DxO gets their revenge.
Honestly, I'm wondering if it might be worth just banning Kalea to open up the draft a little bit more.
That too, yeah.
Locking in your roamer as a first pick is not something you would usually do, and it does kind of limit the way you approach opening the map.
There were a couple of examples, I think, when we look back at SPS, and that was a time when Chip wasn't allowed to be played. Kalea, at that point of time, has always been a red side pick, right? You're always looking for Kalea +1. We have seen examples that she goes on blue side, but then she gets opened up as a flex pick. So I do agree. I want to see if that Kalea is going to get banned out so that we have more of the alternative for that blue side first phase. Airpunk did respect Storm's Novaria though, banning it out third.
Ooh. Wow. Interesting. Okay. when Homeboys banned the Novaria, it makes a lot of sense because now that they are on blue side, it's a lot more difficult for them to pull out the Masha counter pick. So just get rid of the linchpin of the strategy entirely. Because of that, you would think that DxO don't need to worry about the Masha anymore, unless they still intend to play some kind of backline duo. So, Granger Sicilian?
Yeah, Granger Sicilian. Or, I mean, Granger Selena.
Wait, Fanny is open.
It is open, yeah. You're right. All right, Amal, are you going to play the Fanny? This is a direct invitation. I feel like if you are Coach Erpang, you probably don't care about the Fanny first pick because Coach Teo has been banning the Fanny on blue side, right? So it does put into question whether they themselves like the Fanny and Harif is open. So might as well pick that up.
I think it's always very interesting when Fanny is let through because both sides just engage in a battle of wits, which is like, I challenge you to play the Fanny. No, I challenge you. And yeah, like you mentioned previously, DxO banned the Fanny on blue side. So can Keemin play the hero effectively?
This is so far is they are going to stray away from that. At least take up the Moskov first. Just give SkyZ the best possible chance. Now that the Novara is removed, you can see the change in priority, right? No more Granger first pick. It's a Moskov instead. Are they gonna open up a bit of a flex? It seems like that will be the case. Badang picked up second.
Moskov, Badang opening on the red side. This is not the first time we've seen this. It's a pretty universal opening fallback, but I'm still not a big fan of when teams go for universal openings, especially since they're still bypassing some power picks here. The Suyo, the Joy, the Haya, lots of jungle options still open. The Fanny, of course, still being left in the air.
I think this does slightly deter the Fredrin route with the amount of crowd control and disruption that DXS has. But maybe having the Matilda would enable that again, right? They picked the Matilda up. So Matilda Fred, Matilda Alpha, both are very plausible choices.
Both are good.
Oh, the Phobias! It was let through!
Alright, now this is interesting. Matilda Alpha is still a very potent opening combo, and Matilda Fred won Homeboys their game against JP9ers really easily yesterday. So the fact that they're not locking it in now means they want to force DxO into banning these two heroes in the second phase. But that has to mean they have some kind of other plan for who their jungler is going to be.
And this is basically giving Coach Teo a big headache, right? If I commit both bans to the Alpha Fred, well, it opens up everything else for the team. Opens up, you know, it opens up the draft for both Amal and Izanami. But if they kind of don't do it, then Erpang still wins out with the amount of choices he has on blue side. So Valentina will be stolen away by Coach Teo. They will start to ban out the Fredrin, and I feel like it is a must at this point.
If they ban out Fredrin and the Alpha, then Suyo and Joy will both be left open here. And it might force DxO to pick their jungler later so that they can try to counter pick. So right now, I'm really liking the way that Homeboys is approaching this draft. I think it's very smart what they've done. And they've left themselves pretty open as well by using the Fanny as bait, locking DxO into heroes that can deal with the potential pickup. They've given themselves a very good setup for Matilda.
And they also get to target Keemin's hero pool by banning out the Hayabusa. I think it's safe to assume that that Fanny is not going to be picked up by DxO anyways. So you ban out comfort picks of Keemin, right? Hayabusa, probably a Suyo afterwards. You can force him into the Joy if you want, but if he goes for the Joy, hey, guess what? You have a Phobius around to stop her if she tries to dash to your backline. He's a very smart drafting for Coach Erpang. He's figured out, and he's 5 steps ahead of Coach Teo.
Yeah, I really, really like how they're doing this right now. So now it's the question, does Coach Teo ban the Alpha as well? There is still the possibility that they just steal it away for themselves here. But in that case, oh, they do. They ban it.
They still haven't really found a solution on how to effectively deal with this this Phobius, right? Hanzo gets banned out. Now Coach Teo, pick your poison. Whether it's Suyo, whether it's Joy, there's a big purple Phobius right there waiting for you.
Suyo, Joy, Fanny, all open right now, forming a pretty good balance of heroes that counteract each other. Suyo is probably the safest one to go for here, so DXO will just keep it for themselves. But that means Homeboys can play Joy. They can still go Fanny as well, right? Because we know Amal is able to play it. It's been a while since we've seen him play it though, so maybe he's out of practice as well.
What other junglers are there? I can't think of any, so yeah, probably the sure. But there's so much magic damage if they go for Joy, so maybe Fanny's the next in line?
Unless they just pull something like completely different out of the air, right?
I'm trying to think of one.
There have been some buffs recently, right? We have Liam Ward.
True.
Ballman got buffed. I think it's still Joy though. Yeah, Joy makes the most sense.
Just overload you with magic damage. Like, why not?
Yeah, why not? Maybe a bit much, but Phobius does do physical damage, so he does still contribute there. But then the Khalid will come out, and this could be a little worrying actually. The mid trio for Homeboys is not that strong at level 1.
And there's only Circling Eagle for Stone to steal. They looked at...
still steal Electrifying Beats.
That's true. But you don't get the luxury of, you know, getting that extra shield with your dashes. I don't know, I feel like I think Erpang definitely forced Coach Steel into a spot where we need to pick Valentina so that if they pick any artillery, we get to steal it. But hey, Izanami showing off that he is now in control with the Selena pickup. In this draft, I definitely would say that Homeboys one looks a whole lot better than what DXS has. So DXS gotta somehow swim against the current. If there's a true test in this series, this one's gonna be it.
Matilda does enable very renegade playstyles of engage and disengage, but it does mean that their team fight is going to be a lot more formless and a bit more difficult to execute. Not to mention they're 100% relying on Phobius for physical damage output. So DXO have a chance to play around this, but let's see if they can overcome the power of the Homeboys and take the victory away from them.
Another thing to consider is also if this game ever goes late like game 1 and 2, the amount of damage the Homeboys has is unfathomable.
Yup, it's gonna be hard for SkyZ to hold his position against a Phobius and a Joy, all while dodging Abyssal Arrows.
And a Harriet that had 2 taps you.
Yep.
And your front lines are not the most durable. They do not want to be there when all these damage gets loaded up.
But in exchange, Homeboys are giving up a lot of early game presence, so DXO needs to get advantage as soon as possible.
They will try with Keemin. I think they haven't contested the Little Wanderer just yet, but it does force a recall from Ivan.
Yep, so far it is fine. DXO does have some pretty okay late game scaling as well. But the longer the game goes, the less effective Khalid and Badang are going to be. They're just going to be utility at that point, and Homeboys have a Matilda, so they are able to play around that.
And Vel now gets the sandbag Siska. Oh, Keemin.
Keemin gonna get caught by Vel. Here comes Amal. Junglers just hit level 4. Electrifying Beats comes out. The Flicker gonna be baited out from Siska. No kills for now.
Yeah, Keemin already behind and being faced with a lot of pressure from Homeboys, who are, like you mentioned, playing that Renegade playstyle, running straight in their face, getting that bit of that experience advantage too. Homeboys will be able to take control of the turtle first.
Yeah, the rotations need to be a little bit better from DXO, but it is a bit tough. The Valentina pickup, a bit early in my opinion, ends up giving them not a lot of mid lane prio, not to mention that they have to go into Khalid just to make up for the early game damage that their mid laner is lacking.
Now Phobius can just stand in front of DXO and actually stolen in front of Pursuit.
Vel in a bit of trouble actually, taking a lot of damage. Flickers out, Abyssal Arrow actually connects with Stove! Izanami with the first blood! Siska forced to use his ultimate just to buy some time, but Vel is just going to continue chasing him off, get the Infernal Pursuit, just luckily pushed back. Siska not going to be lucky for long. The flicker forward from Izanami, and Ivan gets Rossi behind his tier 1 and is still going! Homeboys with the Matilda gameplay, Stove finally picks him off. But what did it cost?
Costed them 4 bodies and a purple buff and a turtle. DXO taking massive, massive economical damage, losing essentially whatever initiative that they wanted to take. Storm with the Infernal Pursuit, that was great, but he puts himself in the firing line for Izanami to land arrows. Malkuti.
Oh, he may have overcommitted, but here's the Zaman Forest. Sarasi not going to be able to do much here, and this is bad news for DX. If you're losing early with a Khalid roam, you're already one man down.
Malkuti could have easily solo Rasi if he wanted to. And with Keeman now behind in experience, and Homeboys, they're overachieving in that jungle row. Amal clears his camp so fast, purple buff isn't even up yet.
Yeah, this is not good for the EXO. The goal lead is not that much, but Homeboys really shouldn't be having it, even with the Matilda roam here. Rasi is gonna lose his contribution to this game very quickly.
Very quickly, they find him again, force him out of that river. And this is pre-Flash of the Oasis, Ivan.
Yeah.
Once he gets it, it becomes 10 times harder. And not to mention that Siska right now just does not have any say in how he can play this lane. It's dictated by Vel.
Before, oh, hold on, Raging Sandstorm lands on Ivan. He just dashes out. Second Eagle comes in, Amal eyes Rasi. Quicksand Guard keeps him alive, but for how long? Abyssal Arrow even connects with Teeman, forcing him to dash out. Amal's not gonna let him escape the double kill. And now Storm and SkyZ forced to rely on tower for protection. And another free buff to Homeboys.
Oh, this game has completely spiraled out of control. It might be only 5 minutes. We can't even press the surrender button just yet, but Homeboys have gotten such a fat lead. Like this 2.2k in hindsight might not be much, but for a draft like Homeboys draft, it might as well be double the actual net worth. Getting the second turtle of the game, Keeman still gets his purple buff, but DxO, they now have to somehow be able to find where Izanami is and not get bursted whenever Homeboy sees them.
The EXO are gonna need to try and rely on some sort of mid-game funnel into SkyZ at this point, because they've already lost the chance to go for an early lead. They have a lot of setup to do it, but again, Matilda is banned often for a reason. Homeboys was literally diving tower with 3 people at 2 minutes before Flask with no Revitalize, and now they have Flask. It's gonna be even easier.
Yeah, it's so much utility that Homeboys has. Just gonna start to build on that goal advantage. Side lanes freed up once again as Vel finally starts moving around the map. Siska always a step behind. Might be looking for bot side.
Yep, Circling Eco comes out on Rasi. Abyssal Arrow just barely dodged. Rasi now gonna pop that Quicksand Guard. Homeboys rotating 4 people down bottom. And Vel even zoning out Stone. He can tank a lot of damage here. Just gonna be jumping between the members of DxO.
Siska even use his ultimate to stagger Vel, but Vel does not care. As long as Ivan is around, he can always back off.
Abyssal Arrow gonna miss, but it doesn't matter because Storm is dead. Crushed under the weight of Vel. Quicksand Guard will not keep you alive against a 4-man dive. Vel will finally fall, but he trades himself.
Oh my god.
And Homeboys is just running them down like they're an unstoppable steamroller.
Homeboys is actually colonizing the base of the side of DxO right now. This map does not belong to DxO. They own nothing. Homeboys taking whatever they want. The buff is theirs. What was once DxO's now all belong to Homeboys. Draped in green and white. And this entire game has fallen apart. DxO have no say, no way to dictate how this game goes. They gotta pray for some sort of miracle, some godlike full 5-man engaged by Siska and Rasi, and pray that they have the damage to take the kills.
It really is just about hoping. And oh, Abyssal Arrow connects. Stone has to dash to escape now. They just have to surrender the turtle at this point. Homeboys are in full control, and now they're looking for Team, and they found him! Izanami with his map presence denies the EXO again.
And MelQT, he is just standing right in front of the faces. Like, what are you gonna do? You can't kill me, but I can kill all of you if I want. Look at that, they proxy the wave topside. Again, DxO, it might be early, but prayer is all they have right now. Full combo, maybe SkyZ comes in with the SOD and just gets a Savage with the passive pierce damage. You know, he just got his golden staff. It's not even a Holy Trinity yet.
And it's already going out of hand. I also really love Vel's build, going for that Dreadnought into the Blade Armor. point blank Abyssal Arrow as well. Homeboys are so far ahead, and Vel is itemizing specifically to prevent SkyZ from coming on a line, because that's really the only threat they have to worry about.
Vel is so far ahead that SkyZ is going to kill himself if he hits well.
Comes in, Abyssal Arrow lands. Once again, Amstomi has the flicker out, but he just ends up dying straight away. The fist break is good. Vel gets sacrificed, but MLQT is going crazy. Double kill on the hurry, and the timer is close. Abyssal Arrow connects on Kimin. Izanabe, the Maid Prince, is making a statement, and he gets shut down, but well, job's done.
Ace, gotta donate a little bit, right? SkyZ gets the kill, big shutdown goal for him, but it's not even remotely close to bringing DxO back into the game. It stems the bleeding, but the wound is still pretty fresh and deep. DxO bleeding out regardless. When you look at the instant replay, is engaged. Homeboys having Ivan to support them, an arrow into circling Eagle, the chain crowd control, and the amount of damage that they have is so much. We saw a good attempt to counter engage from Siska, but they just do not have the damage. SkyZ pounding away with his spears, but none of them are hurting Homeboys enough.
That was a 3-man fist crack right in front of their inhibitor, and DxO couldn't do anything with it. They just don't have any damage to work with right now, and Homeboys knows it.
Every time Siska tries to trade with Vel, Vel just counter-engages with the Infernal Pursuit. He's helping Vel get the passive online quicker. Holy Crystal for Mel. They're going to go to the top side. Kimin will recall in time, but that means they give up control of Lord.
They have no choice. They literally can't touch them right now. Homeboys are so far in the lead at this stage. Good attempt with the Spear of Destruction, but Homeboys will get the Lord.
If DxO can stall out this Lord without taking much damage, maybe they will have a bit of a chance. And I say it very loosely, because DxO, they need a whole lot more to even have an opportunity. And SkyZ will be the only one that they can rely on. Kimin is essentially just locked out of the game at this point, and they need to rely on Siska and Rossi to hold back the horde of Homeboys, but it's not easy.
The weight of the world on their shoulders. Ivan just constantly being torn in their side. Homeboys, they don't have anything to be afraid of. They could even make a mistake at this point and not really have to worry much, because DxO doesn't have the tools to punish them for it. Now they're syncing up all 3 waves with the Lord.
Kimin used the Retribution on the Catapult, so that means this Lord is going to come in healthy.
Gonna come in very healthy, along with 3 waves of synced enhanced minions. All the holy defenses are down in an instant. Rasi doesn't even tickle Vel at this point. LQD pauses Summon Force, tries to chase Dome down. He's able to run away. Raging Sandstorm lands on 3, but again, doesn't do anything. The Lord is eventually cleared up though. DxO doing a good job of holding their inhibitors intact, but Homeboys are still sticking around.
In any other situation, DxO would have gotten a kill or 2, but Homeboys were just too far ahead. But this is the best case scenario. They keep all the structures alive. They've survived the first horde, the first true siege of Homeboys. All inhibitors remain standing. DxO now will try to open up the map a bit more with Rasi and Siska. Step on all the traps. Make sure that your cores are protected.
They need to just create some time, some space, so that SkyZ can get his Trinity and maybe a Malefic Roar on top of that. Then he will be able to do some damage, especially if Siska is able to find a big fist crack again. But
I mean, look at the damage that we're ranking.
Oh,
Ivan, I'm surprised that Amel dealt the least damage on Homeboy's side, but I'm more surprised that Ivan is 4th in ranking.
That damage chart was not split by team intentionally.
It's an actual representation of how behind DxO are.
It's an accurate representation of the economic disparity between the 2 sides here. Look at how rich Amel is compared to Kimin, and he hasn't really even needed to do much. His damage done is the lowest because the rest of Homeboys are doing all the work already.
It's like, Izanami is killing the targets too fast. Divine Glaive for MelQT, so good luck trying to stand in front of him right now if you are Rasi or Siska.
Rasi actually very far out here. Raging Sandstorm to get away. DxO has to play so afraid, play so safe, and it actually is the correct thing to do because they cannot contest right now. Homeboys are just chasing them down and letting Amel handle the Lord himself.
at this four-man squad, four-man battalion across the map. SOD actually connects, but no opportunities for SkyZ. Another good attempt.
Ooh, fist crack on two. MLQT in a tough spot, but shielded again by the Matilda. Zaman Force comes out. Rasi has the flicker away. Almost burns to death. Kevin can't even find the flank.
I feel like MLQT had a flicker. He would have committed to that, but no need to rush. Second Lord instantly spawns bottom side. They hit the timing just right at the 14th second of the minute. Now all three waves are going to get synced up. This push is going to break all structures.
Oh boy, it all comes down to this. Can DXO hold? Abyssal Arrow launches this guy straight away. Zaman Force comes out. MLQT doesn't commit though. He plays it safe, goes for the inhib. Instead, bot and mid tower are gone. Lord is still very, very healthy. Spirit Misery connects, but they can't follow up on it. That's the final inhib gone. It's a 5v5 defense, but DXO probably don't even amount to one person as this guy's gone. Killing spree to Amal, and now Bell is in the backline. MLQT is a mega kill. Ivan gets one for himself even as Homeboys clear out the trash and take the series.
No revenge for DXO, not even on the MPL stage. They got game one, but Homeboys made sure that the message is clear. They are still the superior team, and this time in basically a royal beatdown, not giving DXO any opportunities, any space to breathe. A vice grip at the start of the game up until the very last moment. As you see the fleeting life just vanish from DXO. I think by the 5-minute mark, this game was already almost done. Done and dusted. MVP of the match, gotta give it to MLQT. Superb performance in all three games, even in the game that they lost.
And many impressive performances by the players of Homeboys, but the most consistent was definitely this man right here. I think he only had like one death. I don't even know if he had one death throughout the entire games outside of that first game there, because he was able to farm so clean, so safe, and just become an absolute late game monster.
Just happy to see him back in MPL. From MPL to MAL under Barracuda, better, and then dominating MAL almost, and then coming back to MPL. Welcome back, one of our few kings in the gold lane. And what a performance, right? Even when they lost to SkyZ in lane, he still recovered. Well, without further ado, let's throw it to Sith on stage to talk to Homeboys about that win.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada caster kita English dan juga Malay, dan berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada Homeboys. Lepas tewas di pusingan yang pertama, Montada comeback Israel. Itu yang dilakukan oleh pasukan Homeboys. Dan sekarang ni bersama dengan saya dekat sini, kita ada Val, The Explainer, dan juga MVP untuk perlawanan kita hari ini, iaitu MLQT. Tapi kita nak borak dulu dengan Val lah. Okey Val, apa khabar? Sihat kan?
Sihat.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, alright. Ini kali pertama kamu bermain di luar Indonesia, betul?
Ya, betul.
Jadi, apa perasaan sekarang ni bermain di MPL Malaysia, bermain dengan pasukan Homeboys? Apa perasaannya?
Senang sih. Sampai sekarang masih ya puji Tuhan win streak. Semoga kita bisa ngelanjutin win streak kami.
3 kali berturut-turut ya, 3 kali kemenangan ya.
Cuma hari ini gak puas karena ini bukan gameplay kami. Ini gameplay terburuk kami lah.
Okey, bercakap tentang gameplay, apa yang berlaku di pusingan pertama, game yang pertama tu?
Sebab kami semalam makan ayam top global, lepas tu jadi bodoh. Sakit perut sampai sekarang.
Sakit perut. Hari ni dah boleh makan kumula. Esok tak ada game. Hari ni boleh main. Okey. Okey, boleh ya. Tapi untuk pusingan yang seterusnya bisa buat yang terbaik ah.
Ya, bisa ya.
Okey, kalau kamu lihat sekarang ni, kamu sudah berhalawan dengan 3 pasukan kan? Kesemuanya dapatkan kemenangan. Jadi, apakah perbezaan yang kamu rasa ketara daripada MPL Indonesia dan juga MPL Malaysia? Dari segi formatnya kah? Dari segi penontonnya kah?
Kalau di Indo, kalau di stage mungkin Malay lebih besar. Cuma kalau penonton lebih ramai di Indo.
Populasi ni pun berbeza. Okey, terima kasih kepada Val. Okey, kita berikan kepada MVP kita MLQT. Alright, game yang pertama tewas. Tapi masuk game yang kedua, masuk game yang ketiga, dapat dapatkan kemenangan. Apa yang berlaku dekat player room ketika nak masuk game yang kedua tu especially?
Dekat player room tak tahu sebab yang lain dah buang apa yang patut dibuang tadi sebab sakit perut yang derang semua. Aku tak ikut.
Tak boleh makan pedas?
Tak boleh makan pedas.
Makan pedas. Tapi okey, sekarang tadi ada interview bersama dengan Kimin dan juga Siska. Dia cakap diorang dah bantai korang dekat Piala Esport Malaysia. Kali ni korang berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan 2-1, tapi diorang still mampu untuk curi 1 poin. Tapi dengan kemenangan ketiga berturut-turut, adakah korang nak cakap yang Homeboys dah datang semula dekat MPL Malaysia?
Apa? Ya, datang.
Dah memang dah tunjuk lah. Okey, persediaan untuk lawan dengan opponent seterusnya.
Opponent seterusnya siapa?
Tim Ray.
Tim Ray. Untuk Tim Ray, good luck, have fun. Jangan terlihat sangat sebab menang juga.
Oh, okay, alright. Kita lihat sekarang ni stadium. Kalau daripada side pasukan Homeboys penuh dengan penonton. Apa yang MQT nak katakan kepada peminat-peminat Homeboys, kepada Flameboys yang tak henti-henti memberikan sokongan kepada anda?
Kepada peminat-peminat Homeboys yang di rumah tengok live, yang datang sini support kita orang, terima kasih banyak-banyak. Teruskan menyupport kami. Penyupport DX pun terima kasih yang datang. Thank you.
Alright, once again berikan tepukan kepada Homeboys. Alright, jadi itulah kemenangan dilakukan oleh pasukan Homeboys. Mereka berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan ketiga berturut-turut. Tapi kita akan kembali bersama caster kita untuk menyelam dengan lebih dalam apa yang telah pun berlaku game sebentar tadi.
Thank you very much, Sith. Of course, Vel and MelQT on the stage. We heard the mans, we heard the boys. And the MVP of this series belongs to MelQT. Deathless in both Game 2 and 3 on the Harib. Perfect performance, absolute dominance. Game 2 fell behind, came back, but Game 3, he was ahead the entire time.
Homeboys have definitely been looking pretty good this season thus far, but it shows that they are not quite at that perfect level yet. There are still cracks in the armor that can be exploited, and that's how DX were able to catch them off guard in game number 1. But solid adjustments, and I still really love how Coach Erpang approached the draft for game number 3 to really force DX Seoul into a rough position. But all of it wouldn't have been possible without the players, including MelQT himself. No deaths in game 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's also pretty interesting, right? Fanny was ignored the entire draft. Coach Erpang just knew where the pain point was, starting it off with a Harif and then follow it up with the Matilda Phobius and forcing DxO to play their game. And it was indeed their game, 16-4, 14 minutes in, but the game might as well been over 5 minutes in. A 13k goal lead for Homeboys.
Like game 1 and game 2, it was a bit of a slog. It was a bit of a struggle. Both teams just going back and forth until they finally got that victory. And in game 3, we pointed out how important it was for DX Seoul to have some kind of early lead. And Homeboys knew it as well, so they just made sure they could never have it.
Yeah, a Novaria ban also made a lot of that difference, right? Completely changed the approach with DX Seoul and forcing them into these very safe opening picks. We see the Badang as well as a potential flex. Didn't really work out well, but for DX Seoul, I think once more, they were up against a very experienced team. There were a lot of takeaways from this series against Homeboys. It's just that Homeboys, when push comes to shove, when it comes to the marathon, they were able to outlast DSO with just their wits alone, having a lot more options, a lot more in their arsenal.
Yeah, we wondered about fatigue. We wondered if these players would still be able to operate at full power after 2 very long games. And Homeboys proved that they are fully capable of that and even switching it up. And that's what you need to be able to perform on the MPL stage. But you gotta give props to DX Seoul. This is a team made up of very new players, and they were able to really give Homeboys a run for their money.
Yeah, and you know, again, the veterancy of the team, Rasi Storm, Coach Teo being able to keep their heads in the game. For some of these young players, their first appearance on the MPL stage, right? SkyZ, Kimin, Siska, they've been able to slowly pull their weight. It is going to take some time, maybe another season, before we see them kind of develop into full-fledged, MPL players. But for now, the development is going down a very healthy path. Game stats-wise, for Game 3, really not much to go about. It was Homeboys all the way.
Yeah, it's a great start here for DX Seoul, but an even better one for the Homeboys. They're looking at another victory here. Not as clean as they would have hoped, but a good demonstration of where their limits lie. I think this is one of the teams to be really wary of when it comes down to the draft, and the EXO fell into a lot of those same traps, using Fanny as a form of bait, having the Masha be banned out even when it's not necessarily a counter to the draft they're intending to play this time, and then forcing the bans on Alpha and Fredrin after the Matilda was shown in the first phase. All of these things set Homeboys up for a great game 3.
Yeah, genius from Erpang. Hall of Fame for this game got Rich Guy for Amao. Obviously, carry goes to MelQT, Rasi being the sandbag, and Ivan, best wingman, 13 assists for this Matilda.
You can't give him Matilda, man, and he's even good on catch roamers as well. So I think you just really can't give him heroes that are able to open up the map that safely. I'm also really happy to see the growth of Amal. We've always wondered in recent seasons about, like, is his hero pool solid enough? Is his execution lacking? But turns out he just needed the right support system to play around with. He's been playing so many different jungle heroes and he's making them all work.
Yeah, he at one point we dubbed him the jack of all trades, but also the one that hasn't been able to find the right team, right? And you know, having Izanami join him on that journey, they both have this same, you know, growing pains in the past few seasons. Really is coming back full circle in a very touching manner, where Homeboys, they are still winning all the series, albeit no longer a perfect 0 loss, but at the end of the day, in the grand scheme of things, for Homeboys, things are looking very up for them, right? If they keep this up, they're going to qualify for playoffs in no time.
Every single clip we see here in the highlights is just Homeboys running it down mid, and mid lane is meant to be one of the hardest lanes for you to try and contest when the side lanes are still open. Homeboys just says, watch me. Just watch me. I'm going to do it. And they're going to do it. All right, DXO didn't know what hit them.
It's so hard to deal with this. It reaches a point where they're like, okay, usually turrets are a deterrent, but turrets, let's test out how good your turret is. Apparently, it's not good enough. I think most of the damage structures dealt were to the shields of the Matilda.
So, Matilda's still so good.
But some heroes in ML are just designed in a way where they're way too good, right? There's no in between. You nerf them too hard, they become entirely irrelevant. But you give them a bit of love and they become too good.
It's too good. The Matilda just enables so many different compositions. She provides mobility, she gives you map vision, and so much shield, especially with that Flask of the Oasis as well. There's a reason why teams just do not allow this hero to go through. And it's even worse in this case because Homeboys were able to pick up Matilda in their second phase, right? After the Hurry.
Yeah. And it gives you damage, right? How many roamers can walk up into lane and take away half your health with a Soul Bloom? I don't think so. I don't think much roamers can do it from a safe distance, nonetheless. So Homeboys once more extends their winning streak with a reverse sweep over DXO. But for DXO, it's gonna be back to the drawing board. There's a lot more that we want to see from DXO. I think a lot of the fans now have a lot to expect from DXO with how new, how fresh they are coming into the league.
We have to know Homeboys so far is demonstrating themselves to be one of the stronger teams in Season 15. And DXO did a pretty good job up against them too. So their next opponents need to be prepared.
Yeah, a lot to be expected. But for now, we're going to close this chapter in this first best of 3. Homeboys 2-1 over DXO. But coming up is Selangor Red Giants OG Esports against Monster Vicious. We'll be back with that best of 3 after this break.
Mati, minus one.
Alpha Nulti. Kalian dulu.
Bea 1 HP.
Alpha Nulti.
Kalian lo, kalian.
Alpha.
Balan red push.
Nice bang.
Mid.
Istighfar Jit.
Apa? Oh, mati kau. Flicker battery. Flicker Bea. Flicker battery dengan Balan. Flicker Balan.
Balik.
Aku sangkut dah ni. Tak apa.
Nice. Gak apa-apa. Balik aja. Nice, Nel. Nice combo.
Percobaan apakah itu?
Domir.
Dicari kau, dicari.
Ada lot, santai.
Mid.
Boleh. Kalian lo.
Mid. Kali ya. Oh, nice.
Si Patrick. Aku tahan Patrick.
Tahu. Hero.
Bolehin. Nice.
Kalau konsisten begitu Ska.
Cipar saya guys ya. Simi. Aku lihat, tengok aku. Nice.
Coba kiri ya. Coba kiri.
Atas.
Relay king.
Coba backup.
40 my ulti.
I think I just sniped up then Lord.
Ya.
Ambil atas.
Depan bisa nggak? Ini bisa gua kick sih, mati nggak tapi ini? Boleh. Jom. Lihat gue guys. Lihat nih. Kena zone. Belakang dia kena zoning. Depan ya. Belakang dia kena zoning. Nice.
Gua nggak bisa lagi ya, sabar.
Santai lagi ya Mel.
Aman. Enak.
Enak. Nice. Main santai ya.
Kita perlu santai aja.
Mau mid. Ayo, boleh sih. DM Mal.
Jom.
Tengok aku. Ayo Vel. Kena ya kok.
Dah, mati. Nice. Tengok,
Sabar.
Aman.
Pancing pasif.
Boleh pasif.
The Joy.
Dari bawah.
Obvious wants to flicker in. Sound skill.
Aku stun.
Oh, kena lele tu. Tu kena lele. Astra guys.
Arrow.
Guys, fokus bawah, bisa perang guys.
Sabar, atas dulu.
Konti.
Emal.
Batang. Gue batang guys, nih.
Tak apalah clear mini ni.
Aman aja menang ya.
Udah menang kan.
Nice.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。 第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Jom hebatkan harimu dengan 100 + 0. Cuba, try, taste 100 + 0. Hey.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。 今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Hello guys, kami daripada Todak. Saya Zaim Sempoy. Saya Zaid. Dan kita orang akan rating makanan dekat bazar ataupun makanan di bulan Ramadan ataupun Raya lah. Okay, first aku ada serunding. Serunding aku tak minat, so aku bagi F. Tak suka.
Dekat tangan aku ada sate lah. Ini kira favourite lah.
Favourite apa?
Favourite aku. Kenapa kalau tak ada S lah?
Oish.
Dodol. Tak menarik lah. Bawah.
Kau kena John? Belum. John dulu jaga roti. Ni kat aku ada roti John. Ni makanan bazar ni. Aku rasa aku letak D lah. Sebab ada, tak ada sudah.
Aku sirap Bandung cincau ni.
Sirap Bandung cincau.
Bandung cincau. Aku letak S juga. Sebab aku rasa ramai orang cari juga air manis time bulan Ramadan. So atas S.
Dekat tangan aku pula ayam percik.
Kenapa kau semua dapat yang berbakar kan?
Memang healthy. Aku kurang lah dengan ayam percik ni. Jadi aku letak dekat.
Kau kurang?
Ya, aku tak suka sangat.
Okay, next. Ini normal, semua orang tahu. Ketupat. Nasi impit.
Okey, nasi impit.
Nasi impit.
Nasi impit.
Si biasa-biasa.
Kat aku ada ni, Ban.
Ada apa?
Rasalah ketupat ini dengan remangnya sekali.
Oh, remang.
Oh, tukar lirik. Ni aku kurang minat sebab dia macam sticky sikit. Aku tak minat lah. Aku letak E juga.
Aku ada murtabak lah. Kalau aku kurang, aku kurang juga sebenarnya. Tapi okey lah. Sebab kadang dapat murtabaknya tak sedap.
Isinya tak banyak.
Aku next daging rendang. Daging rendang. Favorite.
Last, ada makanan bazar ni tepung pelita lah. Stapler ni jangan Yang buat gambar ni boleh Jangan jual ke stapler. Kau tahu stapler tak boleh Ban?
Tahu.
Bukan dia cakap tak tahu.
Tak tahu. Kenapa tu kah?
Tak tahu. Okey. Jadi sebab dia biasa-biasa je aku letak sini lah.
Makanan last untuk go.
Apa?
Last. Ketupat. Ni baru betul lah ketupat. Sama lah dengan ni. Kurang. Itu saja rating kita orang untuk makanan raya guys.
Betul. Memandangkan bulan ni bulan raya lagi, kita orang nak mengucapkan selamat hari raya kepada MPL MY.
Selamat hari raya, maaf saya dah batin.
Memandangkan aku tak raya dekat rumah.
Okey.
Kau tak salah minta maaf aku lagi. Okey. Tak. Lutut. Kau abang kau. Okey.
Sama hari raya mak saya dah batin.
Okey. Aku tahu kau buat salah tapi jangan lebih-lebih lah. Season ni aku bantai kau.
Okey.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Jom hebatkan harimu dengan 100 + 0. Cuba, try, taste 100 + 0. Hey.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Renung terpaksa, api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simas. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Kita masih lagi berada di hari yang ketiga untuk minggu yang kedua, mana kita bersiaran secara langsung daripada Stadium Juara. Selamat kembali ke dalam MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-15. Hari ini kita akan menyaksikan perlawanan tumpuan untuk hari Ahad, di mana perlawanan yang menentukan yang akan melibatkan pasukan daripada Monster Vicious berhadapan dengan Selangor Red Giant OG Esport, di mana pasukan MV, pasukan menjadi satu-satunya pasukan yang berjaya menewaskan SRG OG Esport pada season lepas. Mampukah mereka meneruskan rentak kemenangan, ataupun ini peluang terbaik pasukan daripada Selangor Red Giant OG Esport untuk membalas dendam? Saya percaya full house stadium Juara kita pada hari ini, diorang semua dah tak sabar untuk kita melihat perlawanan yang akan menjadi perlawanan yang sangat intens. Tapi saya nak check vibe dekat penonton-penonton yang berada di dalam Stadium Juara. Korang dah ready ke belum? Alright, okay. Kita test satu-satu. Kita mulakan dengan Monster Vicious. Monster Vicious, korang dah ready ke belum? Alright. Not bad. Okay, let's check SRG OG Sport. SRG OG Sport, dah ready ke belum? Alright, sekarang ni kita cakap sama-sama. MPL Malaysia, dah ready ke belum? Alright, ini akan jadi satu perlawanan yang melibatkan dua pasukan yang masih lagi belum tertewas. Jadi untuk anda yang berada di rumah ataupun yang berada di Stadium Juara, jangan lupa untuk scan QR code yang tertera dekat skrin sekarang, kerana anda juga berpeluang untuk tebus hadiah yang sangat menarik khas daripada MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-15. Saya percaya pemain-pemain dan penonton-penonton daripada Monster Vicious dah get ready. Penonton SRG OG Esport dan juga player sudah get ready. Jadi, siapakah yang akan dapatkan kemenangan? Adakah SRG OG Esport ataupun MV? Semua itu akan terjawab apabila kita masuk ke dalam Lenodon. Caster, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Sid. It has come the time for SRG OG, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, to take on Monster Vicious in one of the biggest bouts, the biggest derby we have in MPL MY. MV was the only team who took down SRG OG last season, the Giant Slayers as some might call it, and now they are here to do it again. My name is Husky alongside Sadafa to bring you this amazing best of 3.
The only team to ever take a series win from the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports in the last year that they've been dominating MPL Malaysia. And because Monster Vicious were eliminated fairly early in the playoffs last season, SRG OG never got the chance to meet them again until now. And thus, this shall be an epic showdown for redemption or a repeat of history.
Yeah, only 2 teams have been able to draw blood series-wise. MV in the regular season of Season 14 and Todak in the playoffs. And funnily enough, Todak was also the one that sent MV packing afterwards. So either way, today it's going to be quite a jaw-dropping one, right? A heart-gripping one, heart-wrenching one, however you want to describe it, because SRG OG, if anything, if they've shown us anything in the games that they have played, is that they are very ready, they're armed and prepared, they've already set records on the opening day of MPL MY. And MV, on the other hand, as much as they have shown us by taking out Todak, this is going to be a different beast.
it is going to be a different beast indeed. But if any team is going to be able to draw blood once again, I think it is going to be Monster Vicious. Of course, led by the ever-intrepid Nova X Kobar. I think it's time for us to talk a little bit about the MV Roamer and his journey here in MPL.
Yeah, starting with Season 9 in MAB, where they got a 9th to 10th place finish, but it has always been an upward trend for Nova, right? In Season 11, he got 4th with Lunatic, and also it was the season where they knocked out SRG OG Esports at that time, known as Red Giants Esports, and then in Season 12, he only was fielded for one series, and that was when they were down against Todak, and he saved SRG, sending them to a 3rd place finish before eventually dropping out against SMG. Season 13, came back, he joined back MV, and they were able to make playoffs, losing to Todak. And right now, they've gotten their revenge against Todak last week. I can't wait to see if they're going to do the same and take down SRG OG again.
Novax Kobar has had quite the long journey throughout his history here in MPL. Just like what Husky has said, his journey started all the way back in Season 9, and since then, he has bounced through multiple different teams, including SRG themselves when he was on alone. I still remember when he took the moniker Supernova, but he didn't get to see the field very often at the time. And after joining Monster Vicious, he has definitely found a new level of synergy, and they do play very, very well together. This is one of the best lineups we have. They had a full local lineup last season, but now they've switched it up a little bit with a new name joining the ranks. Let's see if it is going to be what they need to take another victory.
Yeah, all the core members are still there, aside from mid lane, right? Martizi now back with on Todak's end, but they got Roundel, who also has a lot of accolades under his belt, and they've shown us when they're up against Todak that this team is a machine. They were so dominant against Todak, it didn't even feel close. And last time when they fought against SRG OG, it went to a full 3-game slugfest. And that is what we're expecting today in this upcoming Best of 3 as well. The quest for vengeance for SRG OG Esports. Because when you look at their Season 14 record, they won every single series except for the one up against MV.
And that was after going a perfect season in Season 13, not dropping a series to any singular team. Monster Vicious, the only squad to have broken this perfect, polished record. And now SRG OG Esports going to be eager to find vengeance once again on the MPL stage. SRG, their lineup still going to be the same as before. Monster Vicious, a slight change, but it's still largely the same roster. So it's going to be a true rematch.
And MV, even last season against Todak in the playoffs, they did have some struggles, right, with the stage, with how big of a scale it was back in Johor. We are going to have some time to get into that. But they definitely have smoothened it out. They polished it over time. You know, we've seen their bootcamp when they were preparing for the qualifiers for SPS as well. Right after the Season 14 playoffs, they wasted no time moving into a bootcamp. So I think, you know, if anything, this is one of the few teams that was trying to reignite the legacy of a full local roster to get onto the international stage. And even though now they have an import in the mid lane, the core identity is still the same.
I think many of these players have had long-standing ambitions and desires to bring glory, not just to themselves and their teams, but to Malaysia as a whole. And I'm really excited to see what the future will hold for them. But the present is going to be their matchup. Let's start off with the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports roster.
Still the unbeatable kings in MPL MY. Innocent, Yumes, Stormy, Sakais, and Cram. Their 3rd season together. They've won the first 2 that they've gotten together. And Sakais, the only one from the OG Red Giants roster who is still sticking around and even won Finals MVP at MSC 2024 when they took home the trophy in Riyadh. So many accolades, almost a golden road, but they have had so many records broken over time.
Even as an SRG OG fan myself, I will not be ready to say that they are in perfect fighting state yet. There's definitely points of weakness that Monster Vicious may be able to take advantage of if they make full use of their lineup consisting of Ruff, Nova Escobar, Roundel, Uni, and Zeno.
And Ruff being one of the proteges to Chiku guys when he was playing with Todak, he also has some great moments when they were up against SRG, even though they lost. But Ruff was almost the superhero back in Season 12 when the Swordfishers needed him. Not to mention Nova, Escobar, Uni, and Zeno, who have constantly improved. I remember when we look at Zeno, when he was still called Zeno Mount in Season 13, we had some doubts. He comes into Season 14, cuts off half his IGN, and he became a beast in the XP lane. But today is going to be a tough one in every single facet for Monster Vicious and SRG OG Esports. Let's bring them both onto the stage right now.
On a mission to achieve a perfect regular season, a crucial battle to reclaim their pride against Monster Vicious. The Red Giants stand tall. Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
Delivering a dominant performance to kick off their season, today they return with one mission: to bring down the Red Giants. Make some noise for the beast of Monster Vicious! Introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and head of League Ops, Franklin, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of SRG OG Esports, we got Coach Arcadia and Ozora Veki and Haru and Soyapayong for Monster Vicious. For now, we are going to keep it going with the fist bumps, a true sign of professionalism, and at the same time giving the armbands who will be worn by both team captains, who will lead the team's movements and strategies in the game. This is a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. Ini Gaya Kita. This is MPL MY. This is Malaysia Sportsmanship. It's time for the grudge match.
The rematch that we have all been waiting for. The featured series of Week 2 in MPL Malaysia Season 15. It will be a proving ground to see which of these teams have improved, which have adjusted and prepared the most for their respective opponents. Monster Vicious are going to be starting off with blue side on the first draft. But what are you most excited to see for this one, Husky?
I'm most excited to see what Veki has cooked up, because when we talked to him after the series against Team Ray, he did say that, hey, we prepared something for Monster Vicious and we can't wait to show it. So this is the moment for Veki, right? That we don't want another repeat of what if they missed out this opportunity and they don't get that playoffs meeting in Season 15. That is what I'm looking for. But at the same time, with how much we've gassed out Monster Vicious based on their performance against Todak, are they really that close to SRG OG? That is also a question to be answered.
Well, it's hard to judge how much Monster Vicious has improved because their match against Todak was pretty one-sided. It's a bit hard to get a grasp of just how far their limits can reach when their limits have not even been pushed. One thing's for sure though, that's going to be happening in this series, and this is where we will get a true measure of their strength, because compared to many other teams in Season 15, MV has played very, very few matches, literally only the one series against Todak. So it's time to have a look at what else they're hiding.
Yeah, and one of the only few teams in the regular season so far who has found great success with the Kalea on their side, right? Nova Escobar being able to showcase how strong this hero actually is. And it's a good time to talk about how SRG now has another chance to go for a perfect regular season. You know, almost, I want to say 3 seasons in a row, but this one, almost 3 seasons in a row. But also to lead back to the crowd, the stage fright that MV experienced last season when they went up against Todak in Johor. It kind of affected that mental a little bit, right? That decision-making in-game, and that was something that they have worked on over time leading into MPL 15, and hopefully that is going to help them, you know, push back the crowd of SRG, the Ultras, who are always blaring with their audio.
Despite their accolades, MV really doesn't have that many opportunities to shine on a big stage. So now that they return to another season as more seasoned veterans, It's going to be interesting to see how they will react to one of the strongest teams MPL Malaysia has ever known. As we pointed out, MV's on blue side, SRG on red, and a very interesting early Fredrin ban.
Locking out the potential for Fredrin Matilda, right? We know both. That was one of the signature combos from SRG OG back in season 13, I believe, where it was the only thing that they know. You give one of the chess pieces to Arcadia, he's going to take it and run. Jusin also gets banned out by Coach Arcadia. I think Haru, he really has done some great homework onto SRG. You eliminate that alternative that SRG OG can go for, and you force that honest matchup in the jungle. Get that assassins online for both teams.
Now, the main weakness that we've actually observed from SRG OG Esports this season is in the very first few minutes of the early game. I think the local mid trio has a style of gameplay that makes it so that they are actually a little bit vulnerable when the game first begins, and other teams have been able to take advantage of that to actually get early leads against SRG. So that could be an opening for MV to aim for.
Chip banned out by MV side. Now the question is that Kalea going to get led through? Because MV, again, 100% win rate so far with the Kalea. You can say the same for SRG OG. They've only played one game of that hero against Vamos, but it has been a staple pick for both teams. And it's also a good time to say that MV last season were titled, they have given the moniker of the Giant Slayers, right? They literally would beat the strongest teams in the league, but they would drop games against teams who are at the other half of the standings. So let's see if that Giant Slayer will be awakened again. The Kalea banned out by SRG OG. Great respect given over to Nova.
But it does open up plenty of other options here. The Studio, the Harif, the Joy, Hayabusa can be wide open as well. We haven't gotten the chance to see just a lot of both these teams yet. So all bets are really on the table here. We don't know how deep their hero pools have been set for this season.
Wow.
But, ooh, interesting opening.
And still plenty of power picks left. Phovius is up on the table. Phovius, Harif, Suyo. Just to name a few that has been pointed out. The Badang is also available. We've seen Cram play a monstrous Badang against Team Ray. The Hilda is also open. We've seen some teams go for Red side Hilda in the first two picks. Usually pair it up with a Moskov or a Suyo. It can be an option for SRG OG.
The Moskov, while not a common first side blue pick, is actually not a bad matchup into heroes like Harif or Granger. And I think that's why MV went for it, to keep themselves open and to prepare counter picks against other positions. SRG OG go for the Granger, and they lock in Joy quite quickly as well.
Still, the Phobius up on the table for the taking. Obviously, as much as there are a lot of dashes with these first two picks for SRG OG, MV, they still have plenty of space to construct that lineup, right? Pick off kind of heroes, Cho, Jawhead. We've seen a lot of this getting selected in the second draft phase. Usually you want to secure that jungle, maybe a mid laner for yourselves, and then that's one of the target angles that they can go for, right? Shut down Stormy if they can. They go for the high-lows first, open up the Roam XP flex pick, and instantly lock in a Hayabusa.
Now what's very interesting to me is the fact that Matilda has just been completely ignored so far in the first phase. Even when we said how OP this hero can be in our first series earlier today. The heroes being picked up are strong, don't get me wrong, but I'm kind of surprised that was just ignored entirely, right? Even the Alpha Matilda combo was still valid for MV, but they went for the Haya instead.
Maybe it's because of that Fredrin ban. It kind of locks SRG OG out of Matilda consideration. And there's still the Phobius and Hilda. Yeah, we did mention the Hilda early on, so that's gonna get picked up, most likely going on to Cram. And now this second phase will get very interesting. Both teams still looking for Roma, especially SRG OG.
In terms of roamers, Cho probably going to be a pretty contested hero at this point. One of the best ways to catch both Joy and Hayabusa. Wouldn't be surprised if it got banned out. Kalea has already been removed earlier, so there's no real risk of that either. Gatot, Padang are both still safe fallbacks that are plenty available.
Even in the mid lane pool is pretty wide open. You got Artillery's Farsa, Yi, We get the Selena also. We've seen Stormy play the Selena once. We've got Coach Ark banning out the Phovis first. Don't really want to sandbag to disrupt the pace of Joy and Granger in these fights. Not to mention, MV have some quite nasty run at you or dive your backline comp, right? Hayabusa, Hylos, Moskov, they all have a way to sneak past your front lines.
Yeah, I think it's precisely because of this as well that SRGOG just don't want to give them another form of splitting up the fight. And the Cho that we talked about, going to be banned out by the Monster Vicious side instead. So SRGOG, they did ban out an EXP laner, suspecting the Hylos might be a roam, but it's probably more of a Joy counter pick to get rid of instead.
Yeah, I think they also have sort of kind of solved the problem a bit with the Hilda. Like sure, even if the Hylos goes XP, Hilda will still leave the lane first. I would say if MV wants to put Hylos roam, there is always the CC for consideration. You give out a bit of that early game pressure, but once you get that War Axe, to get the items rolling, you start to threaten the Hilda. Jawhead will be the last ban from the side of SRGOG.
I was initially wondering if SRGOG might want to play something like a Jawhead Farsa combo, but looks like they decide to ban it out instead. So with that taken off the table, I am starting to wonder if SRGOG are thinking about something like a Granger Sicilian or even the Granger Novaria we saw being played by DX Soul earlier.
And this could be also a few hints to Nova Escobar. It could be an attack towards Nova Escobar as well, because in last season, the last 2 seasons when we saw him play, regardless of the team he is on, you can see he gets very comfortable with pick-off style heroes that can make plays. Tigreal, Cho, Jawhead, Kalea, even to a certain extent the Grok when the Grok was still in meta. And we've seen him struggle when you put him on a more static roamer like a Hylos, for example. Maybe SRGOG wants to lead MV down that route, put Nova on a Hylos, reduce that playmaking ability so that they themselves can get more active on the map.
It is certainly possible, but Nova Escobar has pretty deep catch roamer pocket, so I don't think that's gonna be a real big problem. Not to mention, Matilda is still open. It has not been banned at all.
Funnily enough, both roamers love the Matilda, especially Yums. On this 4th pick, let's see, they are gonna get themselves that mid laner. Farsa going over to the side of SRGOG. No pickouts, no problem, right? You still have this long-range artillery that can keep MV at bay. I wonder what they probably need to look for a front line that can kind of, you know, keep this Hayabusa and Moskov away. I'm still thinking the Badang is still up on the table for Yums.
Yeah, Badang is pretty safe. Yums has played a good amount of Guinevere in the past as well, though I'm not too sure how good that hero is going to be in this particular position. As for Monster Vicious, now we'll see if Hylos is roam or not. They take away the Badang and lock in the Selena as well. Pretty good solution to the Farsa, but definitely gonna need to rely on those skill shots.
Plenty of roamers out the window already. No Kalea, Joy, Cho, all of them are out. Badang stolen away. I mean, there's still the Tick left in the pool. If you are talking about, you know, roamers with the playmaking potential, Matilda still up there if they want to give Yums that.
I feel like Matilda's just still pretty safe. Like, you wouldn't be as tanky as you'd like to be, but the amount of shield you get from the hero is still more than enough to make up for things.
You need someone to eat the arrows, right? Like, Cram himself on this Hilda isn't going to be enough. You need a secondary hero that can tank up all these traps. So it will be the Guinevere, like you mentioned.
I'm still not too sure if this is the best pick. It's something that Yums like to fall back to when a lot of the other catch roamers are taken out, and it does require some skill to land those hits. It's hard to be able to catch Hayabusa with it in the first place, and then you have Badang who can render himself immune to it with the Fist Crack, but everyone else is fair game.
Yeah. Of course, one of the biggest downside is that Spatial Migration has a pretty long cooldown, right? Every time you kind of miss that knockup, your whole combo falls apart. Either way, I think this was something that we sort of saw coming from the side of SRG. You know, some very creative bans from the side of MV. They target some of the pain points. They eliminate options for SRG, forcing Yums into his fallback pick of a Guinevere, which any draft that you kind of feel like has the edge.
I think these are both fairly balanced drafts. I think SRG OG's draft might be a little bit harder to execute on, but if anyone's gonna do it, it's going to be our defending champions. The grudge match is now officially underway here at MPL Malaysia Season 15. SRG OG Esports versus Monster Vicious in the land of Dawn.
All right, let's get it rolling. It's going to be a match that will be remembered for a long time, and right off the bat, when we talk about lane priority, Nova Exobot and Roundel have it figured out already. Obviously, for this Selena, you most likely would take the Monster Hunter just to be able to clear out waves faster, help out your junglers. Even the pathing for Sakai is slightly different from what you're used to seeing from Majoy, going from the orange buff to the Beetle to hit level 3, a full clear on the top side.
Yeah, that is definitely unusual. Might slow down his approach to the goal lane a little bit compared to someone like Uni, but there is Yums here setting up for the secondary buff, so Sky shouldn't be too far behind. That means that Innocent is gonna have to play just a little bit safer, just in case Uni comes by. But so far, nothing much happening yet.
I do like this small adjustment in the pathing, right? Completely dodging Uni, but at the same time, you can see MV, they were moving topside to try to maybe get some intel, but now they figure out that Sakai's changed his clear path a little bit. It's going to end up on that bot side. This full clear might allow an early gank mid.
Unfortunately, not a lot of freedom to gank right now, especially with Cram being sandbagged in the EXP lane. Abyssal Arrow going to force Skies out of his hiding place. Both junglers still matching in pace right now, not going for very aggressive early side ganks. Abyssal Arrow connects with Skies, gonna force him back.
That's gonna be the end of any attempted ganks though. Just some pokes and trays mid side. Always have to be careful of low cooldown Abyssal Arrow. Not only that, the Badang, they can always layer up all that engages. Turtle spawning top side, but again, with Monster Vicious having all these long range ways of catching SRG OG have to be careful.
They're sending Nova up to get that level 4, but Cram is unlocked first. Yum's gonna get hit with the Abyssal Arrow, takes a lot of poke damage from Roundel, so it might be hard for him to continue contesting Turtle with the rest of SRG.
Probably need to give this up. Cram is looking for backline. But that's
right, comes out. Roundel gonna be the target. Electrifying Beats chases him down, and first blood goes to Skies. A beautiful flicker spatial migration, but no violent requiem. So Uni is still able to get the turtle, and now he'll Ogi shadow kill. Yums to the ground. Tree of Destruction connects with Stormy Spear. Misery doesn't get the stun, but the fist break connection. They punish, but Ruff is sacrificed in return. And now it is going to be an even 2-for-2 trade.
An even 2-for-2 trade, but Sakai's is the biggest winner of it all, getting both kills, including a first blood onto Roundel. It's a shame that Yums got the flicker engaged, but does not have the ultimate to keep Uni in place. That could have been the big game changer. And Ruff showing up, only getting an assist in the process. SRG OG might have lost the turtle, but Sakai's is off to a great start.
It is a pretty good start. Innocent also actually got an assist from that because he damaged Ruff previously. Feather Desperate comes out once again. The Fist Crack to try and deny it, but Nova X Tobar will fall to 4 members of SRG.
And SRG OG, look at the draft. They want to be able to move fast, especially with Yums. Every single catch translates to almost a guaranteed kill with the amount of damage that they have early on. So front-loaded. MV will have to be very careful. Ruff now in danger.
Yum's gonna be looking for the jump here. Ruff does not have Purify nor Flicker, so gonna take a good amount of poke from Innocent. Roundel will be able to scout out the brush though. SRG not committing for it.
Sakai just got his first item, started him sight 4 minutes in. And they're not thinking too much about shoving the wave. They're gonna let Monster Vicious do the shoving. For them, it's all about getting Sakai's online, getting him as far ahead as possible. Cram is fine sandbagging the lane. Innocent essentially has Ruff under control anyways, ahead in experience even.
So far, so good for SRG OG, but Monster Vicious have been keeping themselves in the game as well. Net worth difference is basically nothing at this stage, only 500. And both sides have pretty good early to late scaling curves, so there's no particular point of the game they're targeting.
Cram is just going to speed up as much as possible.
Arrow, they found Stormy. He's dropped down to 10%, but Cram is there to stop them.
Wow, somehow Roundel snuck an arrow through just like that with Stormy still able to heal out, has to regenerate. And now Cram is just going to sandbag Zeno.
Pop the full combo. Zeno getting dropped down. Better airstrike, revitalized. Forced out, guys chasing him. Electrifying beast pop, but stopped by the rest of Monster Vicious. It cost them a lot of HP though, so SRG can now contest the turtle for free.
And Cram lost nothing. Goes back into the bush, comes back out with full health.
Unit!
And they still got it!
From the back, where SRG least expected it, they thought they sent him home. Guess what? He's still here, boys.
Can't wait for the Facebook comments to call Sakai's wash because he lost 2 objectives in a row. But hey, still, SRG OG didn't really lose that much. In fact, Ruff is now going to have to deal with Cram topside.
That is an unfortunate loss, but still no real harm done. Network still even 5 minutes in. Another electrifying beat mid to poke Roundel out, but nothing decisive yet.
Yeah, this Cram's going to be a problem for quite a while, right? This is his job right now. Play disruption, play around the map. On the other side, bottom half, it's going to be Yums and friends. Yum, Stormy, Innocent. Again, whoever the cash goes down. So Monster Vicious doing that due diligence. You don't walk into these bushes without any sort of insurance policy, always checking it with the Abyssal Arrow. But still, SRG OG, they are so comfortable playing this game.
SRG is comfortable right now. And while both teams do have solid late game scaling, MV's draft will become easier to execute in the later stages. Defensive conceal from Yums, glorious pathway as well, but the Violet Requiem follow-up into the better airstrike. Despite all of that, Xeno just survives with the Revitalize. That's the tankiness of Hylos right there.
But after all of that, they will still lose the bottom tier 1. MV, they're going to try to trade the top one, but Sakai is already there, so they should be able to keep the turret alive. Ruff was trying to get it. Dangerous game he's playing.
Sky is just baiting the Spear Misery, but here comes Uni as well. Sky's all by himself. That's going to be a pickup from Uni. The Joy is down.
Getting baited into a rough spot and slowing Sakai's down for a while. Uni getting his 2nd kill of that game. Top tier 1 successfully traded for MV. Now they can start to wrestle control of this turtle pit. Sakai's will need some time to get back, get the orange buff.
Yums lands a spatial migration, gonna not commit the Violet Requiem. Better Ezreal comes out though, and the Abyssal Arrow hits Stormy in the back. Multiple abilities traded, but no deaths.
They don't have enough damage yet to kill Zeno like that. You gotta pick a different target if possible. Not to mention Rongdell, always tracking where Stormy is with the Feather Airstrike and just hits him, threatens him with the arrow, making sure that he doesn't feel comfortable just standing there and laying out the damage.
Yeah, getting through Xeno, definitely a problem for SRG currently. Spatial migration connects, but a beautiful arrow stuns him before the Violet Requiem can come out. Monster Vicious currently in control of the turtle. A conceal comes out in the back, but MV keeping safe distance away while giving Ruff the top lane to farm. Better Rongdell is first down. Fizzcrack in the mid lane. They'll trade Xeno for it, but Stormy's also left alone. Killing spree for Uni as he jumps onto Farsa.
Ruff is gonna get the top tier 2 most likely. SOD connects.
Fear of Destruction. Does he want to take it? No, he can get a free tier 2 up top and even just teleport back to mid lane. SRG got a good pickup, but MV still coming out on top.
Yeah, that macro needs to get checked a little bit because Ruff is outmaneuvering the rest of SRG OG. They really can't do too much. You want to play side lane into Ruff, the best chance is Sakai's, but we've seen him get shut down by Ruff and Uni earlier on that top side. And Cram, he's going to continue doing what he does, open up the map a little bit, but this 4-man squad for Monster Vicious is keeping him in check and giving Ruff space.
But moving together does mean they're lacking goal a little bit. Cram will scout out the conceal, give the message to SRG OG that they cannot go for this top tier 1 right now, and just play safe.
Hey, this scout out where the Hayabusa was. SRG OG, despite all of that, still leading by 1.5k goal. And they were the ones who lost the top tier 2.
Right now, both teams matching each other in pace, but you can definitely see SRG OG spreading their claws. Oh, that's an ambush from Stormy. Ruff tries to dash away, gonna get hit by the Veteran, but cancels it. But here comes Skies, the 2-pronged maneuver from SRG OG.
Yeah, and just with that, Stormy achieved his milestone, but mid-side.
They're still trying to proceed with it. Conceal already used. 1.7k assists achieved by Stormy. Xeno being the target, but Yus misses the flicker jump. That's awkward right there. Roundel just zoning him out while Skies takes bottom tier 2.
Fantastic trade for SRG OG. Now almost a 3k goal advantage. Roundel, he's trying his best. He's doing whatever he can to keep SRG OG at bay. But that timing has definitely passed a little bit. Now SRG OG having the ability to control the side wave, especially the bottom side. They found a solution to deal with Ruff. First you hard shove the wave, and you know that Ruff is the one that's going to be sent to deal with it, and that's why Stormy was able to camp that pixel bush. Now First Lord on the table.
A macro play still gonna be the main target here as spatial migration on the horse. It's a violent requiem.
Oh,
Kumar cancels the better airstrike, but he's alone now. He's gonna get picked off. But Yogi shadow kill in the backline. Innocent is down. What does it cost those guys in their backline? Ruff gonna be traded.
Oh, Roundel!
Arrow connects guys. Gonna be stunned by Roundel, but it doesn't matter because Cram, Rex, Uni, Roundel, the only survivor.
There was a universe Roundel would have gotten that kill, but Sakai's gets a shield at the very end, so Roundel ends up not having enough damage. It's going to be mid-tier 1 for SRG OG. Roundel forced away from his own lane, and Lord for SRG.
A free Lord right there, unless a random snipe comes in once again, but I don't think Skies is going to let that happen this time. Finally, a definitive victory, giving SRG OG a 5k gold lead.
This game has just imploded in favor of SRG OG. All it took was just one good fight. They didn't have enough damage to burst Zeno down earlier on, but now they definitely do. Not to mention Innocent having Sky Piercer on his end. That bulk of a HP might not matter much. They're trying to do as much damage as possible. They let the Lord push down bot, engage.
Young with the flicker, spatial migration finds Roundel in the backline. The stuns and glorious pathways stop the rest of SRG, but the damage is done. Spirit of Destruction going to miss. OG Shadow Kill not doing enough poke damage. SRG OG positioning himself perfectly while setting up for the Lord push down bottom.
What a delta split from SRG OG. Cram was even waiting on top of the shadow for Uni to come back, and now this Lord pretty healthy and no holy defense.
SRG OG wants to take an in-hit with this one. Sky setting up for the electrifying beats. Not gonna go for it just yet. They're just gonna take it slow, take the tower, and back off because that is their goal achieved.
They've done more damage than if initially liked for MV. Wind of Nature for Innocent. Sakai is getting the Divine Glade. Purple buff of MV stolen away by the Joy. Next Lord up in 100 seconds. SRG OG can just go back to protocols, control the map, take that bot side of the map as hostage, and play that long lane. Now MV will have to find a way to get out of the map because Ruff, as much as you can split push, this limitation is starting to show with Cram occupying the long lane.
Yeah, this is the stage of the game where SRG OG is going to be at their strongest. They have so much burst damage potential. Innocent just completed his build. The only thing left for him is maybe exchanging his shoes if he feels like it later down the line. And everyone else is hitting item tower spikes as well. Monster Vicious going to need to find a really solid team fight here to bring themselves back in.
And it has to come from a engage from Nova Escobar. Snap engage, flicker into a fist break, a fist crack. Here comes
out. Oh, the flicker jump going to miss. Good reaction timing. And the fist break in the back line. It's going to be a reversal from Monster Vicious, but do they have enough damage?
What?
The answer is no! Because Innocent's being kept alive by the rest of his team. They are running Monster Vicious down. 0 for 3. Yogi Shadow Kill comes out, but it doesn't get anything. And Cram is just waiting for Uni. They're not letting him go home. SRG OG have denied Monster Vicious, and they now have a free path into the base. There is nothing Roundel can do. He is but a bug on the windshield for SRG OG.
No one slays the beast Innocent. They threw everything. Nova Escobar getting the counter engage of a lifetime with that fist crack, but they just do not have what it takes to shut down the two cores of SRG OG. And by sheer force, once more the Red Giants trampled through Monster Vicious in a dominant fashion in Game 1.
Oh, we knew it was going to be an exciting series, but I think a lot of us were hoping for a little bit more fight from Monster Vicious there. Game was pretty even in the first few stages, but once Selangor Red Giants got that advantage, they just ran all the way with it.
And that last fight was exactly what we envisioned the draft of MV to do, right? You get it engaged with the Badang, and they try to dive the backline with Fast OD, with the Hayabusa Shadow. But the moment Ruff showed up, they just Thanos snapped him. Ruff died without being able to do much. Obviously, Innocent saved by his Winds of Nature too. But I was so sure that that was a turning point for MV, and it just was not enough.
And that Moskov was first pick as well. Blue side first pick. You would hope that Ruff would be able to create a little bit more pressure with a hero that was so prioritized. But the game ended before he really got to do anything.
Yeah, and I think the tipping point was also that bottom lane solo kill, right? Where he went out to try and clear the wave. He got solo killed by Stormy and with the help of Sakai's. Afterwards, they lost the bottom tier 2, and we saw that Ruff now feels very uncomfortable leaving his base. He's not able to push deep into lanes, not able to set up a macro threat to SRG.
Not really able to do much of anything there because they kept things very even early on. I think SRG OG is demonstrating leagues of their experience on the international stage because every single time they go for some kind of objective on the map, once they have it, they do not overstay their welcome. They just back it off. Do not give MV any chance to get anything in return.
Yeah, and of course, MVP for Game 1 is Sakai's. Just cleaning up the fog on his glasses. He felt like he's seen Game 1 wrong. They didn't really end that quick, and yes sir, it did. 617 on the Joy, basically almost decked out in items. Just missing a Winter Crown at the very end. Completely uncontested this game, right? Started off on the right foot, getting a first blood and 2 kills. And even though he went down once, it really wasn't enough to stop him.
Yeah, there were definitely some small micro misplays here, but nothing that would be too notable in the grand scheme of the game. And besides the first initial steal of the turtle by Uni, Skies played a clean Joy, always entering when the time was right. And the burst damage that he was outputting once he had those 4 items was just melting through Monster Vicious.
Yeah, completely just making light work of their opponents. I say Monster Vicious, again, Coach Haru came in with some interesting approach to the drafting phase, right? We saw that first phase, we saw the Fredrin ban and, you know, the Moscow first pick and all that. But at the end of the day, MV, they still fall back to wanting Nova Escobar to get that engage off. And unfortunately, this time, he got sandbagged all the way by Cram, who is one of the hidden MVPs of this game, opening up the map for the team so that Yums can get all these surprise flicker engages.
Unfortunately, the problem with going back to safer picks on Monster Vicious' side is that this time they just don't have enough burst to play around. They really need to be able to set up kills with the Abyssal Arrows and for Nova to be able to catch someone into Uni, because otherwise early game damage is very much in favor of SRG OG, and that's why Stormy is able to position so aggressively with that feathered airstrike and zone them out.
And even at one point, Roundel was rendered ineffective because he couldn't find any angles of engaging, and not to mention Stormy was threatening him the entire way. When you look at the emblems, the talents that the SRG OG went for, it's all about moving fast around the map, right? Swift for Yums, even taking the pull yourself together for more flicker engages. But Stormy and Cram, it's all about movement speed. They want to be able to move first and move faster than MV.
And they managed to do that a lot of the time. They just generally have more mobility built into their kit to work around. And when we look at the overall damage numbers, very much leaning in favor of SRG OG, with Innocent and Skies both doing over 40,000, and Uni only just barely breaching the 30k mark.
With this game 1 in hand of SRG OG, with such a convincing win, this kind of feels like the SRG OG that a lot of us have sort of missed, right? Kind of miss seeing this domination, this clean gameplay that, you know, for the past few months, even leading towards the end of Season 14, a lot of people have been saying that, hey, I think SRG OG had passed that prime. I think, you know, the glass ceiling was MSC 2024. This gives us an indicator that they might be on the way back to that prime.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been wondering, is SRG washed in the grand scheme of the international MLBB ecosystem? And I don't really think so. Yes, there have been places where they needed to fix up and polish, but their gameplay still looks as consistent as ever. And even though he didn't get to shine all that much in the game, Innocent still sticks out as the rich guy and the carry and the best wingman.
I think we've just found our potential 6th candidate to hit the 1.7k assist milestones. Probably Innocent at this point. I mean, Hume's got it in like a couple of seasons, so I think Innocent can also do it. This Granger was a massive problem for MV. You know, if MV cannot dive him, he's always going to be a pain point. But as much as MV, they were able to steal the first 2 turtles, it really didn't matter much to SRG OG because they were getting kills, they were getting a snowball going.
Yeah, MV did have a little bit more teamfight presence with their utility on Hylos and Badang, but once SRG delayed the game long enough and got 2 or 3 items on their cores, then they just completely out-damaged Monster Vicious. And I do think that Monster Vicious got a little bit too desperate to try and pick off a kill wherever they could, just to come back somehow in gold, but it never really happened.
Yeah, and again, fantastic engage from Humes, and with the Selena out of the picture, you MV essentially lose that long-range stun potential, right? This was the fight where everything went well. Ruff shows up and instantly eats electric from Sakai's. If Ruff was alive for a fraction of a second, that would have gone so much different for MV.
Yeah, I think that was a disjointed re-engage where the rest of the team decided to rejoin the fight not because like it was part of the plan, but because they saw their teammates go in, figured, okay, I have to fight, I have to try and make something happen, and because of that, the entry point was not planned. It was just a reactive engagement, which put Ruff in literally the eye of the storm, right? Electrifying beats on top of him, fed an airstrike on top of him. It was just messy.
Yeah, very unfortunate he got the electric chair, because that would have been a turnaround moment. Either way, that's game 1 for you. SRG OG Esports coming out on top in a very dominant fashion. This was exactly how they kind of steamrolled season 13, and going into season 14 is also kind of the trajectory before playoffs, right? Playoffs is where we see a bit of shakiness, but right now, with the way we saw them take down Team Vamos on week 1 and then Team Ray coming into MV, you think that, you know, SRG OG, where do they stand right now?
Well, the question on everyone's mind going into Season 15, can any of our teams beat SRG? Can they match SRG? And my opinion was that MV was the closest. And now I am even doubting that.
Yeah, that was what I thought. I think we all were talking about this in the green room. We were like, if there's one team that can put up a fight, probably it's Monster Vicious. The series not over yet, but game 1's definitely not holding up to that promise. Let's head to a courtside report with Sith.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Adin, Mars, Syamilo, Dafa dan juga Husky. Ya, artis tu saya. Tapi artis yang sebenarnya adalah Wafia.
Assalamualaikum everybody. Mana suaranya?
Wow. Dah ambil vibe.
Ambil vibe.
Alright, korang mungkin kenal Wafi daripada pelakon.
Ya.
Tapi dia juga seorang pelakon daripada filem pertama dekat Malaysia berkenaan dengan e-sport, iaitu Solo's Game of Life.
Betul.
Memegang watak Afiq. Alright, so first of all, macam mana perasaan dapat involve dengan filem berkenaan dengan e-sport?
Saya memang seorang yang biasa main ML juga sebelum ni. So bila kena invite, lepas tu dengan pengarah yang bagus, saya memang terus on je.
Terus on tak fikir apa
experience yang sangat-sangat hebat lah, menarik lah. Lepas tu geng-geng berlakon semua memang orang kata sekepala lah.
Nampak korang sangat close sekarang.
Sangat close.
Dekat dalam game tu, dekat dalam movie tu, korang ada scene main dekat ML.
Betul.
Main game ML.
Betul.
Alright, apa perbezaan berlakon dengan berada dekat MPL sekarang? Ini first time Wafi ada kat sini. Jadi apa perasaan, vibe, especially dia punya environment yang ada dekat stadium ni?
Satu beza dekat sini, kat sini tak ada one more for safety. Tak ada. Kalau kau main, kau kalah, menang kan.
Tak ada cut.
Betul.
Shoot balik, tak ada.
Betul. And kita masa tu shoot pun memang ada audience juga kan, extra semua. Tapi kat sini memang betul-betul lain. Dia intense tapi healthy. Betul. Intense tapi healthy. Memang sangat-sangat power lah. Lain sangat. Berbeza sangat.
Jadi boleh lah suruh peminat-peminat yang berada dekat rumah suruh datang kat stadium juara ni?
Korang kena datang. Tak kisah mana-mana grup main, korang kena datang and support industri ni.
Boleh expect tak Wafi yang sebenarnya MPL ni ataupun e-sport punya tournament ni akan jadi se-hype ni? Mungkin orang ingat sukan tradisional dia, bola ke badminton, tapi e-sport boleh jadi ni.
First time. Saya first time datang kat sini tengok secara live. Dia punya vibe sangat-sangat berbeza. Sebelum ni adik-adik saya mula, bang, jomlah bang, marilah bang, kita pergi sana bang, pergi tengok. Tapi now dah ada free time, saya memang rasa berbaloi sangat-sangat. And orang-orang kat sini memang sangat-sangat happening.
Yes, tepat sekali.
Betul.
Thanks to untuk semua sokongan daripada peminat-peminat e-sport. Alright, kita bercakap tentang ML ni. Wafi main ML?
Saya main ML.
Okay, hero favourite?
Hero favourite saya Leslie.
Kenapa Leslie?
Sebab saya ada banyak skin Leslie.
Alright, faham. Okay, soalan terakhir saya sebelum kita pass balik kepada caster sebab game kedua dah nak start ni. Alright.
Okay.
Datang sini support siapa dan kenapa SRG? Datang sini sokong siapa?
SRG lah, SRG. Sebab saya memang suka diorang. Since diorang menang tu hari tu. Lepas tu saya pun kenal dengan Simon.
Baik.
Kita selalu main pickle.
Geng-geng pickle bola ni?
Yes. So, that's why saya minat diorang. And then, tapi saya support semua team jugalah. Kan? And then sebab semua bagus-bagus. Adik-adik saya semua pun memang minat main ML. And good luck for everyone lah.
Alright, Alana tu pesanan untuk SRG OG Esport yang akan bermain game yang kedua.
Good luck. Saya rasa saya tak ada apa-apa nasihat lah sebab diorang lagi better player daripada saya. Tapi apa-apa pun jangan lupa tengok Fury Championship 2 Mei ni.
Sempat
Yes.
Gaduh-gaduh sikit
Gaduh-gaduh sikit.
Alright, thank you so much kepada Wafi. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi lepas ni. Dan kita akan terus pass back kepada caster kita untuk memulakan perlawanan yang kedua di antara pasukan Master Vision dan juga SRG OG Esports.
Let's go.
Thank you very much, Sith, and also Wafian. Yes, I actually watched the Solos Game of Life movie. I was lucky to go to the premiere. It was quite a movie. I mean, for the first ever esports movie in Malaysia. I think it was it definitely hit all the local notes, right? Like if you are a fan of local movies, local production, I think you should check it out. I don't think it's in theaters anymore, but I'm pretty sure you can find it somewhere.
Yeah, you can definitely find it somewhere.
I do not condone it, but I'm just saying there are alternatives.
I kept telling myself I'm gonna go watch it when I have the chance, and then I never actually did. So I'm still finding a chance to go and do so. But let's real quick get a quote in from the head coach of MV, Haru. He said, "Last season, our problem was some players suffered from stage fright. Facing SRG is a test to see how well they can control their stage fright."
Yeah, and I think it's a very it makes total sense, right? SRG, every time SRG OG plays, the crowd is roaring. They always fill out half the stadium. Most of the time, you can't even hear yourself. And I think, for us, at least we're not facing the crowd. But for the players, you're looking at the crowd. You're looking at what is going to, affect that mental progressing through the league. But I would say game one, I don't think it's the stage fright. I think it's just SRG playing better and cleaner. And if there's anything that MV have overcome, I sure hope that it is the fright, the struggles of stage fright.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think that game one went to SRG because their execution was just a little better towards that mid game, and then their draft helped them just eke out in terms of DPS. For the second game, looks like they're going to be on a blue side, and I do hope that Monster Vicious are able to figure out what makes them tick. What is the approach to overcome this giant wall in front of them, because none of us want to see this series go in a clean sweep.
It would be quite I wouldn't say disappointment, but it would be underwhelming, right? Like, if I would pay to be here and expect it to go all 3 games. I think specifically one of these series, a series as big as this one. I feel like a lot of people that's been chatted online that they came for the opening match of SRG Vamos, and the funniest comment I read was, I want a refund for my tickets, because I came here during my lunch break, and when the series ends, I still have half an hour. What am I gonna do with that half an hour?
I saw that.
Give me back my ticket. Give me back my money. That was pretty funny. So hopefully we go 3 games, and then now it really comes down to that red side draft, right? How is Haru gonna adapt? Again, the idea was good. Now it's down to the execution, because if this is the SRG that we're getting from game 1, MV, they got a lot of catching up that they need to do pronto.
I do think that being on red side can actually be kind of helpful in certain circumstances, especially if you've gotten a good grasp of the meta, or you know about certain combo plays that your team is quite good at playing. Then having access to the counter pick side is actually a very powerful tool. So I'm hoping that MV are able to make use of that. They started blue draft in the previous game with Moskov to keep things more open for themselves, but this time they won't have to do that. So let's see something a little bit more characteristically MV.
Let's jump into the draft for game number 2. It's a good time to also talk about what Becky brought up after when he was asked about facing off against Monster Vicious, where he said that of course, they have something cooked up for MV, but at the same time, last time when they met in the regular season, which MV won 2-1, it was just after a patch. Right now, they're facing off after a patch too, you know, just, he feels like it's destined, but so far the results have been panning out to be slightly different. SRG on the blue side, we get the Lucas chip ban, and MV with the Loi ban.
Already very different bans coming in from Coach Arcadia. Still one of the brightest minds we have here in MPL Malaysia. The Lucas was completely ignored in game number 1 and yet has become first ban in game number 2. So it's gonna immediately create a question in the mind of Coach Haru. Like, why? What is the purpose of this?
Yeah, why we banned the Lucas? Because it's a pick that they have used, well, in 2 lanes, right? Both Sakai's and Cram have used it before. Hilda did get banned out, and just to keep you guys refreshed, because the action was happening so fast in game 1, that Mage Prodigy Stormy has hit his 1,700th total assist milestone since making his debut in MPL MY Season 9, and is the 5th person to achieve it since MPL MY Season 6.
And I think what's even more interesting is the fact that 4 out of that top 5 only started playing MPL after Season 7.
Yeah.
With Zorn being the exception, right? So it's like insane how much these players have racked up over that time. But I will say, Lucas ban might be setting up for Fanny.
You're right. Fanny, Suyo, they all don't like Lucas. And now it's up to Haru. Do you ban that Fanny? Because Fanny was completely ignored, I think. Well, at least in the previous series it was. So Harif gets banned out. Yeah, I think
it's not just Fanny as well. Suyo and Joy do both also have a little bit of trouble against Lucas, but you wouldn't usually ban him this early for it as well, because you can still kind of flex those 2 heroes around for later in the draft. So Fanny is the only thing I can really think of.
First pick the Fanny, right? It's Moskov Granger. There was something that, it's the matchup we saw in game 1. Phovius was up, but it was banned in the second phase early on by Coach Arc. So I do wonder what this first pick is going to be. You look at the value heroes, I do feel like we might be looking at the jungle?
The jungle would make more sense. Either jungle or gold lane. Because there's a chance they just go Granger to open up, but...
Oh, the Kalea's open, yeah. It was banned by SRG in game 1.
Okay, actually, that's pretty smart. Kalea is a hero, a very good meta hero right now for dealing with Fanny as well, because you can just grab her out of the air.
Oh, they're gonna go for it
It's a direct
anyways.
challenge to MV, right? If you don't pick Fanny now, we'll have Kalea and Fanny. But if you do, we have Kalea to counter Fanny.
Like, I dare you to steal Cable into me. Do it, I'll grab you. I'm pretty sure MV knows that pretty well. They did RKO a Link off the wall against Toda. They know pretty well that how to play around it, but Phovius now gets let through, and the Joy.
I do always love the way that Coach Arcadia drafts. It's like the man is thinking so many steps ahead. I do still wonder about this Moskov opening from MV. It looks like it is a comfort pick, and we know that Ruff plays a pretty good Moskov, but he was basically denied from doing anything in game number 1. And now they're gonna need heroes that can work well with the Fanny to secure early game advantage.
Yeah, I miss the good old days when Brody was a sought-after pick, right? Because that was also one of Ruff's heroes. Not gonna see it anytime soon. Hylos gets picked up, so the core is still the same, right? Except for the jungler, we still get the Hylos and the Moskov for MV. Sometimes I do wonder, I'm not sure if teams do this, but I always wonder if some of them would do draft simulations. You know, you do prep, and then it's just the coach drafting against each other. Kind of get a good idea on which direction to go to.
I can honestly see that happening.
Right, it's just like Becky and Arcadia sitting down there.
It's like military instructors doing war games against each other. It's already an established practice. I'd be more surprised if they didn't do it, actually.
They just rock up one day and be like, oh, wait, this seems like a good idea.
One thing though is that if the Phobius hadn't already been shown, Cho would actually be a legitimate threat in the hands of SRG, because we've already seen Cram can flex into it, good into the Hylos and the Fanny, but looks like MV won't have to worry about it since they've already seen Kalea Phobius. They decide to ban Carry instead.
It's pretty interesting that, actually no, they do have the Moskov, so yeah, Carry ban. Keep this Hylos in the fight. They probably are looking for a secondary front line in this case to really try to keep this Moskov safe. One thing that SRG OG has is that dive, right? Like you have a Hylos as a quote-unquote anti-dive, but having a secondary layer to that would be pretty nice too. I mean, the Padang is there. I mean, they also have the Cho and Jawhead still left out open. The Tigreal is also still up if they want to consider going back to the traditional front to back.
Yeah, I was thinking Tigreal might be interesting for Monster Vicious. I think Nova is one of the players who's played a good amount of Tigreal in the past. If not, Gatot Hylos is a pretty good combo as well for full front and backline protection, and either one being grabbed by Kalea isn't too big of an issue for you.
Yeah, we did see the Gatot response by DxSo against Homeboys, right? Kalea grabs someone, Gatot just shows up as the counter engage. So Faramis gets banned out.
Ooh.
Usually it will allude to a Glue pick, but Glue is still banned this week. I do wonder what is the thought process. Why the Faramis?
Well, Faramis does deny instant executes from the Fanny as well. So they're just preventing SRG from having good team fight options that can out-sustain the DPS burst from Uni later down the line, I suppose. In terms of SRG, yeah, banning like the heroes we've already pointed out probably make the most sense. Stuff like Gatot, Tigreal, Jawhead as well. Yep, that's also a good option.
They're not too worried about the Cho because that's more dashes for Phoveus. So small matter if... Seems like that's one of the only few picks. They will go for the Farsa again, but this time it will be MV instead of SRG.
Farsa is pretty good in this particular situation. As long as they have enough frontline, never really will be at threat of being grabbed at the Tsunami Slam, and is a good way of following up with more burst damage to set up for Fanny or to finish off after Fanny. So the early game damage potential that Monster Vicious was lacking in game number 1 is fully present in game number 2.
Want to set up for the cleanup crew. So a lot of responsibility for Uni too. As much as the Fanny did get some cut down on the damage numbers, still in the right hands can be extremely deadly, can snowball out of control. But does have a slight late game, mid to late game fall off, that's for sure. With the base damage cut down, another Beatrix pick for SRG. I was thinking of the Selena, but wouldn't expect Storm to actually pick it up.
Wow. Okay, I mean, Beatrix is pretty normal. This is a gold lane fallback for almost any player, and Innocent has been proven to be very good on the hero. But yeah, I also wasn't expecting the Selena to come out. I feel like this hero would have a hard time against Fanny. And there is the Nova Tigreal. It's been a long time since I've seen this hero. Very happy to see it. And I like Monster Vicious's draft. Tigreal also automatically counters Joy.
Yeah. Joy, Phoveus, Kalea, if you want to jump into their face, even Selena to a certain degree, right? You can't safely just walk up and get a full combo after the arrow lands. Although I would say that in terms of a team fight comp, SRG OG does have a bit more of that. But if you want to say front to back with a bit of a cleanup on the side, that would be Monster Vicious. This draft, I am siding with you. I'm liking what Monster Vicious has shown. Very honest, very clear draft that covers a lot of the bases.
Solid front to back with good CC, good burst, good scaling. SRG's draft honestly isn't too bad either, but there are certain hero combos that require a little bit more skill to execute on. So this is going to be a good game to demonstrate the capability of both of these squads. Who is prepared to stand at the very top of MPL Malaysia Season 15?
Let's get it going, SRG. If they get a 2-0 sweep, it won't just be revenge surf on a cold platter, but also a statement piece for Season 15. Yums again, Kalea leashing for Sakais and just springboarding his clear speed. And Yums loses nothing. Kalea generally just has insane sustain even as a roamer, you get to clear waves out pretty quickly. So Sakai's ahead in experience already.
It's a huge speed increase for the jungle actually, because he's also leashing the next camp after that. Skies is almost level 4 while Uni is still working on his second buff. He's already here in the gold lane stealing the crab.
And he got it. And Nova has to break the news to Uni that, hey, that Lethal Wanderer that you want is gone. The Selena took it. There's nothing I can do to stop it.
SRG, OG just making sure to farm everything they can on the map. Uni is still notably behind on Skies, who will be hitting 4 very soon and will want to try and gank gold, but Nova is already in position.
And I would say the killing spree on Fanny can be quite a headache to deal with. You see her health keeps going up once she starts getting executed. Oh,
Stormy actually.
What?
Chasing down Uni. Gets pushed though. Sacred Hammer comes in. Roundel gets the first blood. Electrifying Beats a bit too late. And Nova with a beautiful flicker over the wall means Monster Vicious come out on top.
Sadly for SRG OG, the idea was right, but the team was too far away. Jungs and Sakai is not in position to stop Uni. So but the first blood went over to Roundel, so either way, good news for MV. Both junglers will look for the purple buff as the turtle spawns. Jung will not hit 4 sadly, but Cram will. He's going to soak up that mid wave.
It would have been huge if Stormy got a solo kill on Uni that early on, but that's still a fanny. Abyssal Arrow connects on Roundel again, and ouch! That's a lot of damage, but the regen comes out, and Roundel keeps himself alive, even forces the flicker out. Sky secures the turtle, though. Xeno gonna be abandoned inside the turtle pit, eating so much damage with Revitalize, but will still fall.
That is an error for sure. Monster Vicious wants to hold the turtle take, but Sakai clears it too fast.
Meanwhile, they're trying to invade once again. This time, Cram is trying to stop them. Sacred Hammer gonna be dodging him in. Flicker out from the Mobius. He's taking a bit too much damage, but Skies is here. Uni still able to retreat it away. Electrifying Beats aiming for Nova. But a beautiful stun from Roundel. No kills here.
SRG OG, despite Monster Vicious fighting back, they are really still trying to ramp up the pace. Uni able to secure his orange buff is going to be a bit of relief. He is still slightly behind in experience, but could look for a bit of a counter jungle angle, right? The orange buff of SRG OG is still up, and that's why they are sending Innocent and Stormy to check it.
Uni with the ambush. He finds Innocent, gets the final cut. Innocent dash over the wall. Actually escapes. A great outplay.
Look how the tactical roll, flicker into a roll, basically just playing footsie, breaking Uni's ankle in the process. Crime continues to hold this top side. A way more even start for both teams. Uni being able to recover from seemingly slower start is giving Monster Vicious a breathing chance. And now they have access to Implosion too.
We are 1-1, only a 600 gold lead for SRG OG, so the game is pretty much even at this point. SRG still trying to go for aggressive play. Roundel with feathered airstrike, instantly stunned with the Abyssal Arrow. He's gonna commit the Tsunami Slam into the Bandit's Rage, but it's not gonna be enough damage.
And Nova Escobar also holding onto his Implosion because they do not have feathered airstrike to finish the job. So both supports, both roamers trading that ultimate. See Innocent just blast the bottom wave with the Nibiru's Passion, start him sight for Sakai's second turtle spawning topside.
The second turtle is going to be an interesting one. Very important objective for that early game lead for either of these teams. And Monster Vicious already in position to control it right now. With beautiful flicker, Implosion on 2 members. Right into the fan, into the feathered airstrike. Revitalize comes out, Roundel gonna first down. Cram gonna be traded away as well as Skies goes into the back line. Uni gets the turtle. It's a 2-4-0 and turtle for Monster Vicious.
Wow, Nova Escobar got his Implosion back up just in the nick of time. It was literally on cooldown, and he sprung his trap as soon as he saw the opportunity. They flushed him out of the bush, but I think they also lost count on the cooldown. Look at that, it just came back up, and Nova instantly pulled the trigger. The Abyssal Arrow misses, so there was no one to stop Roundel and his feathered airstrike. Sakai just did not have enough damage to get the kill.
He tried, but the Wings by Wings got Roundel out of there. The Farsa pickup working very well alongside this Tigreal. They give Monster Vicious the early game they were looking for. And now they are the ones with the slight gold lead.
Only one of the saving graces is that Innocent still ahead. Beatrix does need some gold, but Roundel, he's camping bot side.
They're looking for the ambush there. The only lane that they haven't been able to truly unlock is this gold lane. Innocent does detect something is off, but will he know in time?
They're all hanging out together around the orange buff area, but it's too risky to walk up to where Nova Escobar is. So they blast the bottom wave, they send Innocent mid, get a double wave for himself. Stormy is fine being relegated as an intel gatherer. But SRG OG is starting to stick together a bit more, and that means more space for Ruff.
More space for Ruff is going to be very welcome, since in the previous game, he basically just had no space to play around. I like the map presence that SRG OG are extending right now. Innocent only really walking back into the lane after knowing that there's no more threat of Roundel, potentially hiding for the ambush.
Yum's taking the safe route as well. The arrow is going to spot out that Zeno and Roundel are in the bush. We do also see Nova Escobar conceal.
Conceal comes in, Flicker into the Salami Slam as the Bennett's range. Nova Escobar flickers out to safety as Roundel is being forced away from Skies with the electrifying beats. But SRG OG are not able to find that kill. Nova comes back in with the conceal. It's the Bennett airstrike. Yums melts it straight away as Uni targets Innocent in the backline. Cram is trying his best, but is gone. His DPS has been melted away, and here is Ruff. Ruff is in the back with the SOD. It's a 1v3. He's still going for it. He's dodging beautifully. Stormy finally gets the double kill, but it is a full team wipe for Monster Vicious.
It was well for SRG OG. They forced Nova to use his flicker, and then Nova just walked back in with a conceal to get an implosion onto the two front lines that was supposed to stop Uni and Ruff. And we talk about the killing spree on this Fanny. Uni was getting a help with all these kills onto SRG OG's backline, getting a second and last turtle for themselves, and now building up a sizable goal lead, 2.3k. But the key items for SRG OG are also starting to come online. Cram just picked up a Dom Ice, and Innocent, he still needs a bit more time to get his damage.
We know that Innocent will for sure be able to get that damage in, but Ruff being able to get a couple of kills and assists there definitely helps narrow the gap between him and Innocent's farm. MV have managed to now build up a 2k lead, the most gold they've had in these two games. A conceal, even going to miss from Yums, and now Nova goes in, but the Tsunami Slam pulls him back in the tower. Implosion can be committed. Stuns Yums against the wall, but then Bennett's Ray is going to zone them out entirely. Here comes Uni! But he gets final strike to the tower! He gets picked off, but Ruff! Here is Ruff! Innocent going to get the double kill up against him! The Mascot probably went a little too far there. It's a 2-for-3 trade in favor of SRG.
Yums literally saving the fight. He flickers and gets the title strike. He grabs Ruff and he grabs Uni and gives him a backwards smackdown. Innocent was reloading his bullets. Roundel.
Here comes Skies going for the electrifying beats, baits out the fettered airstrike and just dashes away while Innocent secures the top tier 1.
Man, that 2k plus goal lead that Monster Vicious worked so hard to get has now vanished, evaporated in one fell swoop because of SRG's response on the top side. Innocent getting a kill onto Uni, a big shutdown, and not to mention Ruff too.
Look at how much damage Skies did just from dashing through Uni. This Joy really building up to be a threat very quickly.
And the window for Uni is going to start closing a little bit. As much as the nerfs, she's still strong, but it will have a drop-off as the game progresses. Now Cram continues to walk on forward. Wherever Cram is, that's where MV cannot proceed.
Zeno gonna block the path in. They want to make sure Uni can get this purple buff. Not sure how much SRG is willing to commit for it. Tsunami Slam into the horse. The implosion misses completely. SRG dodges Nova. Uni jumps in the backline, looks for Innocent, but he flickers away.
SOD
connects with Yums, but I'm not sure that's where
what was that?
That's a bad idea. Double kill for Innocent. Right into the jaws of the beast. MV with the massive blunder.
Uni will try to salvage the state of the game by taking the top tier 2, but they still lost the Lord to SRG OG. Ruff with another critical error. There was no way that he would have gotten any kill in that situation, even if he took the SOD. Innocent already escaped Uni. They should just call it off. Monster Vicious losing a lot more than they should have. And SRG wrestled back control. Yums just got immortality.
It was such good positioning from SRG there. A flicker baited from Stormy here, but they initiated on high-lows and then positioned themselves to dodge Nova, who came in from the flank. He missed the implosion entirely. Ruff should not have committed. I don't know why he thought that was the play.
That's 2 deaths in a row where Ruff overcommitted and ended up it not paying off. Really gotta start watching out. That trigger finger is punishing him.
Well, looking at the situation right now, all things considered, it's still not actually that bad. It's only a 1k gold lead for SRG OG. MV are still fully in this, but they cannot afford to have Ruff picked off again. This is their gold laner.
If Ruff dies one more time, this game might just spiral out of control. Well, good news, they will not lose any inhibitor. Base defense is pretty decent with Farsa and the Moskov, and of course, insurance policy. Roundel, he's 4-0-3. He's having a hell of a game as a Farsa. And when you have a Tigro on your side, one good implosion is all you need to turn the state of the game around. And Monster Vicious, and knowing that in the back of their heads, just needs to be a bit more cool, calm, and collected, facing up against SRG as the game progresses.
Yeah, the base push is definitely something MV can wait for, because like you mentioned, Husky, the implosion is the one trick that Monster Vicious needs to just catch multiple members and burst them down instantly. Because Yellplay comes out, they're aiming for Roundel and Ruff, but instantly they just back it off. Cram now being stuck in the glorious pathway. He actually has to flicker out of there, so a good disengage.
Yeah, doesn't want to get caught by the implosion because that would mean certain death. So MV ends up forcing something out of SRG OG. With the Lord coming up in less than a minute, Cram would need to wait a bit more for his battle spells to come back online. That's something that Monster Vicious might be able to capitalize on, but it's the same game state as game 1 where as much as Ruff is the Moskov, he just does not feel comfortable leaving past that midpoint of the map to get the split push going.
You know what they mentioned previously about the MV members having stage fright previously in last season? I'm starting to see those jitters from Ruff especially. He is making uncharacteristic mistakes.
I agree. Uni also had the same problem, but you can see that he's the composed one and engaged on the Zeno.
Oh, miscommunication. They thought they would commit and Skies is in the back. He's just gonna walk out. I think Innocent expected the Tsunami Slam to come out.
So a bit of a relief for MV, but that was gonna come back pretty fast anyways. Both for Innocent and Sakai's low commitment overall. SRG is gonna start holding the Lord for themselves.
And they'll be able to hold that pretty well. They just need to position to make sure Nova doesn't get more than like one person in implosion.
Here we come.
Here come once again. Glorious Pathway comes out. Nova flickers.
Oh, what?
He steals the Lord! Nova Excobar sacrifices his life to get the objective with the implosion. He will fall, but his job is well done.
Supernova, baby. Somehow, of all the possible permutations in the world, he steals the Lord after an implosion. I'm not sure if it's the implosion damage or the concussive blast, but goddamn, saving Monster Vicious, keeping this run alive and making sure that they have a fighting chance.
No one could have seen that coming. SRG OG was all split up to make... Oh, Stormy in trouble! 2 hits! That's all it takes for Roundel to pick off the Mage Prodigy.
Man, the fact that SRG saw that coming and still lost the objective. Now they lost Stormy. This base push is going to start favoring MV for sure.
The Lord going to be pushing in now. Glorious Pathway to slow down Innocent and Yumes. Yeah, you have to be careful not to get caught out too much here. Sky is going to be able to assist in breaking this Lord down, but they've taken a lot of tower damage to that top inhibitor.
And they should be able to do this wave. So at the end of the day, SRG OG, bit of an oopsie at the Lord pit. They're gonna start paying with their structure. Uh-oh, Conceal play.
Conceal comes out, better air strike as well. The implosion actually cancels the tidal strike, pushes him back. Yoon's gonna flicker in though, pulls the horse into the Bennett's rage, and now Ruff is being targeted. Unstoppable for Innocent as Sky picks up Novak. Oh! Tidal strike catches him mid-air. Uni knocked out of the sky by SRG OG.
He just wants to fly. He gets chased down by Cram and then by you. Just no freedom to maneuver in the fight at all. And SRG just like that turned the whole thing around. They have a minion wave mid-side, but the state of the lane did favor Monster Vicious. So SRG OG gets no structural damage. We're back to square one.
Ooh, we are getting a game all right, but Monster Vicious is once again on the back foot. A 3K lead for SRG OG. Under other circumstances, would not be too big a deal. But this is the Slangor Red Giants OG Esports you're talking about. Any little lead is a massive one.
Of all the things that Monster Vicious did right, it was once more like game 1 where the crucial moments that they kind of made a lapse in judgment that's costing them some of these control in the game. Of course, next Lord's gonna be up on top side. SRG, they will set up the slow push. Once more, Cram and Zeno in a head-to-head matchup. Monster Vicious, they need this purple buff for Uni.
Oh, Tidal Slam! The Tsunami pulls him into Bennett's rage. This time it's Nova. He's gonna be forced out with the Sacred Hammer as Ruff now gonna be the next target of Cram. Uni gonna do a lot of damage. The crowd!
Oh my
Keeps
goodness.
himself alive. It's got like 3 for innocence, 3 of destruction. Don't take this one this time, friend. SRG has already picked off their jungler.
Cram, Ikram, another great bait that sends Uni to his death. All of Uni's 3 deaths in this game has been a result of getting crowd controlled by Yunes, but Roundel might have a chance to make something happen here.
He's trying to go for it, the steal if possible, but Yumes is already checking the bushes. Here comes Nova and Zeno. Roy's Pathway comes out, Feather Airstrike aiming for Sky. Sky secures the Lord, he dances out to safety. Bennett's Rage comes in once again. Crab buying so much space and time. Implosion on 3, but is it enough? There's no burst damage. Ruff is being chased away by the Phobius, and Yumes knocks him out once again. The Moskov is gone. Legendary streak for Innocent as Skies with the killing spree chases him down. Winter Crown to dive the tower. Changes to an immortality. SRG OG are on a different level altogether as they get the revenge they've been waiting for. They will take the series against Monster Vicious.
Bow down to the Kings as they slay the monster. The Kingslayers are no more. A 2-0 convincing sweep. The game 2 got a bit hairy with some moments, some flashes of brilliance from Monster Vicious, but consistency was what SRG OG was all about. They make the plays happen no matter the state of the game. And this is a statement piece from SRG OG signifying that in Season 15, they are back, and they are back with a vengeance. MVP of the match going over to our fellow Esan Innocent once more.
Oh my goodness. What a game, what a demonstration. We thought that Monster Vicious had the best chances of competing with SRG OG once again, but they deny the opportunity and take it once more.
With that being said, let's head to Sif on stage to talk with SRG OG Esports.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada caster kita SRG OG Esports. Once again tunjukkan kenapa mereka pasukan back-to-back champion MPL Malaysia 2 season berturut-turut. Dan sekarang ini bersama dengan saya di atas pentas kita ada Coach Arcadia himself bersama-sama dengan MVP kita iaitu Innocent. Innocent, since you are holding the microphone, I want to ask you one question, alright? Last season, MV, the only team that beat you guys during the regular season. How satisfied are you finally get the revenge today?
I think I will not use Phobius Gold next time.
Wow. Okay, do you think MV give you guys a hard time for the entire 2 match?
Yeah, it's fun.
It is fun.
Yeah,
no, I mean, do you think MV give you a very hard time for the last 2 matches?
I don't really think we're just enjoying the game.
You guys just enjoying the game. All right, speaking of which, after 3 matches you guys already played during the MPL Malaysia Season 15, right? How do you think MPL Malaysia, do you guys think that SRG OG can finally go straight, perfect, 0 loss until the playoff?
Hopefully we can do it again since our last season. And for now, we're just focusing on getting momentum for this upcoming MC so we can defend our title.
All right, thank you so much, Innocent. Can you pass back the microphone to Arcadia? Can you step in front a bit? All right, Arcadia, if you look at MPL PH, you can see that people starting to pick Fadrin, Valer, and Leomon. Do you think that probably in the future, probably next week, one of the team in MPL Malaysia or probably SRG itself gonna pick heroes like that?
Let's see. If I say, I just want the fans to be more excited and looking in our matches, and I believe this is a meta that is really fun to watch, entertaining, because sometimes, right, people see that the tank jungler meta can be something boring, but in this meta, in this patch, I believe it's something that very broad. The meta is very big, and there's a lot of heroes that you can play, and it's exciting. It's entertaining to watch. Yeah.
How you guys adapt with this current patch? You guys can adapt like very fast?
I would say yes, in a way that this week we're very positive when it comes to our training. because there are a lot of things that we've been experimenting and trying, and there's still a lot of cards that we can show. And yeah, this patch is something that we really like.
All right, from your own perspective, right? How do you think the performance between MV and SRG OG Sport just now?
I think in our side, it's somehow satisfying because this is one of the matches that we were looking out for because like what you mentioned, last season, they're the only team that beated us. And so we took it personal sick it. Personal sick it. So yeah, we're happy that we were able to execute all of our plan today. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Any last word from your fans, and in fact from MV fan, of those watching all the way from Malaysia or probably from Philippines?
Yes, thank you everyone who supported us here. All the MV fans and also especially the SRG fans. Your support really means a lot to us. Hopefully, guys, we get our MSC form and hopefully we get dominating win streak again. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Once again, SRG OG Sport! Alright, good luck on your next match. Alright, jadi itulah dia perlawanan ketiga pasukan SRG berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Jadi kita akan terus bersama dengan caster-caster kita English dan juga bahasa Malaysia untuk kita melihat apakah yang telah pun berlaku untuk perlawanan 2-0 tadi.
Thank you, Sif, and of course, Coach Ark. And we have Innocent as our MVP of the match, the man of the hour, and the beast in human's clothing. Almost near flawless game for both game 1 and 2, but I mean, every time you need someone to save the world, it's Innocent.
It's Innocent, the consistent, you know? Like, I don't know how he does it. Every single game, doesn't matter what situation he's in. Man pops off. Doesn't matter what hero he's playing, he pops off. And of course, the rest of SRG OG Esports this time around did an amazing job. Every single one of them positioning excellently. There were moments of brilliance from MV, Lord steals, good catches here and there, but it still paled in comparison to what our local giants are capable of.
Yeah, those TikTok clips can only get you so far. Doesn't necessarily win you the game. Again, I think there are some good takeaways, right? We saw MV, they have very good ideas, even from the drafting phase to how they carry out the game, the execution. They have moments, the early to mid, where we say that SRG sometimes were slightly slower compared to other teams. MV did take advantage of that. But as the game progressed, as we got to the halfway point, the point where the MV coaches say that the stage fright might start kicking in, we start to see it take effect onto MV.
I do think the stage fright was happening. Ruff being the most obvious. This is normally a pretty consistent gold laner, can really make things happen, but was making mistakes left and right in both these games, jumping into positions he really should not have been in and getting caught out when it did not need to happen. I think there was just kind of a desperation that started crawling up in MV after game 1, where they really wanted to make something happen to prove that they're still able to take games away from SRG OG. But it was just a different level of gameplay they were up against.
As much as this is a tough loss for MV, I think they can walk away knowing that, hey, at least we lost to SRG OG, right? Still, what, 7 more series for MV to go through, and today is just one of those learning lessons, those growing pains that they need to kind of flesh out a little bit, especially when you see that they bring in a new mid laner and they can kind of spot the cohesion. This is a good sign. But against SRG, who has been together for the 3rd season in a row, and you heard what Coach Ark said, looking to retain or revisit the MSC form to defend that title, well, that means that it's a different beast already.
I think if there were any doubts about whether or not SRG OG was still the strongest team in Malaysia, this match is going to be the one to quell those thoughts. They are 100% still at the very top. They are the team to beat for any single team wanting to make a name for themselves at MPL MY. The players really outdid themselves, but Coach Arcadia still the coach to beat in the draft, using the Fanny as bait, forcing it into Monster Vicious's hands so they wouldn't have to deal with Fanny Kalea Phobia's opening.
Yeah, and this like damn if you do, damn if you don't. I think even for SRG, right, the last time we saw a team using themselves as the standard. That was OH Todak, where they went on to win 3 trophies. Right now, SRG, they are that new generation. They are the team to beat. They are the standard. I think unless you can convincingly take down SRG, and I'm saying it, not just beat them in regular season, but beat them when it matters, they are still going to be the team to watch. They're still going to be the one that rules over MPL MY for a long time to come.
The status of top 3 in M6 does not come easily. This is a world-class squad, our world-class squad. And I eagerly await the day that the team will be able to consistently perform against them. But that day, unfortunately, is not today.
Yeah, definitely not today. And it's one of the team that we place a lot of our hopes on as well. Well, if anything, we have to once more pay a homage to the Hall of Famers. We got Rich Guy, Wasakai's Innocent as the carry, Sandbag goes over to Zeno, and Jooms with 16 assists as the best wingman. If the amount of times that Innocent has kind of pulled us out of the dumps, I think it's time we start paying him some bonuses, right? He was the one that stopped us from being grouped by CFU in M6. He was the one that got a savage against Vamos with a clutch play. And this guy, what can he not do?
I imagine man has been getting bonuses left and right ever since he joined the halls of the Red Giants. This man has not let us down. And SRG is just able to rally around him all the time. I think we gotta give some shout outs to Cram for this game as well. That Phobius was doing so much work, just denying Monster Vicious any chance of walking up to do anything to Innocent the entire time. And that includes the Fanny.
Yeah. Mars called him a national hero. I think right now he's more than just a hero. He's a national treasure. This game, the goal graph, you can see the exact moment where it started going absolutely downhill for MV. When they got their 2.1k goal lead, it was off of a great implosion from Nova Escobar where he just walks in and, sucks in the front line. And then mistakes started happening. Ruff being overzealous, being too desperate. SRG started running away with the lead. And that is off of a Lord steal by MV.
And unfortunately, as effective as Tigreal is, there is a reason you don't really see the hero much these days, in that his gameplay style is pretty direct. Right? You know exactly what he wants to do, and you can position yourselves to avoid that happening. After SRG got caught in that 2-3 man implosion, it just never happened again. They were always splitting themselves up, baiting Nova into them. It worked once when he got the Lord steal somehow, but after that, MV just had no team fight set up.
I gotta say, Tigreal is an honest hero, right? He's all about honor. So it's for honor, literally, that's his voice line. So you can't blame him for having that linear playstyle. But yeah, this goal graph, again, shows us, you see that random Lord steal by MV, followed by a turret, and afterwards, it didn't really matter. SRG struck back, they got the win. When we check out the highlight reels, this is truly a highlight reels, because both teams had some great moments, especially Nova Escobar, some great implosions, leading to a Lord steal, some good back and forth between two teams, a solo kill by Roundel onto Stormy, but at the end of the day, it doesn't contribute to the end result.
The end result is that SRG OG are still too good. 2-0 clean sweep. This was the beautiful implosion from Nova right into the full feathered airstrike combo, and even then, SRG didn't actually walk out with too much of a loss. After that, Monster Vicious tried to continue their success, but good zoning from the rest of SRG made sure they could never get away with anything.
Yeah, even this moment, right, the small details, Ruff being able to get himself 2 kills, but then ended up going down. And first, he was also zoned away by Innocent, and then there's this one. I don't know how he got it.
How do you even?
The damage triggers the moment you use the implosion, right?
Yes.
It's not the second part, right? How?
I believe it's 2 separate parts, if I'm not wrong.
Man, he stole the Lord with
I really should know this as a Tigreal player myself, but
I'm pretty sure most of us only care about the crowd control part.
Yeah. Like, who would ever expect Implosion to steal a Lord?
To be fair, we've seen more impressive stuff. Remember, I think like 2 seasons ago when Minotaur was stealing Lord?
Yes.
So that was that too.
Sometimes roamers just do very interesting things.
This is as close as we get to that, to the replication of that.
But look at this chase, and look at Skies. Winter Crown changes the immortality just in case Uni decides to go for the full dive. And this is why SRG left the Fanny open. First pick Kalea, instant counter pick.
Yeah, really just grab her by just grabbed her by the cables and it just gave her a slam dunk, 4 vs. But I gotta say, Yoon's being able to consistently catch catch Fanny is super impressive. It's not like, without your Empower Order attacks, you need to aim your Tidal Strike, but he always catches the Fanny.
I mean, when you've played the game long enough, you kind of know the pathing that Fanny is going to be taking, especially since the cables are, in a way, telling you directly where she's going to be. It just comes down to your reaction timing in that sense. And, well, Yums has been one of the best we've had.
Yep, best we had for sure. Well, Retribution secured, the champions remain unshaken. There's the possibility of a perfect season still remains alive for SRG. Homeboys was in contention, but they did drop 1 game earlier on against DXS. So SRG is the only team that can go for the flawless regular season, getting 3 2-0s up to this point. I don't know what the future holds for SRG, but it's looking pretty good. We might see that run again.
Yeah, we're starting to see a new peak for this team. When last season, there were definitely points where they were a little shaky. But you can tell, they brought their A game to this particular series. When Coach Arcadia said it was a little bit personal, you could feel it. SRG was not messing around.
I think maybe that's the key, right? You take every single match personally. Maybe that's how we unlock the full potential, right? Just stop messing around. Maybe that's how we can win the tournament and maybe MSC 2025. We'll leave you with the mic check between SRG, OG Esports, and MV as we take a short break. When we come back, it's the last series of the day between Todak and Ocean Black. We'll see you in a bit.
Dom, momen mid ni. Barat Afrika, Yub.
Diam ah. Tengok tu sini nak, aku tang.
Wait,
nice one. Ayo sini. Belakang kaya.
Bagi aku, Dik.
Belakang kaya. Aman. Moskop penalti. Ayo sini. Hello Ayah.
Almost. Moskop nak ya, weekend ah.
Let's go atas.
Oh, dia side.
Listen. Tak boleh kan, aman. Sabar. Padang. Jagain Nosa. Tengok. Mati. Mati guys. Boleh. Kating. Bikin try tap. Tak boleh. Jagain Nosa lah. Oh ya.
Stop. Kau siap aku.
Ayo sini. Go. Sang.
Let's go top.
It's okay. Next game. Reset.
Nice try. You want to fight outside? We Astro outside. Oh, you want something? GG.
Nice.
GG.
Ada.
Aku habis
Tuh.
Aku stun. Kasih tahu guys. Pika.
Orang. Tetap sini.
Bawa. Ini, join.
Joinnya lihat.
Aman. Alright. Ada aku.
Aku habis. Aku stun.
Targeting. Aku aman.
Gua ke battery.
Aku back dulu.
Jaga aku guys.
Jangan masuk. Jangan masuk.
Jangan balik.
Biar aja nampak. Aman. Dengan point mid. Boleh take lah.
Cancel. Boleh you. Don't claim ini. Sini.
Lagi sini ni, Cok. Boleh lagi sini ni.
Sini.
Boleh mid cancel pasal. Kena.
Sini guys. Sini San.
Diri.
Aisan.
Mati. Mati.
Cikram guys.
Tengok. Apa boleh. Just tengok aku.
Aisan sampai ni.
Tengok.
Nice one. Lah.
Aku aman. Mana? Aku aman, Bang.
Gelak. Nak tu dia, bro.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。やっ！じゃあなら！背中合わせでいくわよ。
Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Don't ever kan harimu dengan 100 plus 0. Coba, try, taste 100 plus 0. Hey. は俺に任せてもらった4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 痛ましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じて。
Hello guys, kami daripada Todak. Saya Zaim Sempoy. Saya Zaid. Dan kita orang akan rating makanan dekat bazar ataupun makanan di bulan Ramadan ataupun Raya lah. Okay, first aku ada serunding. Serunding aku tak minat. So aku bagi F. Tak suka. Dekat tangan aku ada sate lah. Ini kira favourite lah. Favourite apa? Favourite aku. Betul. Sebab kalau tak ada S lah. Oish. Dodol. Tak menarik lah. Bawah. Kau kena John? John dulu jaga roti. Ni kat aku ada roti John. Ni makanan bazar ni. Aku rasa aku letak D lah. Sebab ada, tak ada sudah. Aku sirap Bandung cincau ni. Sirap Bandung cincau. Aku letak S juga. Sebab aku rasa ramai orang cari juga air manis time bulan Ramadan. So atas S. Dekat tangan aku pula ayam percik. Kenapa kau semua dapat ayam berbakar man? Memang healthy. Aku kurang lah dengan ayam percik ni. Jadi aku letak dekat. Kau kurang? Ya, aku tak suka sangat. Okay, next. Ini normal, semua orang tahu. Ketupat. Nasi impit. Okay, nasi impit dengan nasi impit. Nasi impit. Sini lah. Si biasa-biasa. Kak aku ada ni, Ban. Ada apa? Rasalah ketupat ini dengan remangnya sekali. Oh, lemang. Oh, tukar lirik. Ni aku kurang minat sebab dia macam sticky sikit. Aku tak minat lah. Aku letak E juga. Aku ada murtabak lah. Kalau aku kurang, aku kurang juga sebenarnya. Tapi okey lah. Sebab kadang dapat murtabaknya tak sedap. Isinya tak banyak. Aku next daging rendang. Daging rendang. Favorite. Last, ada makanan bazar ni tepung pelita lah. Stapler ni jangan Yang buat gambar ni boleh Jangan jual ke stapler. Kau tahu stapler tak boleh kan? Tahu. Bukan dia cakap tak tahu. Tak tahu. Kenapa tu kah? Oh, betul. Okey. Jadi sebab dia biasa-biasa je aku letak sini lah. Makanan last untuk go. Apa? Last. Ketupat. Ni baru betul lah ketupat. Sama lah dengan ni. Kurang. Itu saja rating kita orang untuk makanan raya guys. Betul. Memandangkan bulan ni bulan raya lagi, kita orang nak mengucapkan selamat hari raya kepada MPL MY. Selamat hari raya, maaf saya dah batin. Memenangkan
aku tak raya dekat rumah.
Okey.
Kau tak salah minta maaf aku.
Okey.
Okey. Tak. Lutut. Kau abang kau. Okey.
Sama hari raya mak saya dapat.
Okey. Aku tahu kau buat salah tapi jangan lebih-lebih lah. Season ni aku bantai kau.
Okey.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞクラマ力を貸してくれ
Aku hembus, kata simas. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jangan dah jauh, cari titik pemula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Laungkanlah sama-sama laungkan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Laungkanlah sama-sama laungkan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Laungkanlah sama-sama laungkan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 gig processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5,200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Kita masih lagi berada di hari yang terakhir, minggu yang kedua sama kembali dalam MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-15. Mari kita masih lagi bersiaran secara langsung daripada Stadium Juara Kuala Lumpur. Anda bersama saya Sid selaku pengacara anda untuk hari ini. And of course, apabila saya atas stage, saya tidak keserangan kerana saya bersama-sama dengan dua pemain rookie daripada pasukan Ocean Black. Di kiri saya kita ada Jun, di kanan saya kita ada Super Susu. Kalau korang tengok dalam game, muka dorang macam sama. Are you guys sibling?
Tak.
Bukan sibling bukan. Alright, okay. Alang Jun sekarang ni telah pegang mikrofon Alright. Congratulations sebab masuk kepada MPL. Alright, okay. Since you are the jungler, right, for the last few matches, you are jungler, okay. So you ada tak apa-apa ataupun sesiapa sebagai you punya idola dekat dalam Malaysia sendiri?
Jujurnya tak ada lah.
Tak ada idola kat Malaysia
Tak ada
Okay,
langsung.
what about others country?
Country memang tak ada ML.
ML memang tak ada. Oh, game lain mungkin ada lah.
Game tak ada.
Okay, alright. So sekarang ni, since you guys from MAL, right? Okay, kita boleh start dengan Jun. So, apa yang dia punya difference yang paling besar playing MAL dengan playing dekat MPL?
Mungkin the opponent lah, sebab kita tahu MPL sini semua orang kuat lah. Diorang memang pemain yang top quality.
Okay, faham. Jadi kalau MAL ni dia different level lah. Okay, macam mana pula dengan vibe main dekat stadium dengan kalau main dekat MAL during the regular season korang bermain secara online kan?
Yeah.
So vibe ni macam mana? Ada beza tak?
Memang lain sebab kita MPL regular season ni jalan secara offline, while MAL punya dia online saja. So vibe dia memang lain lah.
Okay, alright. Untuk hari ini, untuk Ocean Black, kita ada surprise di mana Jun, you akan main dekat role lain iaitu di bahagian good lane. So, kenapa bertukar role from jungler to good lane?
Ni boleh tanya management sebab dia memang decision dari management. Saya cuma main lah.
Okay, this is maybe tactical strategy lah. Yeah. Alright, thank you so much Jun. Okay, sekarang kita bersama dengan Super Susu. Okay, boleh bagi mic. Saya akan bagikan mic. Pemenang gold medalist tahun lepas, Sukma. Bersama-sama dengan Negeri Sembilan. Alright. Sihat Super Susu?
Sihat.
Okay, first of all, kenapa susu?
Kenapa
bukan coklat ke, cappuccino ke?
Sebab time form 1,
okay.
Masuk asrama. Lepas tu sini bagi nama.
Oh, sini bagi nama. Sampai sekarang melekat lah?
Melekat.
Okay, alright. Tadi Jun dah cakap kali ni dia akan main dekat bahagian good lane, Syaf ni akan main dekat bahagian jungle. Jadi macam mana Susu nak dapatkan chemistry apabila bertukar dekat bahagian tengah tu?
Kalau untuk chemistry, mungkin tak jauh beza sangat pun. Sebab dia dari jungle ke god lane. So, job dia seorang lebih kurang je. Tapi, ya.
Tapi dah boleh lah build chemistry tu. Okay, alright. Tadi Jun kata dia tak ada idol. Tak ada idol dekat dalam MPL. Kalau Susu sendiri ada tak idola dekat dalam MPL Malaysia?
Dalam MPL Malaysia?
Kita start dengan MPL Malaysia dulu lah. Baru kita pergi ke MPL luar.
Kalau MPL Malaysia, manager saya sendiri lah. Jungs.
Wow. Itu awak punya idola
Idola.
Alright. Kita pergi luar sikit lah. Kalau luar negara.
Luar.
MPL ID ke, MPL PH ke, MPL Cambodia ke?
Tak ada.
Tak ada. Memang Jungs lah. Sebabkan Jungs awak ada kat sini lah.
Betul.
Alright, okay. Thank you so much diucapkan kepada Super Susu. Thank you so much kepada Jun. Good luck untuk your next game. Alright, jangan lupa untuk anda yang berada di rumah, scan QR code yang telah pun tertera di dekat skrin anda untuk menebus hadiah-hadiah yang lumayan daripada MPL Malaysia. Jadi, pasukan Ocean Black dah get ready. Pasukan Todak pun dah get ready. Adakah Caster dah get ready? Saya percaya dua-dua dah get ready. Jadi, ayo kita pass kepada English dan juga bahasa Malaysia Caster untuk mulakan permainan.
Thank you very much, Sif. We are at the end of today's series. One more best of 3 to go. This time is the Swordfishes of Todak against Ocean Black. We've heard aquatic lives can survive in harsh conditions, but a Black Ocean is the first for me. It's Husky alongside Sadafa to bring you this best of 3 to close out the evening.
The Black Ocean is the first for me as well. It certainly sounds like a scary place, but if anyone's gonna survive, it is going to be the Swordfish. Comes in built with his own weapon, you know, I think he can deal with anything that comes his way, but now this is very different. I wonder if Todak has prepared for Jun switching up into the gold lane position.
Yeah, this is definitely a big talking point, because leading up to this, we've kind of raised Jun up on a pedestal as one of the best tier 2, the up-and-coming junglers, right? And he did sort of have a rough performance on their very first series when they had to go up against DXS. You know, he wasn't really in his best form. But now, apparently, according to him, management deciding to put him in that gold lane and put Sharp in as the jungler definitely is quite a curveball. It reminds me a bit of Todak experimenting with their roster too. And while coincidentally, they're up against Todak, who is also fielding 2 different teams.
Yeah, but so far it looks like Todak might have settled on which roster is doing better. I mean, this is their main roster, the one that got them to all the way to become our IESF representatives. Did very well in their previous match. And Todak, if they were going to experiment with a draft at any point, it would probably be up against OB, since they're one of the weaker teams so far, and they're still sticking with the same 5 that won them their previous series. So it looks like they've made the decision.
Yeah, with Shin and Yanlord, this is one of the duos I wanted to see, especially Yanlord. I no disrespect to Hazelnut, I still love what Yanlord brings to the table. I think, you know, after last season, after his stint, right, with Bounty being relegated, coming back, finishing top 4, top 3, now having another chance, I think, you know, he deserves a lot more of that screen time. It's glad that it's going up well for him. We also talked to Coach Lionheart from Ocean Black regarding, you know, the difference between MPL and MAL and one of the main struggles. And he said that the rookie players in Ocean Black have not yet adapted to the MPL culture because they're not used to the intense training regime and following a strict schedule. And in-game, the communication and decision-making is not yet at the highest level.
I think any of us can tell that there's a pretty notable difference in the level of gameplay between MPL and MAL, and even more so when you head up onto the international stage. So a lot of these newer players who have become more accustomed to the general culture around the Academy League are probably being a little shell-shocked here. They're like a fish out of water, literally, not knowing how to really prepare themselves for the intense training you have to go through, the increased amount of thinking you have to perform about the draft, about your gameplay, and just being on stage in front of the crowd is so different.
It's very different indeed. And not to mention, some of these players are still studying, right? Studying for SPM, you know, 16, 17 years old, but you have to stick to a strict regime that differs from MAL, because MAL, you play online, you practice by 5 stacking in ranked games probably, right? You have very minimal scrims, but in an MPL team, gotta wake up early, do practice, scrim reviews. It's definitely tough. I think, you know, it takes a lot of discipline and years of practice to get used to that regime. And not to mention, being at such a young age, having to juggle between studying and competing.
Yeah.
Mad respects to these players. But every now and then, when you kind of gas out a little bit, you would look for some sort of refreshment, and we have just the one for you. In fact, hold on. I already have one right here.
Same.
This was keeping us going 100+. You can refresh with 0 sugar, 0 calories, and still same great 100+ taste that you always love. No matter the occasion, you can get sugar-free and calorie-free 100+, and it's here to keep you replenished so you can get the most out of every moment.
It certainly keeps us replenished, and we gotta be here as well all day, commenting over these exciting games at MPL Malaysia. So having a little bit of extra energy boost, a little bit of hydration happening on the desk definitely helps to make sure that we can give you guys the best show possible, just like the players up on stage.
Yeah, just 0 sugar and 0 calories, I think, is a lot of people's favorite phrase nowadays. It's definitely my favorite phrase, cutting down on I wanted to say impurities, but it's not impurities. Cutting down on these non-gym bro components in my body. I don't know what to put it.
Yeah, I don't know how to get it.
I don't know how to put it either, but yes.
I thought it was your favorite phrase though.
What, sugar?
I don't know. You were saying, what was your favorite phrase?
My favorite phrase? Oh, 0 sugar, 0 calories.
Ah, okay.
Something along the lines of that. I'm trying. It's not easy.
I thought it was the getting rid of impurities thing.
I mean, that too. Get rid of impurities, for sure. And, well, if anything, I think for Todak to continue on that rise, even though they did show us a 2-0 already with this current lineup, this series against Ocean Black, I do wonder how far can we kind of treat it as a benchmark for Todak, right? Because I think in a lot of people's opinions, this is just another match. It's not significant enough for us to determine where is Todak.
Yeah, I think a lot of us going into this series is already expecting Todak to be the favorites and kind of expecting it to be a clean sweep as well, but that's the exact same thought we had going into the first series of the day. And that ended up being the most intense series we've had, even more so than SRG versus MV. So it just goes to show you, always gotta expect the unexpected.
Yeah, and hopefully Ocean Black shows us something, right? And then even aside from kind of like the hard routine, they only have Ripple as a senior to look up to too, and that could be a struggle, right? Ripple having to juggle between all of these new faces and trying to get them into the mentality of being a pro player. Something that they'll have to work through over time, and thankfully we're just in week number 2. But if we look aside, we look past the newbies and we look at battle-hardened veterans, we can never count out our local heroes, the OG Swordfishers, which will be Todak, fielding a roster of Zyme Senpoi, Zayed, Yenlord Shin, and Momo.
This is the lineup that brought Todak success in their previous matchup, and definitely looking to be as a more stable lineup overall. They put up a very good game against Team Ray yesterday, and I'm sure they're eager to keep that momentum going because, like you mentioned, Husky, this is one of our OGs. Todak has been a household name in MPL Malaysia for such a long time.
And they've kind of trying to reinvent the wheel a little bit. They've tried imports, and then they've tried full locals, and then they went back to imports. But the local hero, the moniker, has always stuck, right? And last season was the best we've seen in quite a long time. They spent 2 years rebuilding the whole roster, the whole identity. They came back last season, and they almost went to M6, if not for SRG OG Esports. And now they're up against a bunch of fresh blood, plus the veteran Ripple. So Ripple's going to be leading Shaf, Diff, Super Susu, and Jun for Ocean Black.
Previously, after his performance in week 1, Ocean Black decided to sub out a Jun in the jungle position to Shaf. And while they still weren't able to take that victory, Shaf actually did a pretty good job in stealing some objectives away from their opponents at the time. Now they've gone for another switch up, putting Jun in the gold lane, replacing Masako. And now is the time to see, like, is he as good as he was in the jungle in the gold lane position?
I've heard some info where, you know, during practice, Jun performs pretty well in that gold lane, right? He's been getting the numbers in compared to Masako, and so hopefully today it translates to some degree of success against Todak. It's not gonna be easy. Shin also came from MAL, but he definitely is a bit more established right now at this point in time compared to the gold laners of Ocean Black. With all that being said, it's time to welcome both teams onto the stage. It's Todak and Ocean Black.
With their second squad, they claimed their first victory yesterday. Now they return to battle with one goal: to dominate OB and prove their strength. It's time to Langar Todak!
Still searching for the formula to secure the first win. This time, they move Jun to the gold lane role to achieve that victory. Please welcome Ocean Black! Introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and head of League Ops, Franklin, will ensure the fair play and professional integrity in the matches. On the side of Todak, we got Saifu and Kuja, and Ocean Black, we have Lionheart and Zest. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between both teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini Gaya Kita. This is MPL MY. It's time for the Swordfishers to swim in ocean black.
Will it be the depths of the ocean itself, or its residents who come out on top in the land of dawn for the final series today? Todak will have that first pick for game number 1. And we've already witnessed that Todak's hero pool certainly seems to be solid. There's a lot of creativity they can play around in regards to that. Whereas Ocean Black still going to be looking for that stable footing on their first foray onto the MPL stage.
The squad B of Todak, Yanlord plus Shin, has been phenomenal so far, at least from the one we saw against Team Ray and the ISF qualifiers. And also, they've been slowly answering some of the questions regarding Todak after Chico guys moved to MAL, and it's just a pub stomping there. But for the Todak current squad update, Squad A hasn't been doing too well with D and Hazelnut. They got 1 loss, and Squad B with Shin and Yanlord, they got the dub for Todak. And, I mean, the main question has always been, after Chico guys is not in the team, we were talking about the creativity, right? The out-of-the-box thinking. And what do you feel right now? Like, are they heading down the direction? Are they regaining that flair?
Not really, actually. And I don't actually think it's necessary to regain that flair. Yes, the old Todak Langar style was always a fan favorite and a mainstay of MPL Malaysia. But with a brand new roster, Todak can also build a new legacy. They've been trying to go down a more default path. You can still see a little bit of that Langar style in their approach to the gameplay, but when it comes to hero picks, they want to keep it standard, and I can respect that.
Yeah, I can definitely kind of see that direction that they're taking. On the other side, it's definitely a bit more of a tough journey, right? We kind of did point out, just touched on it a little bit, that Ripple is the only sort of a senior player on the team. Everyone else, you know, if you exclude the coaching staff, are fairly new to the competitive stage, and paired with all this immense pressure is the jump between MAL and Academy League to a professional league that catches most people off guard.
It really does. I think a lot of players are just not prepared for how different the culture is overall, and honestly, it does bring up a serious discussion about whether or not MAL standards need to be raised a little bit to make sure that the jump isn't quite as upsetting for new faces. But for now, they're just gonna have to work that out. They are among the first MAL teams to make it onto MPL, since the Academy League is still a pretty new prospect, all things considered. So it's up to them to pave the road for future players.
The side has been trying for quite a while to use the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Haven't found success yet. Gotta practice a bit more at chakra level,
Man's already so large, I don't think he needs a clone. He's basically 2 people himself.
You can consult Tobimaru though. The second Hokage invented that thing.
True, true.
He cares a lot more about patent and copyright than anything else.
That is true. Copyright always a major issue. You know, we want to make sure that everything's unique, right? We want to have unique selling points for all of these teams, for all of these players, and hopefully in their gameplay as well, because I want to see something a little bit more interesting. I don't want this to just be a direct sweep for Todak.
And speaking of something unique, we have the MPL MY Season 15 exclusive merchandise. It is now on sale. This is just one of the design worn by our very own RJ on stage. Look at that. Sleek design, black and white, jersey style, front and back. All looks good with a tiger head at the center of that back piece. We have a lot more designs as well. You can come and visit us at Stadium Juara. There's a booth set up in front, and you can get to browse through the selection that we have.
Honestly, our marshal should look up taking part-time jobs as models, because man is flaunting it on that stage. And if you want to look even half as cool as he does, then make sure you grab one for yourself, because we're jumping right into the game here to see if Ocean Black can adjust to the culture of the professional MPL stage.
Starting with the draft, instant ban on the Matilda, Jusin by Saiful. Coach Lionheart going for a more traditional one. No Joy, no Hilda. You're trying to take away some early game oppression from the side of Todak. And the main question is, what is Ocean's Black direction going to be, right, against Todak? What is the priority? Because when we saw them up against DXS in the first series last week, it is all about team fighting. And one of the main struggles that they faced was that there were no contingency plans. Once the team fight composition falls apart, they really have nothing to fall back onto.
Yeah, that's the honest gameplay style that we talked about previously with Ocean Black and a lot of the newer teams in MPL, where they approach the game in a very textbook style, where there's nothing wrong with that, but against more experienced lineups, they know how to dismantle that textbook style. It's up to Ocean Black and Coach Lionheart to decide whether they want to play the best of what they're used to or attempt something new to increase their chances of winning.
I can't wait to get into week 3 after this when we open up both Kimmy and Glue. I do wonder if that is going to make any difference, because I know Glue right now is looking pretty good. First pick, Kalea once more for Todak. That was let through. Of course, the Harif is also one of the few options that you can consider for first pick. We've seen a lot of teams go for Harif or Granger, but for Ocean Black, they will do just that, Harif and Badang.
Pretty safe opening with the Harif and the Badang here from Ocean Black. Plenty respectable. Being able to pair this up with even more zone control and team fight potential is probably what Ocean Black is looking for. As for Todak, there's a lot of options open. I think especially for Zayed, his hero pool has been on full display lately, able to play plenty of different assassins, of which right now there's still a lot that he can choose from.
He's the only madman so far who has brought out the Ling. And even though that didn't result in a win, it was against MV, but still, you know, Todak, they aren't afraid to not shy away from that unique identity. Even just second picking a carry and Farsa.
This is one of the heroes that Sihin has played a lot of, this carry, and we've already seen actually not a bad lane matchup into Harif at all, because carry just has some of the best early game damage consistency thanks to her built-in passive. I also like the denial of the Farsa and the combo with Kalea. It's going to give Todak a lot of early game pressure to play around, while Ocean Black lock in the Hayabusa.
Some backline dive looking to threaten both the carry and the Farsa. The idea, again, very honest, very straightforward. And Lionheart understood that they need some sort of a way to get to that backline before this carry and Farsa gets out of control. They already have the setup, but this Hayabusa will make up for the lack of reach.
It definitely will. It gives you good access to the backline as long as Ocean Black will have some tankier frontliners to play around. Then they can distract the Kalea as well to make sure that Shaft doesn't get disrupted too much. This is also a hero that he used to steal turtles away in their previous matchup, so definitely a comfort pick.
I didn't cure the pain.
We do ban out the Phobius, Valentina taken out by Todak. Wants just a bit of a cover for Zaim Senpoi. You don't want a secondary feather airstrike for OB. Now, the other question is, what is Ripple going to get, right? Is it going to be on the Badang? Because we know Ripple has always been that big playmaker on whichever team that he was on, especially back in RGMY. If you need someone to make a play, if you need someone to start throwing bodies, Ripple is the guy. And that's why I think he's the only person so far that has played the Khalid in that XP lane.
Yeah, Ripple has always enjoyed being on more aggressive EXP laners, and I think that creates a question as well for the recent meta, where a lot of the old aggressive EXP lane players are having a bit of difficulty adjusting to a playstyle where they're required to be more utility, damage sponges, setting up team fights for the rest of their teammates. And I think Ripple isn't the only player to have some difficulty adjusting to that position.
So it's Lucas and Gatot ban. I was thinking earlier on maybe Ocean Black could use a Lucas on their end. Now that one is out the window. They're still looking for some sort of a setup, and this carry Farsa does discourage the Hylos pick as well for OB. It is starting to narrow down that XP/roam option.
Hylos would basically be the only real frontline tank that you can play around at this point. If Ocean Black wants to go for EXP priority, they can kind of just pick the CC to keep things open. The Badang can still be flexed though, so I feel like it would be better to try and keep that on the down low and go for the mid lane here.
To the Yves Novaria. They will go for the Novaria. This is the second team that picks up the Novaria if I remember correctly, right, most of it has been on DXS. What, 4 games from Novaria? Or if I remember correctly, 40% win rate overall on this hero in like, what, 5 picks, so 2 out of 5 games won.
I think players are still trying to adjust a little bit to Novaria's gameplay style, because this isn't your typical like consistent magic DPS burst like a Farsa. You gotta play around the timings of those Star Shatters. Astral Echo still is a very, very good tool though, and if used correctly, Ocean Black will always be able to keep an eye on where this Kalea might be, but ooh, they're gonna have a Cho to deal with as well.
Yeah, a Cho that can disrupt not just the Hayabusa, but also the Nolan. Of course, I mean, it's Zaid. Nolan is one of those signature picks that he likes to go for. So very fast pace. I mean, Cho, Nolan, you got the Kalea Farsa as well. And compare that to what Ocean Black has, they need time and space, and Todak, they don't want to give him that.
If Obvious was still open, it would be a really good game for him, but it was already banned out by Ocean Black themselves. That's the whole reason why Todak was comfortable going with this in the first place. There's a classic pickup in something like the Mincetar that can actually deny a lot of mobility, but we have not seen that hero in a long time, and if anyone was going to play it, it honestly was going to be Momo. So I don't think Rippo is going to be pulling it out. Hilda or Kali. Oh, Hilda was already banned. Akai.
Okay. I can see that. I can see the application of the Akai. Barring that when the game goes late, Shin is going to tear right through this Panda. The displacement is actually pretty darn good, right? You get to disrupt almost all the heroes on the side of Todak.
It offers denial directly to the Kalea and Cho's catching ability, because if Rippo stands in front and is at threat of being pulled away, just pop that heavy spin and you're no longer in danger. And if he combos it correctly, it can even pin people in the Badang wall for a very long time.
This game is going to be quite a test of Ocean Black's the creativity. We see the Novaria and the Akai, they start piecing it together. You can see the idea of this draft is denial and making sure that there's space for the Hayabusa and Harif. They have decent backline access and frontline peel, but now it's to execute against Todak.
I think this is a classic example of an aggressive lineup against one that wants to play slow and steady and wait for the right opportunity to come by. But only one will be able to come out on top when we enter the Land of Dawn, and looks like we're gonna wait a little bit before we enter the Land of Dawn as a pause has been called.
I assume it's called by Todak. I'm gonna see if it's going to be a Type 1 pause. Hopefully it's not something serious. I believe it's from Zayed's side. It gives us a bit of time to dive deeper into kind of the thought process of Ocean Black. Obviously this Akai did get a buff, you know, in recent patches, right? The damage did go up. Like, he actually hits pretty hard. So the trading between this Akai in that XP lane is going to be quite an interesting one. I just realized the Kalea XP2.
Yep. It's Kalea in the hands of Momo. Yan Lord playing his signature Cho. So Todak has a lineup that allows them to just go for it, right? They have a lot of catch, and then Farsa and Nolan have very solid early game burst. So Todak is going to be playing hard, fast, basically trying to get the snowball as soon as possible, whereas Ocean Black can afford to take it slow. They have Akai and Badang to counter-engage, and then the Astral Echo to keep vision over the map, to create space for the Harif and Hayabusa to come in when the time is right.
Yeah. And I think that this, you can kind of take a couple of pages off of what DXS did earlier on with the Novaria, right? You always have a option to kind of turn fire around. And back in the game, Yan Lord really trying to go for a bit of intel gathering, losing most of his health bar.
Yeah, gonna take a lot of damage from Super Susu, but it's absolutely fine for Yan Lord as long as he doesn't die. The job's already done to just delay and provide info.
Yeah, and I think right now for Ocean Black, it is, again, when you have a Hayabusa, you want to be able to keep him as safe as possible and get the ball rolling once you hit that level 4. There are a couple of good targets to gank. You know, this Farsa, this carry, you can slow him down and get yourself a hit. It is going to be a big boon for Ocean Black. And that's why the Badang is moving around to create a space topside.
Right now, Sihin in a bit of trouble here. Shaft trying to go for the gank. Doesn't have level 4 yet, though, so Sihin should be fine. Yanlord even being there just as a safety measure.
So much info given to Todak by Yanlord. Shav will see this. Again, no level 4 means no confirmed kill, but they do deny the invade. So Shav's level 4 will be denied and delayed as Zayed will hit his level 4 by taking away this lizard.
Yeah, so far things going good for Todak. I imagine they're going to start wanting to make things happen here. They have a lot of potential side lane pressure. Yanlord is very low though. Here comes Shav coming in. He's not level 4 yet, but he doesn't need to be. Jun picks up first blood and even forces the flicker from Sihin.
That is just unlucky for Yanlord. He definitely did not expect Shav to triple back to the top side after finding him twice. As Shav finally gets his level 4, he is going to be behind in terms of experience and goal compared to Zayed, but that first blood going over to June is going to alleviate some of that pressure up top. Turtle will go over to Todak.
I think it's very smart of Todak to just rush down the Turtle after seeing the Ogi Shadow kill committed in top lane. To reduce their losses a little bit. First blood to the gold laner is never ideal, but here comes Zion Senpoi to make up for it. Zaman forced to cancel out the feathered airstrike.
Super Susu even finding out Zion. He is still not level 4 just yet. This Badang very far behind.
It's kind of to be expected. Super Susu has been pulled all across the map here. Oh, what? Lord in the jungle! Wave Dragon onto Shav, forces the Yogi Shadow kill. Oh, well timed from Super Susu. The stun into the snipe saves his jungler.
Man, I swear that RNG for Shav could not have been worse, and he still goes down.
He stayed, and Zion Senpoi punished him for it. Has to flicker away from Super Susu himself, but finally gets the kill Yanlord was going for.
Shav is having a tough life right now. Not only did his shadow kill prioritize the camp more, he got saved by his mid laner once, and Zion Senpoi denies that. So this push Shav quite behind. He's 2 levels below Zayed right now, and Yanlord is not making his life any easier.
A heavy focus onto the Ocean Black jungler, and honestly, it's a good idea from Todak. They know that most of the burst damage will come from either Shav or Jun, so focusing on one so that they can get rid of the other later down the line is not a bad strat.
Not to mention that Diff is rocking the Novaria, so as one of the few mid laners that the Cho doesn't really care about early on, you can't really push him out of where his hiding spot. Because Badang also struggles to catch up because he's not as mobile. So Todak is gonna hold this as a leverage over Ocean Black.
Momo in the mid lane, looking for a setup for Zion Senpoi, but Div didn't quite get close enough. At the same time, Yanlord is providing vision, letting them know that Shav is trying to take the purple, goes for it, gets the kick. It's not for the kill. Actually, it is. The feathered airstrike cancelled by the fist crack right into the Star Shatter. Div picks up the kill on the Todak mid laner, and Shav still gets the buff.
Unfortunately, they cannot go for the turtle. With no retribution, Zai will now take this orange buff away. No way that Shav is going to contest it. They'll try to punish Zayed.
Summon Force committed. Super Susu is here as well, trying to get the fist break in, but slowed by Sihin just enough to allow Zayed to dash away. But that means Sihin in danger! Star Shatter almost gets the kill, but Todak doesn't lose anyone there.
Man, if Shav had the shadow kill, that is a confirmed kill on the Shin, and might even get lucky and bounce onto Zayed because they were side by side. Either way, Shav continues to play catch up. Going for the lizard cam up top. Ripple, heavy spin.
Heavy spin, maybe a bit early there. What? No one's even around to follow up on it, and the Tsunami Slam comes in. Heavy feathered airstrike going to be denied as the Wave of the Dragon catches Super Susu. Very messy exchanges. Now Shav looks for Zion Senpoi. Nice flicker disjoint. Zion Senpoi is fine. Zayed gets the turtle, and now they're targeting Rippo. The Panda is going to take a beating here, but he'll be able to dash out.
Shav once more annoyed by Yanlord, who is just sticking on him like glue. Very weird move from Ocean Black. They see the Cho around, but Super Susu decides to just walk into a kick. And unfortunately, Shav can't really punish Yanlord without the shadow kill. So once more, they're going to put him under a microscope in his own jungle.
Honestly, the fights up until now have been very, very messy. And all things considered, OB has been doing a good job of matching up in micro, but Todak still winning in macro, and Yanlord catching Shav. He tried recalling in front of the base, got punished for it, and now Super Susu with the flicker fist crack is able to escape, but Todak gets the mid tower for it.
What is happening this game? A lot of things that is going against the fundamentals is happening. We got weird movements from Ocean Black. Obviously, we saw just now at the Turtle Pit, where Rippo uses heavy spin too early. Super Suzu decides to just walk out and grief. And then you have this show that Ocean Black just cannot shake off. They have no way of flushing Yanlord out of their own jungle, and it's really taking a toll on Shaft.
It's a really funny situation because they're using Momo as the main catcher and Yanlord as the stalker assassin who's just chasing Shaft the entire game. Gets the way of the dragon onto Super Suzu in the feathered airstrike. And Super Suzu will be able to dash out. Astral Echo catches all of them now. Ogi Shadow Kill doing a lot of damage as the heavy spin comes out. They're gonna push the Zion Senpai out of position. A fist break on the remaining two members. Momo has to jump away. Sihin still doing some good damage. Momo jumps back in to buy some space for Zion. And Sihin is dismantling them. It's a shutdown on Jun. They don't even stop him. And Zion will just chase the remainder down, forces the flicker out. Todak turns the fight around.
Oh my god, this carry was allowed to free hit the entire time. Ocean Black had no way of disrupting him. I honestly thought it started off well. They killed Zyme Senpai and Yanlord, and then this carry was just there pelting light wheels at them in their face. Ocean Black really felt like they could have done more in that scenario. Todak now have a 3.5k goal advantage.
It was a bit too honest. It was a good start, but once they weren't able to follow up their kill on Sihin, they just kind of gave up on him. Way of the Dragon again on Super Suzu and Feather Airstrike. Zion secures the turtle. Heavy spin comes out to save it, Badang, but is it really worth it as Zion is on Shaft now? Forces out the Ogi Shadow Kill while Rippo is burned down. It's 2-0 for Todak.
This game has just gone from bad to worse. One of the big pain points. Woohoo! Big pain points of having a Novaria on your team is, if your team is falling behind, your responsibility becomes 10 times more. And he has to achieve that with minimal resource, which is not really what you want to be, but this is the reality for Diff right now.
Feathered Airstrike just the zone Diff away. Zyme Senpai showing how to play an artillery mage here. At the very least, Shaft is able to still secure his orange buff, but there's no red tree on their side now.
This is not looking good at all. I feel like if we pull up a heat map of Yanlord, he probably spent more time in Ocean Black's jungle than his own side of the map.
I have no doubt about it.
He has not left the red side map since the start of the game.
They have Kalea to play as their frontliner, so Todak's just saying, okay, Yanlord, you just do whatever you want, make their life miserable, we'll catch up with you later, yeah?
Might as well build full damage show at this point, right? You see someone, you kick them, and they just die.
Zayed trying to steal a purple. Yanlord, nice Shinpo, gets out of the Synchro Fission. They will take it. Give it to Zayed. Momo jumps in. Tsunami Slam pulls the Badang out right into the flight wheel. Rippo tries to save him. Nearly dies. Whoa. Does die. In the meantime, killing spree for Sihin.
Alright, let's play a game. How many emos has Yanlord used this game?
That's a fleeting time for Momo. EXP Kalea, by the way.
Oh my god, this game might be done actually. Is that the first item fleeting time?
Yes, it is.
Good stuff.
Todak's just playing at this point. Like, we knew Todak had the advantage going into this, but Ocean Black has been making so many blunders. Look at how fast that Lord melts the Sihin.
We talk about the possibility of a Kalea flex. At one point we forgot about that possibility because most teams right here are pretty honest putting her into a roam roll. But then it's Todak. They can do whatever the heck they want right now.
Feathered Airstrike doing some good poke damage. I have to note this whole time Yanlord has still been stalking Shaft in the bot lane, stopping him from pushing and chasing him all the way back to base, by the way.
How? In what universe is this allowed?
This one apparently.
Your jungle is 0-4, is getting chased away by a roam Cho.
It's pretty smart of Todak to draft this way so that Yanlord doesn't have to play with their team. It normally shouldn't work, but it is. Todak is 8.5k ahead in 11 minutes.
First item, Anticuras and Radiant Armor. I have no idea how you're going to ever take this showdown, let alone go to the back line.
Alone everyone else, right? Sihin has not been stopped this entire game. Just free hitting. Whenever a fight happens, the carry's just throwing light wheels at Ocean Black. and they're not even able to stop him.
The way to come back into this is to scale. I mean, they have pretty good scaling, but to get there is not easy. And this comp's not the easiest to execute in these team fights, right? You have some anti-synergy between Ripple and Super Susu. They both press their ultimate. Ripple can easily just negate the efforts of an engage.
Yeah, but he's been trying, and he's already melting. He just doesn't have the farm. He's been called to help his team disengage so many times that he's died multiple times as a result of this. So that he's probably less farmed than Yanlord at this point.
I would not doubt that at all. I think Ocean Black just say, Brother Ripple, please, we need your help again. And Ripple, the soul scene is just like, oh, again? Dang it, my team.
I mean, when you're the Dragon Warrior, you have a lot of personal responsibility. And in this case, the rest of the team isn't quite adding up to what Rippo needs. Momo gonna find him in the bush. Tsunami Slam pulls the Panda back. Heavy Spin comes out. Oh my goodness, Shaft nearly melts in an instant, but Rippo does melt in an instant as Fettered Airstrike comes out. Ocean Black just has to run away. They cannot do anything to Todak.
Holy cow, Zayat predicted where Shaft is gonna go with his initial Shadow. With the Fracture, almost blew up Shaft before he went into the Shadow kill. But Ripple, he got melted so fast.
I need to see his items. What items does he have? Like, he melted so fast.
He's an Antique and Radiant. He's probably going for like Queen's Wings or Winter Crown next. I feel like if you want to engage, Ripple has to do a Flicker Belly roll and then to a Heavy Spin. And then Super Susu is the secondary layer.
That's tough though.
Assuming you survive the carry damage.
Because even if Rippo goes in first, the only people he can reasonably CC are going to be like Momo and Zygot a lot of times. Sihin's just waiting in the back until everything starts going to walk up and melt.
So if you are in Heavy Spin, can the Kalea grab you?
Probably not. I feel like you would need to be too close to make it happen unless the Kalea brings Purify. I kind of want to test that now.
Kalea Purifies?
Kalea Purifies, walks up to Akai and drags him. Oh, the Way of the Dragon! Onto Super Susu! Yanlord dealing a lot of damage. Diamond Forms comes out, but he can't use anything about it because the hit is just melting. It's a mega kill for the carry. Double kill on Jun. He gets Yanlord, but the job is done. Tidal Strike pulls the Haya back, and he's gone! Where did he go? Fist Crack catches Momo, but the cores are all still alive, but the Crystal isn't. Todak takes game number 1 without much difficulty whatsoever.
One of the faster games of today. Todak making quick work of Ocean Black. You know, we came into this knowing that it is going to be tough for Ocean Black. The fact that Todak most probably have the numbers just based off of pure veterancy. But for game 1 to go down like this is really rough. I think Ocean Black completely unprepared, or maybe they are prepared, they just not able to outclass Todak's movement. The fact that you have a Cho roam that is doing what he did, and they'll start a chain reaction, the fact, disrupting the enemy Hayabusa, and it just kept escalating to an unwinnable situation for Ocean Black.
The word to describe what Yanlord was doing is disrespectful.
I believe we call it a crime somewhere.
A crime, straight up, because you should not be allowed to do that. That Cho just playing solo, keeping tabs on the Hayabusa the entire game should not be permitted. And yet it worked so much for Todak because they also had a Kalea in the backline, and OB just had no tools to like properly start fights. Like the Panda pick for the final hero choice, I don't think was the right play.
Yeah, I can see the idea behind it, but again, there's a difference between, you know, the theory and the practicality, right? I'm not sure if they have tried the matchup itself, but kudos to Todak on blue side, putting the Kalea as a flex. I think that Panda was definitely not meant to deal with a Kalea XP, which ended up giving Momo whatever space he wants. The funniest thing is, even with a 3-4-man squad, they could not force Yanlord out of their jungle.
They actually couldn't. They had no...
Oh, man.
There's no damage, no burst damage. Actually, the Hayabusa needs level 4, and they delayed it by making him keep going up to the top lane to finally get 1 kill. By that time, Zayat had stolen so many camps that he was permanently 1 level behind. The Novaria mid can only hit 1 shot every so often. It's not gonna really do much. Akai obviously isn't contributing damage, and then your gold lane is losing priority to carry too. It's just no winning factor for Ocean Black.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Well, we'll leave Ocean Black some time to deliberate for game 2. But what we do want to see is Todak's side, the MVP for game number 1. Probably Shihin. Just the freest game of his life on that carry, free hitting everyone.
Or Yanlord.
Or Yanlord.
Right?
I would pick Yanlord if I ignore KD and all that. I will pick Yanlord. Yes, thank goodness. Yes, Yanlord MVP, and also give us a bit of that taijutsu action.
Was that his leg, or was that someone else's leg?
I would like to believe it's his leg,
because I feel like it came in at a weird angle, like someone's just off camera kicking their leg in for him.
That would be funny though. they've been working on their showmanship.
But that's basically what Shaf was seeing the entire game.
Just the leg, just a roundhouse every now and then.
Just the face and legs of Yanlord.
Just eat a bit of knuckle sandwich, a bit of a kick. Sad times for Hayabusa.
Yeah, Cho has always been a good counter to Hayabusa, so kudos to Todak for using the Kalea as bait, right? It can actually be a flex pick, even though it doesn't happen often. They revealed it first, made Ocean Black think, okay, this is their roamer, let's focus on the EXP lane instead. And then the Cho comes out, and yeah.
And it's on one of the best Cho players, at least in a rookie sense, right? Like his Cho has been a phenomenal. Funny enough, I don't know since when, but for the longest of time, I have Yanlord on my friend list. But I don't know how he ended up on my friend list. I've had him on my friend list in ML way before he joined MPL, when he was still back in Tier 2.
That's mysterious.
Yeah, and I have it on social media, and I have no idea when that happened.
He got on your friend list the same way he got into the OB jungle. They have no idea.
It's always been in my face the whole time, I just didn't know.
It's always been Yanlord. He's just existed in the background.
Now he's in the forefront.
Yeah.
It's on the main stage. It's one of the few games where there really isn't much, there really isn't anything that's too in-depth. It's a chain reaction of Yanlord just harassing Shao from minute 1, and then allowing Zayat to take away crucial resources. And then it's just a compounding interest of Shao losing time and pacing until the point that when they noticed it, it was already too late.
It's just bullying. It's just straight up, honest to God, bullying. You can't call it anything else.
I bet Yanlord experienced that last season, because when they faced off against SRG in the lower bracket, he got bullied to oblivion. He was not allowed to play Mobile Legends at all. He got beat down by SRG, and he takes it and he channels that inner energy, and he can't do it to SRG yet. I think that's for next week, but he's projecting it onto Ocean Black.
He's got to take it out on somebody. You know? The cycle of violence continues, unfortunately, but Yanlord did a very, very good job of just permanently being in the face of his opponent, and he was already planning to do so. He has that Master Assassin emblem. He's 100% expecting to be in Shaft space for the entire game and entrust the front line for Todak to Momo, who has always been a very good frontliner for Todak as well. So it works out for them, and Ocean Black, unfortunately, still incredibly one-dimensional in their approach. They had some good catches, don't get me wrong, but the moment they let go of their attention on Sihin, it's just like he doesn't exist for them anymore, even though he's right there.
Yeah, that was the only one proper catch that they made, and after that, they just could not find any opportunities. Every time Super Suzu gets caught, he is dashing away from the fight, right? They were not thinking about, I'm going to throw my life, start an engage, maybe we can turn it around. No, they start thinking about running, and I think, again, it's the inexperience kicking in, right? They were not able to gauge the moments. Maybe they were afraid that it's going to make them fall even further behind. But once these all started accumulating, Ocean Black just had no way of fighting back.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for Ocean Black. You can really tell the difference in experience and just overall composure. Because they lose composure so quickly. You can see how they default back into reactive, defensive movements when they don't really know how to continue on the map.
It's a fast game, And we have Rich Guy and the carry going over to Shin. We got a Sandbag for Ripple. Unfortunately, he's the only one that can take up that role. And Backswingman going to Momo's Kalea with 8 assists.
Yeah, Momo always a wingman, and Sihin definitely getting those stats padded. Honestly, I need to see Sihin being pushed more into a corner. Up until now, the games that we've seen him play, Todak has set the map up so well for him that he just has to stand there and press the attack button. I want to see what he can do when pushed a little bit further against stronger teams, because right now he's just doing what his team needs him to do, and that's enough.
I think in a team fight, he shows up, he lets go of his movement joystick, and he just taps attack.
Pretty much.
He just taps attack, you know, the system will help him track his opponents. The highlights, honest to God, I think they should make a highlight, if they have time, of just Yanlord harassing Shaft.
It's just...
And it's a PSA. Say no to bullying or something.
It's Exhibit A at Yanlord's stalking trial, basically. It's presented in court in front of a jury. It's like, is he guilty, Your Honor? And I think everyone will say absolutely. Poor Shaft. He was not ready for this kind of treatment.
Yeah, poor dude. They even had a draft that, you know, that possessed good balance. I think overall, except for maybe Ripple, that one is a bit of an odd one. But with how fast they lost control of the game, I believe this is just this is the second Lord for Todak that ended it all. I felt like it could have ended a lot more faster if maybe they were running a Moskov or something, but I digress. Ocean Black needs to go back to the drawing board. They need to think about the next game. How are they going to approach Todak in this early game? It's clearly they were not able to survive even the first 4 minutes.
I'm starting to think I don't like red side first pick Badang.
I feel like you don't have to first pick.
Yeah, I don't think so, because, like, yes, he's a safe option, can be flexed into Roam or EXP, but here's the issue compared to, like, if you first pick, like, Gatot or Hylos instead, Badang has no prio.
Oh, yeah.
You go Roam, you go EXP, he has no prio against basically anyone. So you're already surrendering a lane just to have, like, that safe CC hero.
And also not the easiest to execute, right? Sometimes if you try to go a snap engage, you miss your flicker engage, that's it, the engage ends and then you die. So let's see if Coach Lionheart kind of changes that. We also need to talk about role shift history between some of the players, right? Because Jun isn't the only one who has shifted roles before. You guys have done it, you know, from MPL Season 7 to Season 8, just jungle to gold lane. We've seen Mao go from gold to roam between Season 10 and 11. Panda as well at some point played roam from Season 10 to 11. And then you have Eevee for 3 seasons in a row. We've seen him go from XP to gold laner and then now back to XP.
I don't remember Eevee playing gold lane. Did that happen?
I'm pretty sure in the...
It did?
Wait, hold on. Season
Eevee?
13. Unless he was not fielded.
Possible. Okay. I mean, it's not just this list as well. We literally have another player this season, Stone, switched from roam back to mid as well.
Roam
so
back to mid.
It's not unusual for a player to do a lane swap, but oftentimes these swaps were chosen by the player themselves. They decided, hey, I don't think my original role feels right for me anymore. I want to try something different. And in Jun's case, it was decided by management, right? So I think that actually does make a small difference.
I agree. I think, you know, for a lot of these players, like you mentioned, it feels like, oh, I'm not comfortable in the body I'm in. I need to switch to something else. And then Jun is just, no, you gotta take the therapy right now. We gotta convert you into a different role. And so far, at least against Todak, he was able to do fine early on, but when the game started spiraling out of control, it didn't go well. And a little birdie told me that a very, very look forward to person that we want to see him play, and he's not going to be playing, sadly.
I'm going to read some comments, bro. You guys comment something crazy, bro. Okay, what is this? DJY getting cooked, bro? I didn't even play. What do you mean I got cooked? Mark my words, DJY will beat SLG. But just ask Stormy, bro. He knows the answer. Who is actually DJY? I don't know. I don't know who is DJY to. I see a lot of comments about me, but, you know, go support Ocean Black as well. Support all my teammates. Support all my friends as well. They are all chills. They are all good as well, you know. Support us for all the next matches. Thank you, guys. And see you guys on Arena.
Give us back DJY. That's not how he talks. Where's the Gen Z sentences? He addresses them as audience. I thought he addresses people as chat. Everyone is chat to DJY. Hopefully he gets to play.
Yeah, the world is only DJY and chat. But I do think that this is a chance to bring up something a little bit more serious, because us as casters, we've of course been paying attention to chat this entire time on our Infinix phones. And there's a lot of comments asking where is DJY, and even to the degree of putting down OB a little bit. And I get it, right, guys? We want to see DJY. We want to see DJY. But remember, OB has a lot of new players. These are their first time playing on the MPL stage. They deserve some support as well. Yes, they're not performing, but neither would we if we were thrust into this position, right? So give them some love, give them time, because none of the players, none of the veterans up there popped off the moment they started.
Hey, look at Yanlord. He finished last in his MPL debut, right? So it's not an easy journey for any of this. But the question will always remain. I think unless DJY plays, we're gonna get the question until the season ends, and with plenty of chances for that as well. But if you guys are own Astro Arena, just know that you can catch every single moment of MPL Malaysia Season 15 live on your TV screens only with Astro Arena. From all the epic clashes and highlight-worthy plays, you can experience the thrill of esports right like never before, right from your living room.
Now you can watch MPL MY on so many different platforms. You can watch it in your living room, you can watch it from bed, you can watch it at your desk, you can watch it sitting on the toilet. Accessibility is at an all-time high, and we hope that you guys are enjoying the game so far. So make sure to keep up with what's going on. We're only 2 weeks in. There's still a lot of time left to see who makes it to the next stage.
I bet a lot of people are watching this at work, and I've gotten some messages, asking about the scene. And keep the message coming. Let's slide into my DM. I don't bite, but please don't bite me either. Right? I'm trying to be nice. I got the message from this guy like 2 hours ago. Pretty nice dude. Chill conversation. Keep it coming. But there's one more thing to look forward to. It is the MLBB X Naruto collab. It starts on the 2nd of May, which is next week. It's time for you to be ninja, be legend. 5 heroes, 5 unique skins. Choose, pick your poison. They're all great. We've seen the preview. If you haven't seen the preview in-game as well, plenty of emos, new turret design. The catapult has been changed. The Land of Dawn is now Konoha.
Everything, actually.
We get to slay Madara. Fulfill your childhood fantasies, all right?
It's one of the most insane collabs we've ever seen from MLBB. It's not just the skins, it's everything about the Land of Dawn and the game itself. So make sure to look forward to that. Save your diamonds so that you guys can get these really, really cool skins. We've already been getting a bit of a sneak peek, the Naruto characters on the hero selection screen for MPL MY. And I'm sure you guys have already seen the effects too. They are awesome.
Yeah, they're awesome. You even get a free one. Gara is a free skin for Veil. So if you like to play Veil, which I know a lot of you dirty people out there like this hero, Gara gets Veil as the design. Now, jumping into Game 2 in 50 seconds. Let's see if Ocean Black, I wonder if they can take that blue side, because their red side response has been very, very honest, very linear. And I don't blame them, right? You go for very comfort picks, but we're starting to see the limitations in those approaches. So I want to see if they get that blue side pick, can they take initiative against Todak?
It's going to be difficult to say, because I agree with you. If you're not too confident in your ability to counter draft and counter play, then you're probably going to find a little bit more success on the blue side and just go for the style that you're the most comfortable with. But against an experienced team, they're just going to figure out a way to undermine that as well.
See, I think Todak, I have no problem with the way they approach this. I mean, I don't think they have any problems. They were just having fun. Can throw back to what SRG Innocent said about playing against MV. We didn't feel any pressure, we were just having fun. I think that's what Todak is feeling right now. Let's hop into the draft for game number 2 between these two squads. Seems like the Swordfishes are surviving just as fine, going up against Ocean Black. The sides remain the same, Todak still blue, OB still red.
So no swapping of the sides here. Looking at the ban, still pretty standard, with Todak getting rid of All of the bans that Todak have are supposedly red side bans.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
Hey, Saifu can do whatever he wants.
Invented one.
I guess so. Man can do no wrong.
You can pick Moskov first pick here.
After game 1, they certainly have the leeway to do so.
Yeah, like pick Moskov, or pick Carry, pick whatever. Harif is open.
Kalia is still safe.
Yep.
Kalia is just like such a safe opening.
I want them to pick the entire team 7.
That would be fun.
Kalia, Naruto. Wait, no, Suyo, and
Suyo
Hayate.
yeah.
Oh, that blows.
That's rough. We can't have Sasuke and Kakashi together.
We almost have. You can only have one Sharingan user.
Maybe that's why Sasuke left the village. You know, he shares the same role as Kakashi. Someone had to leave.
He almost destroyed the village. I tell you that. He tried at least. Look at Harif.
He was just invading the jungle.
He was. He stayed in the jungle for a majority of his adult life. Actually, no. It's a adolescent life.
It's hard to tell sometimes.
I don't know that age. Like 16 years old, you're fighting a world war. I can't fathom that. I'm still studying mathematics at that time.
That's true, and failing at it.
And failing
I think all of us can agree to that sentiment. I think Harif Gatot is a safer opening, but we will get Sasuke and Sakura together alongside the carry to once again hand a solid lane against Harif.
There's still a spot for Lucas, just saying we can still get Team 7 without their sensei. But for the side of OB, you have Gatot, you have Harif. It's already a pretty universal start, which can cover a lot of bases. Probably can look for your mid laner now. I think the Farsa could be a point of consideration for them.
Farsa's not bad. Eve worked pretty well for them in their first appearance for the season. Oh, they steal the Cho away. Super 6 is not bad on the hero, so I do like the idea.
Giving themselves some sort of pick-off, and you do create some sort of a challenge for Kalea also, trying to take that bush control. I do like this approach. Both teams still looking for that mid laner too. Of course, for OB, they're looking for mid and jungle. So that mid lane pool is going to be incredibly important. They start by banning out the Badang.
Getting rid of the Badang is interesting. I don't really feel like that's something they have to ban at this stage, but if they want to prioritize teamfight control, then it is certainly understandable. Both sides still looking for that mid laner. I expect mages to start getting banned like you said, and yep, Todak will get rid of the Valentina, so immediately creates a question, are they setting up for Lucas?
Yeah, I think so. I really think there is a chance to go for Lucas or just eliminate whatever possibilities of Div stealing the ultimates. But what they want for... I mean, you can still stick with the... Okay, I want to say Farsa, but there is a Gatot and a Cho. Varus? No way, right?
It wouldn't be an ordinary pickup. But if Todak wants to just run down OB, then Faramis can certainly work. But it still feels like it's more likely they're setting up for Lucas or trying to force OB into picking Lucas since they have priority after the ban phase.
So it's going to be a CC ban here. Take away one of the more dominant XP laners in this current meta.
Yeah, I think Lucas is going to be the prio. Valentina and CC are both Lucas counters. And
okay,
yeah.
kind of. Yeah. Maybe you just can't have Naruto on that team. Can't be the third wheel.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
He has to go on his training arc.
Again, Q time skip. So it's both teams still looking for the mid lane. No Valentina. It unlocks artillery for OB. Really feeling like a Farsa pick here.
Farsa is good. Combos with Cho. Don't have to worry about the Gatot counter since it's on their side as well. So that means Todak can probably go Selena again. You know, keep vision over the jungle against the Cho. Threaten the feathered airstrike when it gets opened up.
I think so. I think you can go for Selena, and with the XP lane, you could go for something.
Phoveus?
Phoveus, yeah. Phoveus is still open.
Selena Phoveus sounds like a pretty good finisher for Todak. Let's see if they agree. Selena, is it Phoveus?
Come on, Momo.
Are we smart?
They throw a curveball. Benedetta.
Please show we're smart, Saiful.
Come on, Cypher. You know you want the phobias.
Hey, where's Smart?
Yay, Team Purple. Almost.
Close.
Damn it, Sakura, it's you again. So
Sakura ruins everything.
Oh, yeah. Not here though. Not as a Kalea.
Yeah, not as a Kalea.
Finding some contribution. After 500 episodes in Shippuden, he does something.
The Sakura slander coming out now. All the Sakura fans in chat.
Hey, don't worry. They gave us Sarada, okay? I'll take that.
I don't have strong feelings.
Me neither. I didn't watch.
Yeah, neither did I.
It died with Shippuden. Okay, that's where it ends for me.
Naruto ended with Boruto's dad.
Yes, Naruto ended with Boruto's dad for sure. Oh, we do.
Oh, there he
Kakashi.
is. There's Kakashi.
There it is.
Everyone's here except Naruto himself.
I don't have the MC energy. What a shame. Well, Chef gets a second attempt in the jungle as the Hayabusa, but at least you don't have to deal with the Yan Lord Cho, but you do have to deal with the Yan Lord Kalea now.
I think OB does have a more complete lineup here. Having Cho and Gatot does mean dual frontline potential alongside the Farsa Cho combo that could set up for really quick executes in the early game. But Todak again has a pretty rundown composition and a lot of overall burst damage that Ocean Black are gonna need to find a way to play around.
It's just something like game 1 where Todak can run them down, but at an even faster rate. And in fact, how do you get past the brick wall, which is the Phovis and the Kalea? Something that Ocean Black will need to find a solution to. But first of all, they gotta keep Hayabusa alive.
At the very least this time, Shaf won't be staring at Yanlord's face the entire game. Right? Hopefully so. As we jump into the land of Dawn, Ocean Black eager to find their first victory of the season, but they're up against the Swordfishes that crown MPL MY.
Wow. In the first 30 seconds, Yanlord has spent more time on the blue side of the map.
That's the red side.
And the red side.
The man is learning that you shouldn't stalk people.
Super Susu, he got an injunction against him. He got a restraining order. It's like, wow, you say that. Look at where he is.
Never mind.
Oh,
I guess people just. Oh! The Koi with the flicker! But Dip outplays, and here comes a Rippo. First blood claimed by the Farsa.
Wow, I give him a big slam with the Iron Fist. Holy cow, Div almost went down. And he did take Purify, so you have to be a bit more careful with where you tread. Super Susu obviously is doing his due diligence. He saw what Yanlord did in the first game. Now he tries to do it to Zayed. But Suyo isn't the easiest to catch.
Comparatively to Yanlord, who is not only giving vision but also stopping Shaf, Super Susu is just focusing on the vision aspect, and now Shaf gets jumped on. Takes a lot of damage, but will be able to escape from the Quad Shadow. Ripple comes in, 3-man taunt, but the Revitalize comes out. Zyme Senpoi gonna be bursted first, and Div gets a double kill.
Wow, Diff is 3-0 right now. He is eating good in that mid lane. Second death for Zyme Senpoi. So Selena, you also ideally don't want to be falling behind. Although now Ocean Black, they need to find a way to remedy the top side, the top lane. Jun struggling pretty rough against Shin.
That was just straight up a blunder. Why did Todak do that? Like, was Momo not telling them that Rippo was coming for them to just line up all together?
Maybe Momo did say that, and they're like, let's line up together.
It's like, it's okay, Momo.
No way.
No, don't worry about it.
Like, no way he gets this, right?
And Rippo just runs through all of them like a skewer.
He is level 4 now. Turtle contest. It's gonna favor Ocean Black just because they have access to the ult.
Momo gonna just hit level 4 now. Yanlord doesn't have it. Goes in with the Tidal Strike, picks up Shaf. Better District comes out. AOG Shaf secures the turtle, and now Momo trying to buy space with the Infernal Pursuit. Ripple gonna be left alone. Wave the Dragon catches Zayed, but they've already lost Momo. And now Yanlord gonna follow up. Mega kill for Div. Make that double. 5-0 on the Farsa.
Holy cow, under 3 minutes, he hit his first item, hit a glowing one. Because he's so far ahead, 5-0 on this Farsa. Good God, Todak. I'm not sure what the next move is gonna be, but good luck trying to survive against Div for the next few minutes. And it all started with an attempt on his life by Zyme Senpoi that escalated out of control.
This is what happens in our ranked games. You know, we get overconfident. Todak is making mistakes that should not be happening. and they're not positioning correctly. They are not respecting Ocean Black. They had like full level leads against everyone, and they still committed like that.
In my rank game side and essentially on the losing side, I'm the one with 06. Now I want to see how they pushes that lead. You are so far ahead, you gotta somehow spill it into a weaker lane. In this case, if they can spill it to Jun's lane, it would be great.
Ooh, an outplay there. Super Susu just doesn't dash over the wall, so avoids Yanlord that way. Momo a full level behind Rippo now after that exchange. Ocean Black is 6-0 up against Todak.
You know what's funny? When Rippo was spamming recall, the cam was just nice on him. Doesn't look like a... You know when you type LOL and you're not actually laughing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like.
LOL has just lost a lot of his... We're just gonna pretend we didn't see that.
Nice try. 8 for effort. He'll be back up in 30
I don't know what that was attempting to do, but here comes Momo. Super Susu gonna be targeted. Now Jun gonna be caught out. Purify comes out. AOG comes in. And that is so much damage from Diff. The Farsa mid lane carry for Ocean Black.
Yeah, take that, Suyo. How does it feel not being able to reduce magic damage right now, huh?
The reset patch really hurting against Sasuke now.
That's what you get for playing Suyo. I hate that hero so much. He's too strong for a hero.
Now there is some balancing. Diff is... I want to see how rich Diff is in particular. You know, how much of this 3.5k gold lead for OB is from him alone?
Oh, he did have a glowing 1 and tier 2 boots. That's already 3k in net worth itself. Oh, they will try to take the top tier 1. Ripple should be able to get rid of this.
Ripple gets the taunt in. Tsunami slams Sihin, actually taking a lot of damage from the trade. And here comes Super Susu with a flicker kick. In the meantime, Diff gets shut down by Momo, but they pick off Sihin. Whistle arrow gonna connect the Super Susu. Shaft comes in with the Ogi Shadow Kill, doing some good damage. But Todak is healing through all of it. AOG comes in once again. Gonna get cancelled! Cancelled again! The double cancel! Poor Ripple!
Oh my god, Yanlord not letting him go. The empower auto attacks.
And now Shaft gonna be targeted. Tidal Strike comes in. Quad Shadow though. He'll be able to escape, but the tower cannot.
Sad so. If Ripple got that out of, that would have been an instant turnaround onto Todak. Super Susu got gone on as well. Should get away. But Todak did cut the gold deficit down by 1k with that shutdown.
A big shutdown going over to Momo. That's gonna be pretty important. The tankier he is, the more space he can buy for Todak, because Ocean Black still going to be sitting on a 2k gold lead.
Decent adjustment for Ocean Black, because they did lose the top tier 1. Right, they're playing together as a 5-man unit. The goal is to free up Jun. He needs to somehow get the turret back, but Ocean Black can rely on Super Susu to somehow get a pickup, and Yanlord knows it.
Yanlord strikes first, but Super Susu goes in. Tsunami Slam pulls him back. He's not able to get the kick in time. But Yanlord now doesn't have his ultimate, which means Ocean Black can go for the turtle. Diff is there, gets knocked up. Rippo attack from the flank. Turtle gonna be reset. Diff gonna be the main focus as the kick lands on Zayed. Here comes Jun from flank as well. Zaman Force comes in. Zayed trades himself for Super Susu. Meanwhile, the turtle gonna be taken away by Shaft, while Ocean Black is an absolute chaos in the backline. Zaman Force still doing a lot of damage, but Todak actually tanking through a lot of it. Shaft nearly dies. Quad Shadow is back out. Rippo AOG defensively. Yanlord lands on the Hayabusa, picks him off as Zion Senpoi flickers forward. Sihin as well. Finish off Jun. Here comes another title strike as the fight is still going. Double kill for Sihin.
And I gotta say, MVP for that fight. You might not see it much, but it's Yanlord chasing Diff away from the fight. If Diff was able to get off a good feather airstrike, that fight ends instantly. But Yanlord just kept sticking himself onto Diff and making sure that this Farsa is not able to contribute to the fight until it was too late. And Ocean Black are too preoccupied to dealing with Todak's other members that there was no one to save Diff from this Kalea. And they need to start working that out, because Diff is the one that has been winning the fight, and they are not giving him, they're not enabling him to do so.
Shaft successfully took out a restraining order against Yanlord after game 1, so he decides, I'm gonna have to go after someone else now. And Diff is the most obvious target. That has narrowed down the gold difference quite a bit here. Only a 800 ahead from Diff compared to Zyme Senpoi.
Now this looks even more identical to my rank games. That would be, my teammates would be so far ahead and decide to just die, but this one definitely not on Diff. It's more on Yanlord taking the initiative, making the right moves, and Ocean Black not doing due diligence.
Conceal. They're looking for Zion Senpoi. Beautiful flicker kick. Zion Senpoi is gone. And now Yanlord a bit too far forward. Tidal strike away. Do they still have the ability to catch? Looks like no. Ocean Black will not overcommit.
Zion should be able to do some structural damage mid-side. Ripple getting Radiant Armor. And I believe June cashing in on a kill on the Zion Senpoi does equalize that goal a little bit, but at one point they were up 3.5k and that has been completely erased by Todak. First Lord up. No flicker for Super Suzu for another 80 seconds, so no snap engages, but and the kick at the AOG is still pretty deadly.
A total nullification of the gold advantage, and Sihin, while he did die early on, he is out farming Jun by quite a large amount, so Todak definitely have late game insurance now that they've been able to even out the gold difference.
Conceal play from Todak. Yellow's looking for someone. Can't find any. The Ripple, it's not really the target that you want to grab.
In the meantime, Super Susu waiting on the flank, looking for someone important. Sihin or Zayed, ideally, but Yanlord will do. Way of the Dragon right into Shaf and Jun. He'll survive for a while. AOG cuts off the rest. Tsunami Slam not able to connect. And Sihin is jumped on. Shaf gets a double kill. And a two-man stun in the backline from Zayed. Yeah. Not going to be able to flank. In the meantime, Shaf finishing off another. That is 2 for 1. Looks like Dave going to be the only casualty for Ocean Black this time.
Good move from Ripple to zone out the rest of Todak, but Diff going down again. This time thanks to Momo sticking onto him like glue. Still, Ocean Black will get the Lord for themselves. And they gotta work out a way. It's either Diff positions better or someone for Ocean Black needs to peel the Slayers away from it, because Diff, he's been having such a rough time, even used to Purify, and still he gets slammed to oblivion by Momo. Let's see how much damage they can deal with this Lord.
I think it's not ideal that Div has been forced into a second item Blood Wings after being so far ahead with that initial glowing wand. Winter Crown would be my suggestion for the next item, since Todak seems very committed to chasing him down, but all that time spent means that the rest of Ocean Black is actually doing some good damage, and Super Susu had a great initiate. Well,
that's the thing, when you get catched by a Tsunami Slam, you have crop control for days.
Yeah, and Lord in trouble. Flickers out, gets the kick once again right into the Zaman Forest. Todak will just abandon him. I don't think they can save him here.
But I take out the macro though. Look at the top side. There's the wave being pushed in by Zaya. He should be able to get the top tier too. So Ocean Black ends up losing more. Like, despite
the recalls under the tower.
Despite getting a 1v1 trade, they are losing presence. Thankfully, the Sweet Wave arrived and aggro the catapult.
Okay, this is the stage of the game where overly honest gameplay from Ocean Black can be punished. Todak are very used to rotating around the map and just catching people off guard with their rotation, so Ocean Black needs to be able to take a little bit of that advantage themselves. But right now, the game win rate percentage is still leaning in their favor.
Yellow should be looking for a pick. Super Susu needs to be careful. Yep. Reads that move. He'll get out of the Tidal Strike way. Should have concealed if they want to make a play. The Lord is still more than a minute away. Sharp just got the Malefic Roar. So trying to rip through the tank's HP.
We are back to an even state here. Even though OB has actually been able to take a good fight, the macro play from Todak is keeping them in the game. And even in terms of gold, Zayed really doing a good job by splitting up the map, even though normally that's not supposed to be the Suyo's responsibility.
He's just been given so much space to do that. Well, all things considered, even game so far. It's a net negative, sadly, for Ocean Black's Lord take. Didn't really get much. The fact that they couldn't even get a single tier 2 definitely puts into perspective how well Todak has managed.
Bit too direct there. You realize your team is nowhere near you. Super Susu, AOG comes in. Beautiful iframe. Yanlord catches the Hayabusa in the backline. Zaman Force not going to be popped just yet. Revitalize comes out as well. Rippo going to be taking a lot of damage. Zaman Force finally used, but Sihin's doing so much damage. Melts down Shaft instantly. Double kill on Rippo, and Momo is still chasing them down. Sihin, here he comes. Triple kill for Sihin.
What was that? Why? Why did you go? Your team is so far away. They're in another state. You're in Stadium Jara. They're in. I don't know. They're not there.
They're still on the way, but everyone knows when you say that in Malaysia, you're still at home. Predator strike cancelled, Crystal broken down, and Todak takes the clean 2-0 sweep against Ocean Black.
That's what we categorically, professionally label as a troll. That did not need to happen. It didn't need to overcommit. The game state was even. They just had to wait it out and find an opportunity. The one they picked was the one that gave the game away. Huge blunder. Whoever made that call, you gotta have a bit of sit down behind the scenes and talk about it, because they came so close to a potential win and they just dropped the ball. MVP of the game, of the match, goes over to Shihin, the goal laner of Squad B of Todak.
Zihin really making a name for himself. This as well is a new player to MPL. This is his debut season, and yet the difference is night and day. Making great use of the space that his team is making for him and just pelting attacks at his opponents.
Really just auto-attacking everyone to oblivion. Because Abang Lord very happy with the development. Todak fans rejoice. You know, breath of fresh air for this Todak squad. Let's throw it over to Sif to talk to the Swordfishers about their win over Ocean Black.
Pemenang untuk perlawanan yang terakhir berikan tepukan kepada Todak. Satu lagi kemenangan bersih, 2 berbalas kosong berlaku pada hari ini. Dan anda sekarang ini bersama saya Sid, kita ada Yan Lot dan juga kita ada Momo in the house. Alright, kita nak mulakan dengan Yan Lot terlebih dahulu. Tahniah, first of all, kerana berjaya dapatkan kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong. Boleh expect tak menang 2-0 hari ini?
Memang expect pun.
Memang dah target 2-0 lah?
Dah.
Okay, alright. Hari ni Yan Lot nampak ceria lah. Apa yang berlaku? Sebab dapat main ke? Dapat makan sedap ke?
Saya cakap tak ada apa pun.
Biasa, memang macam biasa.
Biasa.
Okay, alright. Tadi berhadapan dengan pasukan Ocean Black. Kalau kita lihat, dengan prestasi pasukan Ocean Black yang masih lagi kemarau untuk dapatkan kemenangan, adakah itu juga salah satu pembakar semangat kumpulan Todak sendiri untuk berjaya melakukan persembahan yang baik dan sekaligus jaya mendapatkan kemenangan terhadap pasukan Ocean Black?
Apa lagi? Ayat simple.
Okey, ayat simple sebabkan pasukan Ocean Black sekarang ni macam susah dapatkan kemenangan. Adakah itu jadi salah satu motivasi untuk Todak?
Mungkin kot. Itu apa, advantage lah.
Advantage lah. Okay, alright. Thank you so much, Yan Lot. Awak dapat happy. Kita bagi kepada Momo lah. Alright, fun fact. Momo sekarang ni tempat ketiga assist yang terbanyak dalam MPL Malaysia. Alright, Momo.
Ya, saya.
Sekarang ni tengok dengan adanya Yan Lot sebelum ni korang bertukar roster. Jadi dengan ada Yan Lot dekat sini, jadi susah tak nak kawal orang yang hyper macam Yan Lot ni?
Susah.
Kenapa susah?
Sebab dia macam liar sikit.
Dia macam liar sikit.
Dalam gameplay dia memang liar sikit lah.
Okay, alright. Okay, next. Korang akan berjumpa dengan pasukan SRG pada minggu hadapan. Jadi, macam mana korang melihat prestasi pasukan SRG daripada perspektif pasukan Todak sendiri?
Sorry?
Macam mana korang tengok SRG daripada perspektif Todak? Dengan persembahan diorang yang sangat-sangat baik, semua menang 2-0. Macam mana Todak tengok sebab nak berhadapan dengan SRG minggu depan?
Kita tengok macam kita orang boleh bantai dengan gameplay diorang yang macam tu. Sebab diorang tak konsisten macam season yang lalu lah.
Oh, season ni diorang tak konsisten
Diorang konsisten, cuma tak dominate sangat lah.
Oh, tak dominate sangat. So nak cakap yang Todak mungkin boleh jadi pasukan pertama lah.
InsyaAllah.
Okay. Ada apa kata tak nak diberikan kepada Yum? Sebab nanti akan berjumpa dengan Yum. Sebab korang je yang tinggal daripada old Todak, nak cakap.
Gula F1 je.
Gula F1 lah, simple nak bagi mudah hari ini. Okay, alright. Ada apa kata kepada peminat-peminat pasukan Todak yang berada dekat Stadium Juara ataupun yang sedang menonton secara langsung daripada rumah?
Terima kasih kepada semua fans-fans Todak yang sokong daripada rumah ataupun yang datang sini. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk season ni.
Alright, sekali lagi berikan tepukan kepada Todak. Alright, thank you so much. Kita akan jumpa pada minggu hadapan. Jadi ini bermaksud perlawanan hari ini semua telah tamat. Tapi kita kan pasti akan pergi kepada kita punya caster untuk kita melihat statistik apa yang telah pun berlaku di antara Todak dan juga Ocean Black. Jadi tanpa buang masa, ayo kita bersama dengan English caster dan juga BM caster. Let's go.
Thank you very much to Sith versus Yan Lord and Momo. Well, of course, the ultimate goal is always to beat SRG. We'll see if that comes true next Saturday, because SRG OG Esports will face up against Todak on Saturday for week 3. But for now, the stage, the flowers belong to Shin, the MVP of the match. Both games getting a carry first phase pick and performing almost flawlessly.
It seems like it might be time for teams to stop picking Harif into Todak. They just seem to be prepared to deal with it. This carry pick not popular before this, but seeing more play now as just a direct competitor in a lane to the little cat. And Sihin did a very good job of it, you know, like Todak already created so much space, he just basically needed to play correctly in that space, and he did that.
I like how he cares so less about the Harif. He went Wind of Nature. He's more worried about getting blasted by a Hayabusa than a Farsa Harif.
Pretty much, right? Because like when you're dueling a Harif, you can 1v1 the Harif, but when you're dueling a Hayabusa, he goes invincible.
Man,
you can't fight what you can't see.
I really felt like this game could have gone a bit longer, but hey, the result is Todak coming out with a 2-0, and look at this. Look at this. It's 12-13. Ocean Black still had more kills at the end, but how did we end up in this state in the first place?
Div went 6-0.
Div went 6-0, yeah, he went 6-0.
Div was 6-0. And I honestly feel like Super Susu was doing a good job this game, other than that final chase. You know, he was actually getting solid catches. The rest of the team, though, having a bit of difficulty following up, especially after Todak adjusted and decided, okay, we're gonna go after Div now.
Yeah, and Div, poor dude, if I went 6-0 and my team decides to hang me out to dry, that's when you start pressing surrender. Because for a big part of the mid to late game, he found it very hard to contribute to any fight, because it's either Yanlord in his face or it's Momo in his face.
Like, the thing is, that's, again, not supposed to be happening. Hard focusing a single player on the enemy team is disrespectful gameplay and should be punished as such. And yet Todak keeps getting away with it. Ocean Black are not thinking outside the box. They're not reacting correctly, and a lot of it is probably their lack of MPL experience, but you can also really feel the nerves of these players.
Yeah, and they even have Ripple on Gatot, who, you know, if you compare to the Akai in the first game, does have a lot more of the innate impact, right? He was the one that set Div up for success, and then that mid game rolled around. We kind of see that fall apart. And maybe Ocean Black just got desperate, right? They got desperate, they tunnel vision, and it led up to that final event where they overextended to chase a Suyo and then ended up losing it all.
And this is the direct, honest gameplay issue. If you look back at that game, every single fight that Ocean Black initiated was initiated and taken the same way. They wait for Super Susu to get a pickup, Rippo follows up, then they're expecting damage to come in from the back line. When Todak shifted their play to respond to this, OB did not do so in turn and kept doing the same thing over and over again.
It's an open book test, right? OB showed their cards and they're just telling Todak, hey, here's what we're gonna do. It's up to you to respond to it. And again, like you pointed it out, there's no better way to put it. There's no adaptation on Ocean Black's side, despite the honest gameplay being as clean as it possibly could get. At one point, you would expect to see some adjustments, which again, Ocean Black, I do wonder, right? We talked to we've asked the coaches, you know, about stage fright and why there's role swap and all that. The how to say, the lack of adaptation to the current culture that needs some time. But at the same time, the thought process behind some of these calls, I am very curious about the mic check for Ocean Black. Hall of Famers, we got Zayed as the rich guy. Of course, Div with most damage dealt on the Farsa. Sandbag, Ripple once more, the best wingman, actually going over to Super Susu.
3 players in the Hall of Fame for this game are from Ocean Black, and they had such a huge lead to play around but weren't able to close it out. Adjustments are so needed, and this team needs to figure out what they need to do to upgrade their gameplay fast.
Yeah.
We're still early in the season, but we are not seeing signs of improvement, and I don't think they want to face relegation back into MAL again.
Yeah, that would be quite a heartbreak, right? Going back into MAL, and not only that, you know, they directly qualified to MPL because they finished first in the Challenger Conference. DxO were the one that had to play Team Hawk to get to this point. And DxO is the team that is looking a lot better overall. And look at this. Like before 5 minutes, at the 5-minute mark, they have a 3.5k goalie. Diff was 6-0. He had a glowing one at 3 minutes. And that all just went down the drain in a span of less than 3 minutes.
This is such a heartbreaking graph to look at. Such a big lead that OB could have played off of, but then it instantly got evened out, and then Todak just completely take over. And it's not as if Todak were playing perfectly either. They were making some mistakes. That's how OB got that 6-0 in the first place. But there's a lot that still needs to be learned. We do have to acknowledge that MAL is a different culture entirely. The Academy League is just not the same environment. So it's a big culture shock for most of these players. And even Rippo really isn't performing quite up to snuff as you'd hope for as the veteran in the team. So they're just floundering.
Yeah, and I think this is where one of the most, classic, the classic, phrases ring true. You are only as strong as your weakest link, right? And I think right now for Ocean Black, the weakest link is just the honesty of the gameplay. They need to look back in that playbook and try to diversify. It's either that, maybe Coach Lionheart has other plans to perfect on what they already are good at and make that a staple. Because right now, there is no endpoint, right? You get off to a good start, but when things starts changing, we don't see that plan B. We don't see the contingency from the side of Ocean Black. You look at the highlight, this was where it all started to go wrong for OB. Like Diff, this entire fight, look at that. Like Yellow was just walking into this face.
It's like, what is the rest of the team doing? They're trying to take Turtle, they're trying to zone Todak at the same time. They're splitting the fight. They're letting Todak split the fight on them. You could have made the decision to try and delay, to try and reset. Yanlord was purposefully putting himself so far away from the rest of his team that you could have done something with it. Even here, the cutoff was actually not bad. But then, what comes next?
Yeah, and this positioning was also slightly off, right? He just fed the airstrike in front of Momo, allowing Momo to just dash over the wall with passive. This is another situation where Yanlord was able to threaten both Diff and Shav. It just looks like at some point Ocean Black just forgot what kind of led them to that early win. And of course, this all started because they overextended. Super Susu was so desperate to find a catch onto Zayed that ended up forcing his team to overcommit and eventually give Todak the win. Either way, congratulations to Todak getting the 2-0 win, their second series win in the MPL regular season. And for Ocean Black, they're still at the bottom, 0 wins.
It's a good build-up of momentum for Todak. This definitely seems to be the squad to stick with, and he seemed very confident. They shut down OB's chance of getting any points from this series as well. But on the opposite side, I'm wondering if OB might need to relax. Because this is their first culture shock into the MPL. They just got a coach who is probably trying their best to make them MPL ready, but maybe it might be time to take a step back from that,
Yeah, I think, it's I think you still take it seriously, but it's kind of the shift of mindset, right? Start having fun. I'm not sure how the backroom talk is, but this also poses a different challenge for them. It's one thing to come into the pro league, the tier 1 league, and be shocked about the routine you have to go through, but it's another thing to deal with losses, especially when they start stacking up, right? You lose 1 or 2 games, you're like, okay, losing is a part of competition. But when you start losing more and more games, you start looking at the statistics and you realize we haven't won a single series. That's another hurdle that the players need to deal with.
Yeah, the mental shift needs to happen, and they also need to be able to retain their emotional well-being. You have to remember that OP is the team that is fielding the most new players at once ever since MAL was even introduced in last season. I believe Red Esports just basically replaced their entire roster after week 1, and then even from DX, they have Stome and Rasi around to provide a little bit of that experience.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like what 4 out of the 5 players are literally from MAL, right? Again, they need some time to think about this, and well, they have 1 weekend to go through this. For now, our current standings, we have SRG OG Esports as the only team that has the potential to go for a flawless regular season. 3 out of 3 series won, 6-0 in terms of game win losses, and 9 points. Followed by Homeboys with 8 as they did drop 1 game to DX. So Todak now shoots up to 3rd spots with 6 points, leaving Vamos in 4th, Ray in 5th, Monster Vicious drops down to 6 points, tied up with DxO, Aero Esports now in 8th, JP9ers and Ocean Black down in the bottom with 1.
Things are looking a little bit dire now for Ocean Black. With no sign of improvement in their gameplay even after a shift in the roster, will they continue experimenting with which lineup works the best? Or just try to stick to one and make it work? The rest of MPL is slowly improving to prepare for EWC.
Yeah, and there's a good chance that teams like SRG and Homeboys just straight up qualify for playoffs in another 2-3 series, and that's where when the door starts closing, you will start feeling the heat if you're at the bottom, fighting for relegation, fighting to not be in 10th spot and get relegated instantly. But it's also to not be in a nice spot so you don't have to play that best of 5 and risk getting relegated. That's the end of week number 2. Let's look forward to week number 3, where Kimmy and Glue becomes available for the drafting phase and also the games that await us. For Friday, we have Ocean Black up against Aero Esports, followed by Team Vamos against DxO. On Saturday, we got Homeboys taking on Team Ray, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports against Todak, and JP9ers against Monster Vicious. And on Sunday, it's DxO's taking on Aero Esports, Ocean Black against JP9ers, and Team Vamos against Monster Vicious.
I think there's definitely some matches to keep an eye out on here. SRG OG versus Todak. It's definitely going to be a fun match happening on Saru Saturdays. And in the same way, Team Vamos and Monster Vicious are both eager for a bit of redemption after their recent performances. So I imagine they'll bring their A game.
Yeah, I am very looking forward to that. And even then, on Friday, I'm looking forward to Team Vamos against DXS. I feel like DXS, they've shown some promises. I think the odds are definitely in Vamos' favor, but I do wonder how much will DXS improve until that point, right? Can they put up the fight against Team Vamos? Like we saw how they did against Homeboys.
There's a lot of hidden potential from DxO that I'm excited to see excavated. And in the same way, I think next week is the best potential chance for OB to maybe get some points on the board, because both Aero Esports and JP9ers have not been doing too well for themselves thus far.
Yeah, and if they can get points off of these two teams or even get a series win, it's going to put those two in an even more precarious position. That's all for week number 3. But for all of you guys out there, we want to hear your thoughts. You can tell us what you think of MPL MY Season 15 by just scanning the QR code and leaving a feedback. Are we not entertaining enough? You know, is my hair too gray? I don't know. Do you prefer us if we have new blazer colors? You can let us know. Maybe we can ask Muntan to give us some. Or maybe you feel like the tickets, that there's not enough seats in the stadium. Maybe we can increase the seat as well. Lighting is too bright. I'm too yellow. I don't know. Just let us know there. We'll try to improve it. Oh, some lightings make me look pretty weird.
So some of those suggestions were probably valid, I think. But yes, basically anything you want to let us know, feel free to share with us, because you guys are the lifeblood of MPL MY, and we hope that we can keep you guys around watching even more entertaining MLBB gameplay.
And that's it for week number 2. It's been a pleasure to serve you guys on the desk. We're going to sign out for now. It's Husky and Sadafa. We'll see you guys next week for more MPL MY action. And we'll leave you guys with the mic check. Goodbye and have a good rest of the night.
Itu tak ada flicker tau. Itu tak ada flicker guys. Main guys. Ada more? Kill tu. Nice one. Nice. Aku ada hati lagi. Dah Z ye. Ambil bawah. Tengok. Aku flank ni.
Try push mo?
Tak ada.
Aku tengok. Dekat B3. Dekat B4.
Ada orang. Bitu ada orang. Tembak. Aku tengok.
Tengok mo.
Aku terhati. Aku tengok. Dah hati. Akai. Nice. Tembak blue. Ada lot guys. Ada lot guys.
Siapa orang tu?
Boleh tak? Nice one. Ada wave oh. Tak ada.
Bisa.
Boleh.
Nice one.
Nice one, guys.
Dia tengah dia. Bola je bola ya.
Ya, pick up.
Aku dapat net weh. Betul aku. Dapat ni Suyu. Betul tak?
Tak ada yang boleh backup kau.
Backup lawan je dia mana. Aku dapat net lawan. Mana.
Shoot.
Nice one.
Hijau dia.
Aman.
Dia makan kau. Tengok. Dia salah.
Jauh. Pandu dapat-dapatnya guys. Ya, angkat dapat-dapatnya.
Front to back.
Dapat ayah sekali.
Ayah.
Nice.
Boleh ni. Ayah. Ayah mati.
Nice one.
Gatot. Nice one.
Kena Harit. Harit body. Dah. Pasal. Boleh.
Kak, boleh end atas. Boleh end atas, guys.
Nanti kan cepat sekali tau.
Boleh. Dia tak ada puri.
Aku nak try end tu. Dia nak try end tu.
Minion lama lagi yo. 10 second minion. Minion.
Aku beri.
Sabar ya.
Cancel terus.
Cancel. Nanti. Tahu
Terus.
Astaga naga.